contradiction is. We'll talk about that EVM tampering in just a second. So what happened is of course, everyone knows that Congress is fighting on its own. All the seats they are fighting on their own in this West Bengal election. Who is their state election in charge? Ghulam Ahmed Mir.
Yeah.
So yesterday, when Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary was asked about what do you think of the exit polls, he said, look, this is an anti-TMC wave, which is blowing across the state of West Bengal. Then somebody went to Ghulam Ahmed Mir. I want first our viewers to listen to what Ghulam Ahmed Mir and Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary said, and then I'll come back for comments. All right, we'll play that out in just a second. It's a delicious irony, and I think it really underlines. Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary said, anti-TMC wave. Ghulam Ahmed Mir, election in charge of the Congress in West Bengal, said that TMC is going to win by a comfortable majority क्योंकि Congress का तो कुछ यहाँ पर आधार ही नहीं है.
Right.
What do you make of that?
No, I think one thing clearly is that even after the 2014 Lok Sabha elections, the Trinamool was very clear.
We've got the first numbers of today's Chanakya for Assam. Sorry, this is very fluid because everyone ultimately wants to know the numbers. All the side, the politics on the side keeps happening. But today's Chanakya has given BJP plus 102, which is, I think, the largest figure that anyone has given
now let me take a very technical view of his numbers.
Okay.
He has subtracted the 24 minority-dominated, newly delimited seats and given all the 102 remaining to the BJP. Hypothesis. I don't want to cast an aspersion. Hypothesis.
Okay, so you're saying that barring the delimitation seats, all of them have been given.
Yeah.
Opening comments, what do you make of this? Today's Chanakya is saying that Assam, BJP is getting 102 seats. Basically, they are getting more than 2/3 majority. This is the highest number, Vasudha, that anyone has given to the BJP in Assam. The first numbers from today's Chanakya have come in for Assam, 102 for the BJP. Vasudha.
Absolutely, Padmaja. I think this is a big win for Himanta Biswa Sharma because while we know that it's a polarizing campaign but the star of the entire exercise was also the fact that we expected the BJP to go up to 71 to cross that 64 ceiling because that's where you start thinking about a comfortable majority. The BJP has never had this on its own. It has always had to depend on allies when it comes to Assam, and this is Himanta Biswa Sharma looking for a third term for himself or for the party, and this also means that the delimitation exercise that Assam saw has worked for not just the BJP but in fact for the state in terms of its own dynamics.
The margin of error is ±9. BJP plus has been given a 50% vote share. 50% vote share with a margin of error of ±3%. Congress is at 38% and others are at 12%. Very interesting breakup also that has been given. So what are the numbers overall for all the parties? You've got 23, you're absolutely right, in fact, Jay. 23, that's exactly the number of seats 22. Which are Muslim majority after delimitation. 23 to the Congress. Others are at 1, which basically means, again, Assam has also become a bipolar. AIUDF not managing to make a dent at all. And I think that writing was pretty much on the wall, Kanchan Gupta, that Assam also has become a bipolar fight with the BJP way ahead of its closest rival, the Congress. Kanchan Gupta.
Yeah, the writing was pretty obvious on the wall for the Congress, but what the Congress now really needs to look at is the leadership crisis it is facing both at the states and at the central level. With the current leadership, the Congress is going nowhere. This would be, I think, the 100 millionth electoral defeat under Rahul Gandhi's leadership. And this whole attitude that I don't care if we lose, it's fine with me. I don't know whether it's fine with the party or whether the party should think it's fine with them. The only place they are riding somewhat towards survival is Tamil Nadu, but that too one of the... Kerala, I am not too sure.
Okay. Really?
I am not too sure.
You think that the left could again get a third term?
It could very well come back.
Because all the exit polls so far are showing the UDF in a comfortable lead.
Yeah.
Whatever numbers we have.
I mean, the whole question is a Congress-led alliance a better alternative than the left-led alliance? That would also weigh in heavily with the people over there.
But Kanchana, what does this mean for Gaurav Gogoi's legacy? Because, you know, every time there's a parliament discussion,
he has no
Tarun Gogoi's legacy and also Gaurav Gogoi's leadership skills, because we saw an entire series of defections just before polls, and now this result, which also means
Vasudha, that's what I said, that the Congress is facing a severe crisis of leadership, both in the states and at the center.
But now, to play the devil's advocate here, a lot of people
No, what devil's advocate? Look at the whole array of Congress leaders in Assam historically.
Maybe the Congress's strategy is that in the short term, instead of having alliances where you'll keep piggybacking on others, in the long term, you want to expand your footprint. Long term.
No, I don't.
How many times can they recite the Panchmadhi logic of Ekla Chalore? And how many times has it delivered?
Just Shankar, I just wanted to add over here. You know, political parties are not NGOs. They exist to contest and win elections. Every time a political party loses an election, it also loses a little bit of its political stock. And look at the amount of stock it would have lost by now, and we are hearing this whole thing.
Both Assam and Kerala, the pattern is distinct. Congress is betting its farm only on the minorities with not much else to show.
But is it a wise move? Is it a wise move?
It is not. It's very clear. Please go back to Rahul Gandhi calling himself a Shiv Bhakt and all. They tried some soft Hinduism at one point.
But in these states, it will work, no, sir, because the numbers are huge.
Yeah, but
when you're talking about minimal gains, probably this is a strategy that
What
works.
was the complaint in Kerala? The complaint in Kerala was the left government, despite their presence and all, they were hit by the FCRA thing. The church got hit by the FCRA thing. Now, by electing the Congress, can that problem be solved?
No, but Shankar, the question in Kerala is a little different. I know you guys are discussing Assam, and I have zero knowledge of Assam. I'll possibly ask you all to, and I don't want to venture, but the question in Kerala is very different. And I think the question really is not about just FCRA or whatever. Who is better placed to represent the minority voice in the national capital?
Congress.
And the question was, because the left doesn't have the numbers, between the left and the Congress is a much better voice to represent
for
those
10 years
numbers.
they are representing.
We talk about Kerala in detail. We will get today's numbers for Kerala as well, since we're talking about the Congress.
You know, this whole thing that the Congress banking on the Muslim vote or the minority
Is it
vote.
banking only on the Muslim vote? They also
But
keep
that's what they
out
keep
to
on-
the OBCs, to the Dalits, when Rahul Gandhi says
But clearly
that
the
we want a caste
OBCs and the
census.
Dalits are not convinced by his bunk.
Sir, they may not be convinced, but at least he's trying.
No, just see
Is it fair to say, my question is it fair to say that Congress is only reaching out to Muslims? Let's see the
No, but I
makeup.
think 66%.
Yes.
You've got to go through this data.
Yeah, so we have...
it has its own story.
Exactly.
Assam and Kerala, they are betting their farm only on the minorities. In Kerala, please understand the central and the North Kerala is heavily minority dominated.
Correct.
No, it's a very
in
different
Kerala,
arithmetic,
they
the
are,
electoral.
and the numbers also seem to bear it out for today's Chanakya, where 66% of the Muslim vote naturally in a very, very polarized election. I mean, we're talking about Assam, where Himanta Biswa Sarma has said on record that Muslims will give me their kidney, but they will never give me their vote. Not a single Muslim was fielded this time around. I think there was one Muslim candidate last time. And what they have done is that the Muslim-dominated seats have been given to the AGP.
So explain this to me. 66%, according to this vote share, 66% of the Muslim vote for the Congress, 14% for the BJP plus. That is what, total of 80%. Where is the other 20%?
It may have gone a little bit to the AIUDF.
So possibly.
AIUDF gets the remainder, although
So
it
that
did
even
not
that
win
gets-
an
I
HDF,
would think
but it
this
goes to
16
AIUDF, the smaller
I think this
parties.
14% is an underestimation. I will tell you why.
the Muslim vote.
Yeah, I will tell you why. In Assam, the Muslim vote is always split between the indigenous Muslim of Assam, who considers himself or herself as an Assamese, and the immigrant, what they call them, I'm just using
Mia
the term
Muslim.
Mia
Yes,
Muslim.
yeah.
Now, the Mia Muslims would have all voted for the Congress, and the indigenous Muslims would have voted for the BJP plus. Now, whether for the BJP or
because
AGP.
it goes back to Nelly 1983. It goes back to Nelly 1983.
So this is very easily explained. But look, what about the OBC vote?
So the
what
OBC
about
vote,
the ST vote?
we'll just tell you,
Rahul
OBC
Gandhi's calculation is a bit like VP Singh's calculation. if I have given quota
Hey,
to,
you're
if I have
complimenting
given
him.
quota,
Hey, Kanchan, I must object.
Me too.
On this front, I must object.
no, listen.
See, every state and
Rahul
every
Gandhi is the
era.
VP Singh of
No, we are only
2026.
objecting Rahul
Apparently,
Gandhi.
VP Singh is also somebody he really admires. That's what his circle says.
VP Singh believed that if he gave, I mean, since I have given quota to 50 plus, nobody can ever defeat me electorally and I shall die as Prime Minister. No, that didn't happen in real life.
No, I think I have to be. I was very close to the action those days, and all I can tell you.
No, so was I.
No, but you were already in the party. I was not. I have to tell you that in that moment of history, when there was this slogan, vote se liya CM PM, mandal se lenge SP DM, captured everything. At that point, the aspirational levels of the OBCs was perfectly aligned. And it's only the Ram Janambhumi movement that did it in, and there were a lot of details.
Mandal versus Kamandal.
Mandal versus Kamandal.
Yeah.
So, but I agree with Kanchan on one thing, that you can't make the same, souffle rice twice from the same recipe. India has moved on.
But
Every state has moved on.
the question that comes to my mind is, the Aksomia factor was talked about so much. In fact, Himanta Biswa Sharma, I remember, my friends from BJP saying that, he doesn't want to make it against Gaurav Gogoi. He wants to sort of not get into that zone. And also the Gogoi factor, the Rajor Dal and all those
The
people
3G.
coming to
No, there's an explanation to it.
Why has that not really worked?
There's an explanation to it. Himanta
Can I
Biswa
quickly give
Sarma.
some numbers, please? Because we have discussed the percentage of Muslims who have voted for the Congress and the BJP. The SC vote has gone largely to the BJP, 68% to the BJP plus, 27% to the Congress plus, OBC vote 69%, which is not very much in Assam, 69% to the BJP, 23%, and this is important, the tribal vote, 63%, Jay. If you could come in on these numbers, 63% of the tribal vote to the BJP, despite the fact that you had a huge outreach to the tribal areas by Gaurav Gogoi, and interesting story, he even had, you had Hemant Soren's party, the JMM, contesting in the tribal belt of Assam. Gaurav Gogoi actually went and met Hemant Soren to try and convince him against fielding candidates in the tribal areas. But despite all of this, despite the fact that you had an outreach to the tribal areas, to the tea gardens, 63% of the tribal vote has stayed with the BJP and 26% only with the Congress.
No, just a caveat over here. The tea garden tribal is not the same as the Assamese tribal.
Yeah.
The tea garden tribal is of Chhattisgarhia origin.
Which is where Hemant Soren was fielding his
And
candidates.
that is where he
And
was there.
yes.
Okay, and Ali, Kuli, Bangali, the three targets.
Which used to be the vote bank of the Congress.
And the Kuli over here was the tribal, the tea garden tribal. Now, the interesting bit is, why is it that Gaurav Gogoi didn't get the indigenous tribal vote of Assam? Despite, Himanta Biswa Sarma, he is a Brahmin.
Yeah.
And very rarely has this been there. And despite that, the Ahom went and voted for him and not for Gaurav Gogoi. And the point which you were making, Vasudha, there was a certain amount of restraint by him on attacking Gaurav Gogoi because he did not want to be, seen as anti-Ahoms. So, therefore, he had to balance it well. And to his credit, he seems to have balanced it well.
Very interesting that when we specifically asked Himanta Biswa Sarma, when he had come to our conclave, that what do you say about Gaurav Gogoi? And it bears out what you're saying. He said, I don't want to talk about Gaurav Gogoi at all. वो राजा का बेटा है. हम प्रजा के बारे में बात करते हैं, हम राजा के बेटे के बारे में बात नहीं करते हैं. This is a creation of the Delhi media, which of course is a favorite whipping boy of everyone.
He also is going back to his old narrative that Rahul Gandhi was there.
Basically, he didn't want to rekindle the North-South Assam battle and replaced it with the Hindu-Muslim angle.
Correct. And a larger, more than Hindu-Muslim, I think the focus was, Nilanjan Mukhopadhyay, on making this an Assamese identity. And which is why again and again he also keeps reiterating that this is about an Ahomia identity where an Assamese Muslim will be acceptable to me. But an outsider, whether Hindu or Muslim, will not be acceptable. So,
how much his messaging of an
at least that's the messaging,
Muslim being acceptable to him was really relayed with how much of force, because what really came out is that it was definitely, and yes, you are right, that pro-Ahomia campaign, but as far as Muslims are concerned, he kept his his basic, foot on the accelerator as he has done all the years that he has been in the BJP.
I think there is a consolidation. No, Kanchan was right about one thing, that if you're going to win an election, you need something like a consolidation formula. Congress didn't have one, and the nuances of what Hemanta Biswa Sharma had have been sketched out by all of you. So the real question is, what is the consolidation formula for Congress elsewhere? So only in Kerala it seems to have a consolidation formula.
May I put across a Tattva Gyan here?
Yes.
In 6 or 7, I'm not sure, I'll have to count, states, Congress has tried and failed miserably to get the tribal vote back, starting from Mehsana, Gujarat.
Where Rahul Gandhi had spoken of Jal, Jungle, Zameen. Jal, Jungle, Zameen. And had specifically, if I may, during the Jharkhand election, he had brought up the issue of how the BJP has started referring to tribals as Vanvasi and not Adivasi. And the Congress's argument was that because they call you Vanvasi and not Adivasi, they are trying to take away your original claim on the land, which is a very sensitive...
But also a very derogatory way of presenting it. It is that you live in jungles, you're a jungle man, jungli ho tum. So that is the way it comes across, and there has been considerable debate.
So which is why the RSS doesn't want you to use Moolvasi, right? They want you to use
I think let us say something very clearly. Congress winning or not is not the issue. It has a certain progressive agenda in which it has its own political correctness. And all this Jal, Jungle, Zameen and the empowerment of the underprivileged is part of the legacy of the independence movement. The fact is that 75 years later, it's not working.
But the point is also, I think, at least from a very outsider, novice point of view.
Okay, today's Chanakya's Kerala numbers have come. Kerala numbers have come, and UDF has been given 69 by today's Chanakya.
That's short of the majority.
With of course, a margin of error of plus minus 9. So you've got the LDF. How many has the LDF been given? So UDF is at 69.
It's giving 64 plus or 9 for the LDF, 69 plus or 9 for the UDF.
So very close.
It's a close fight. It's resembling the 2011 election is what they're looking at, where the LDF, the UDF just went past the margin. Because you see, there are 3 elections that you need to remember as far as Kerala is concerned. 2011, when the last minute V.S. Achyutanandan was finally given a ticket and said, you are the man in charge.
Absolutely.
When initially they didn't want, and he had a last minute surge. He brought the LDF close to 68. 72 to 68. LDF came to 68, 72. Since then, both 2016 and 2021 were convincing wins for the LDF. This time, the UDF hoped to have a convincing win. They wanted to have a 90 kind of win. They wanted to have an 80. This predicts the old traditional Kerala fault lines, where both have held their ground. This poll. But I think more importantly would be, Jay, that from a Congress point of view, they would take this with a pinch of salt. They would rather like those polls which said that you are clearly close to the 80.
But Veera, if you look at...
And there was a very typical feature in the 2011 mandate, 72 to 68. In all the Hindu-dominant areas, the LDF led brilliantly.
So again, we're coming to the point of the north-central consolidation for the Congress.
Absolutely.
And how much is the BJP getting in this?
The BJP is getting 7 seats plus minus 4. And since you mentioned the consolidation which is happening in various regions, Nair vote...
Sorry. I have to point to another very, very important fact, which, Jay, you bear me out. This poll is predicting 20% vote share for the BJP.
Which is very important.
Not unusual. In the Lok Sabha elections, their vote share as an alliance was 19.8.
No, look at the vote shares.
Look at the vote share. Irava vote, they're giving 47% to LDF and they're giving 32% to the BJP, which is where they probably banked on. The Nair vote. They're saying that, because the NS is also in some ways, they're saying that 39% could go to the BJP.
39% of the Nair vote is going to the BJP.
Something very
in fact, I think we have that graphic, we have that data. If you could quickly, Vasudha, Veera, Jay, if you could please come to our big wall. Let's actually show those numbers to our viewers. Let's break it down. Today's Chanakya Keralam numbers. BJP is getting 7 seats, but the very critical part is that they have been given a 20% vote share.
Which is a normal one.
Has been given a 30% vote share, 40% to the UDF, and the seat breakup is 69 for the UDF, and 64 for the LDF.
So just to
This
explain this for a minute to someone who doesn't follow, at 69, which is possibly the middle range, what they're saying is this can go down to 60, plus or minus 9,
Correct.
or it can go up to 78. At 69 is below the halfway mark, all right? 64 is well below the halfway mark, all right? What traditionally happens in Kerala is that when the LDF loses, they still hold on to some of their strongholds.
Absolutely.
Whereas when the UDF loses, the LDF has, in the last 2 elections, shown that it can really go high up. This time, UDF wanted to reverse that trend. What we were expecting was a north-central consolidation for the UDF and a southern battle for the LDF and the BJP.
Would you say the BJP has played a spoiler over here? When you see a 20% vote share for the BJP and 7 seats predicted, has it played a spoiler, and for who? Whose votes have been taken away by the BJP?
If you look at the further breakup here, the fact that, a large portion of the Irva votes and the Nair vote has gone to the BJP according to the survey, which means it has taken more votes from the LDF. But, Padmaja and Veera, the Muslim vote, 62% going to UDF, which also aligns with this thing that there could have been some consolidation, especially in northern parts of the districts. And, of course, the Christian vote, only 11% the BJP gets, despite its, extensive outreach.
This was clear on the ground that the minority consolidation was firm behind the Congress.
But Veera, what do you think?
I have a question, just a second. The Christian vote I want to focus on, because there was a very concerted effort by the BJP to reach out. And it wasn't just, the celebration of Christmas, meeting pastors. It was also in the entire Waqf controversy. When the bill was
also about bringing the alliance. Bringing the alliance of the T20 party in.
The
Waqf specifically, problematic because the victims were seen as Christians, right? So that was a very dominant narrative.
Plenty of small Christian bodies writing letters thanking the government and welcoming the Waqf.
But that was dominant only in certain constituencies like Tirupalla, but all three candidates were Christians, So there you did see that the BJP candidate did, but I think the FCRA did spoil a lot of things.
So the BJP historically has had 2 spoilers. One was before the 2024 elections, when it almost looked that the Christian vote would go in large numbers to the BJP, and that point of time the Manipur controversy hurt them really hard. I think 21 or 24, whenever that happened, it really hurt them hard because there were a lot of Christian TV channels like Goodness TV who worked out of Kerala and got the Manipur controversy.
Drag Padmaja back going there because once she goes there, she starts talking Assam and Bengal.
One more thing.
I promise.
There
is no way we can ignore Kerala and Tamil Nadu. Shankar, I want to make a point. Yes, Shankar, go on.
See, we are all sort of, if the Kanchan and I were discussing, if the plus minus 9% margin moves,
9 seats.
the UDF is in power back.
No.
And why they would be in power?
You mean the
back
LDF?
in power? I'm sorry, the LDF.
That's right.
The LDF would be back in power.
No, Shankar, it's plus or minus.
But Kanchan, this is exactly what you were also predicting, right? It's a closer contest, which is also what I think it could be.
I thought you wanted to be planted there on the wall. Now Veera is also being drawn back.
Now that the Bengalis have also decided to speak about Assam, I'm happy to be back.
No.
I'm sorry. Kerala. Go ahead.
Yes, sir.
So,
Finish your point, please.
Last point I want to make is the fact that LDF had a very open, overt rebellion.
Yeah.
That's right.
Congress had a covert rebellion. You know how the Congress covert rebellion works is that they set up candidates against every chief ministerial candidate. And that should technically what happened in Maharashtra in 1995 may happen there.
Shankar, I must add one quick point here. And one must give it to the Congress in terms of the fact that there were 3 strong leaders and the faces was there. Must give it that Rahul Gandhi coming there with Shashi Tharoor telling all of them that all of you dance well, you need to dance together. I think there was an open acknowledgement that the one thing that can sabotage and destroy the party in Kerala was this infighting. And this time, I think they all buried their hatchet. They said,
you are not being facetious, right?
I need to ask.
You are not being facetious, right?
No, I'm not.
Go on. Yes.
This 32% Nair vote for UDF is very significant. I'd like you to weigh in on that.
Because all 4 of them, both leaders are Nairs, right?
Yeah,
And also,
Nair.
which is Ramesh Shanitala, somebody.
Which is a substantial amount of the Irva vote going to the NDA.
Which is the
Which is the
left's
second
bastion.
preference after LDF.
Oh,
right?
there is a friction between.
Not only a
No,
friction, I think.
Let's just put this in perspective. Sorry, Vasudha. Yerava vote has been the Hindu Yerava vote has been the LDF's bastion in Kerala.
That we know.
The Nair vote has traditionally been with the Congress, right? Now, the fact that this election comes through is that you still had strong candidates like, let's say, a Shobha Surendran and Palghat. I think when you go deeper into the results, if these polls hold out, you'll realize that the BJP may have been able to take over in certain seats, but not an overall.
That's the point.
But the Yerava vote, I mean, Pinarayi Vijayan called Velapalli Natesan the Togadiya of Kerala. So he was successful in polarizing.
After that, let me tell you what happened after that. This whole controversy around Sangh Parivar having, a secret alliance with LDF. Actually, it came out from this controversy, right? Because whatever Velapalli Natesan said, Pinarayi Vijayan was not reacting to it, which is what also led the UDF to spread this thing.
These numbers sort of bear it out in a way. You look at it. Though the BJP is gaining, the LDF is not losing. In the Lok Sabha election, you saw a complementary relationship. The LDF's loss was the BJP's gain. Now
That's
both of
also
them.
because the Prime Minister has
Is the big takeaway, if I can just distill whatever conversation we've had so far, is it fair to say that so far it's the BJP which has cut into the left's vote, minority consolidation has taken place in favor of the Congress, and you've got the Christians still sticking to the left?
Christians and the Muslims, let me just add 2 points.
Let me just sort of amend what Padmaja said. There is a bit of a confusion in Kerala whether the Hindu party is the left party or the BJP.
This is exactly what the Congress said.
It's a very, very important point.
I'm trying to tell you that famous saying, all Malayalis call, a lot of them call Pinarayi Vijayan as the Mundu Ritya Modi. The Modi in a Mundu. So they see him as some kind of, he's not seen as a communist at all. And if you take the Sabarimala episode, he's trying to give vibes, looking, putting past the communist atheism, agnosticism.
I feel
I must clarify here.
But one point I want to add to it, because it's funny, although Veera will get angry for getting in Bengal again, because that's exactly what they say about the left in Bengal as well.
You need to classify this a little further. Sorry, Kanchana. 1 minute. You need to classify what he said a little further. It's not because of the Hindu vote that Pinarayi has been referred to as a Mundudatya Modi. It's primarily because of the fact that he as a personality has dominated over the party. And it's become a one-man party. So that's the reason. And number 2, I just want to say that when you look at this number, Shankar, adding to the point, 69 plus 9 at 78, the Congress would take it as a sweep. All right, by Kerala standards. They were expecting 80 plus. 64 minus 9 would be a huge blow for the left. So at the lower end of the spectrum for the LDF in this...
But Veera, this would also mean there's fatigue against the LDF, but not really a lot of anger.
This Christian vote traditionally has always gone to the UDF. It has never gone to the LDF. Okay. This time there is a slight fracture in it. And in fact, the LDF has got a pretty sizable share of the Christian vote. Once again, the Hindus have, it seems, transferred their vote to the LDF, wherever they have seen that the LDF is the best option.
Modi in a Mundu.
So,
traditionally, LDF is the Hindu party.
But see, that is
the CPM was an upper caste Bengali Hindu party. Okay, the CPM traditionally has never had a non-upper caste leader.
So add to that point that the rise of the...
One point Madhavan Narayan wants to add, and then you give the date. Yes.
Pinarayi Vijayan is also very pro-investment and pro-development in a sense. That is very important because that makes a lot of Hindus who have modern identities look up to the LDF.
To be fair to point, I think the best Christian outreach that ever worked for the LDF was the co-option of Kerala Congress money. And they have survived one very good assembly.
And I'll tell you, there will be a surprise this time in Pala. I've been told by people from Kottayam that there is a massive fight that's on. Sean George versus Mani C. Kapan versus Joske Mani. It's going to be, the Kerala Mani Congress, the Joske Mani. You never know.
Okay, is it going to be surprise or is it going to be big surprise?
It's possible. I don't know. No, but I wanted to add one quick point.
We are for our viewers.
Who are you?
Sean George, the son of PC.
Okay,
that's right.
We will have all of these names and these seats to discuss in just 3 days from now, because we are counting down to the numbers from West Bengal going to come in just 10 minutes from now. We have to take a very quick break at this point. Don't go anywhere. The numbers from Kerala are in front of you. We've already given you the Assam numbers. Stay tuned for West Bengal.
Brought to you by Make Every Moment a Magic Moment.
अत्याधुनिक फीचर्स से लैस गंगा एक्सप्रेसवे मेरठ से प्रयागराज की दूरी 6 से 8 घंटों में समेटता है। 120 किलोमीटर प्रति घंटे की स्पीड से डिजाइन 6 लेन वाला गंगा एक्सप्रेसवे भविष्य में 8 लेन में विस्तारणीय है। प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी के मार्गदर्शन एवं मुख्यमंत्री योगी आदित्यनाथ जी के संकल्पों से मूर्त रूप लेने वाले एक्सप्रेसवे पर हापुड़ में गंगा नदी पर 960 मीटर एवं बदायूं में राम गंगा नदी पर 720 मीटर का दीर्घ सेतु है। 2 मुख्य टोल प्लाजा एवं 21 रैंप इंटरचेंज हैं। एडवांस ट्रैफिक मैनेजमेंट सिस्टम से लैस पूर्णतः प्रवेश नियंत्रित ग्रीनफील्ड एक्सप्रेसवे यूपी की सामर्थ्य बताता है। लड़ाकू विमानों की आपात लैंडिंग एवं टेक ऑफ के लिए बनी 3.5 किलोमीटर की हवाई पट्टी से देश की सामरिक शक्ति का जय घोष होता है।
नेशनल हाउस होल्ड इनकम सर्वे 2026 आपके द्वारा दी गई सही जानकारी से सरकार को लोगों की आय के स्तर का अंदाजा मिलता है।
एवयूथ नेचुरल स्टैंड रिमूवल फेस वॉश एंटीऑक्सीडेंट चॉकलेट एंड ब्राइटनिंग चेरी के गुणों के साथ ये टैन घटाए और स्किन को ब्राइट बनाए। एवयूथ नेचुरल्स।
Hello.
Ma'am, there's a fantastic premium offer for you.
Every day.
It's a new number, right?
Yes, I block it. But the next day, I'll get a call from a different number. How to stop it?
Blocking them won't stop it because these people use a different number every single time. Nowadays, spam callers make calls from mobile numbers. That's why they don't stop even after being blocked.
Blocking them on phone is not changing anything.
If you want a change, don't block. Report them. Look, whenever you get a spam call, just go to DMK app. Just select the call, specify the category and report it.
So simple
and effective. If we all report together, it will help try to stop spam calls.
And what about spam messages?
You can control them too. Which messages you want, when you want, set it all up.
Means not blocking the call. Reporting these is the real solution.
Now report spam calls and stop them for yourself and others too. Download the Try DND app. Adopt a smart way to block spam calls.
इशारा समझ ले बहके कदम ले चले किस गली जानबूझ के है खोने की पड़ी इशारा समझ ले हवा में फिजा में नजारा में इशारे संग हो जा तू मेरे इशारा समझ ले इशारा समझ ले
मां गंगा सा विस्तार वाला गंगा एक्सप्रेसवे प्रदेश में सुख समृद्धि का नया द्वार खोल रहा है। माननीय प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी के मार्गदर्शन एवं माननीय मुख्यमंत्री योगी आदित्यनाथ जी के संकल्पों से प्रदेश का सबसे लंबा 594 किलोमीटर का गंगा एक्सप्रेसवे कनेक्टिविटी को दे रहा है नया कलेवर। इससे प्रदेश में रोजगार बढ़ेंगे।
इस गंगा एक्सप्रेसवे से ही हम लोग को रोजगार अपने ही क्षेत्र में मिलेगा। यह अपने पीछे इंडस्ट्रियल एरिया है, यहीं पे इंडस्ट्रीज वगैरह सारी लगने जा रही हैं।
ग्रीनफील्ड गंगा एक्सप्रेसवे के साथ ही प्रदेश में संचालित एक्सप्रेसवे की संख्या रिकॉर्ड 9 तक पहुंच गई है, जबकि 13 एक्सप्रेसवे निर्माण के विभिन्न चरणों में हैं। इसके साथ ही देश के कुल एक्सप्रेसवे कवरेज का लगभग 60% हिस्सा यूपी से गुजरता है। ये नए भारत का नया यूपी है जो सपनों को साकार करता है।
Welcome to Candia, sir. How can I help you?
Had an argument with the wife. Show me something impressive.
Just a minute. Sir, try this tennis bracelet.
But she doesn't play tennis.
Sir, it's for everybody.
I know. I know. How charming.
So it is called a charm bracelet. If you lose an argument, its charm can save you.
That's the problem. I didn't lose. I won.
Then nothing less than solitaire will do.
That works. Candia. Lifestyle jewelry.
अब आ गया न्यू योनो, जो देगा फैशन फॉलो करने का पावर और
आज बिल तेरा भाई देगा
बोलने का पावर। न्यू योनो देगा पावर टू एवरी इंडियन। ब्रॉट यू बाय SBI, द बैंकर टू एवरी इंडियन।
और पेंट से शानदार
वारंटी। ड्यूलक्स, डिसाइड करना मुश्किल हो जाएगा कि पेंट ज्यादा शानदार है या उसकी वारंटी।
This is NDTV, and you're watching NDTV 24/7.
So good to have you back on Exit Poll on NDTV. This is 2.0. It's part 2. That's right. This Exit Poll broadcast is spilling over because some pollsters decided to wait a day. There's some disappointment with Axis MyIndia aborting its plans to put out its much anticipated and awaited Bengal numbers. But today's Chanakya is putting its numbers out. We've got our excellent Exit Poll panel here, all of our anchors, all of our reporters and analysts. But I'm told that today's Chanakya has just dropped its Tamil Nadu numbers. So let's begin with that breaking story. The numbers have just dropped. Assam, Kerala and now Tamil Nadu. Here are the numbers coming in. Today's Chanakya projecting a DMK plus of 125. 118 is the halfway mark, remember. So victory for the DMK being projected by today's Chanakya. TVK 63. Still a big number, but significantly less than what Axis MyIndia and Pradeep Gupta have projected. AIA DMK plus the NDA at 45. So these are the numbers coming out from the today's Chanakya projection. Total number of seats 234, 125 plus, 125 for the DMK plus or minus 11. AIA DMK plus is 45 plus minus 11. 63 to the TVK is what the projection here is. I want to bring Veera in first for a quick first reaction. Today's Chanakya, a day after the first lot dropped yesterday. Veera, first thoughts?
Well, the directionally very similar to what Pradeep Gupta has said, but intensity-wise much lesser because it's putting the TVK as the number 2 player. At 125 plus for the DMK, it's again pushing to a situation where the DMK by itself may not have a majority mark on its own, but with its allies, it's above the 117 mark. AIA DMK at 45 plus, plus or minus 11 could be a worry for the party because it's putting the AIA DMK at number 3, not just in terms of seats, but also in terms of vote shares. And so that would be a concern for the AIDMK. Shiv, that would be my first.
No, and those who've been balking at the Axis MyIndia numbers, you know, they would say that even though this directionally is, like Veera said, to what Pradeep Gupta has been saying, they would say this looks more reasonable, more realistic. Vasudha?
Absolutely. You know, Shiv, a lot of people used to say this about Vijay, that he'll get views, he'll not get votes. Then they said he'll get votes, he will not get seats. Now we're actually talking about the number of seats, and today's Chanakya is projecting not just 63 seats, but 30% vote share for TVK, which for a debutant is huge, is quite massive. While My Axis India might not be, you know, might be unprecedented for a lot of people, the fact that this survey would be something that the DMK would be happy with because they would be crossing the comfortable mark.
Even though it's plus minus 11 is an important part there,
even, even if it's at, you're right, plus minus 11 would be important, but then more important, Vasudha, the difference between the TVK, what the Pradeep Gupta had predicted is 35% for the TVK, 35% vote share for the DMK plus. But here, you see 30% vote share for the TVK, plus or minus 3%, but a 39%.
I want to put that vote share. Veera, why don't you join me over here? Join me here. Well, let's put the vote share up since you're talking about it, and we can talk about it.
This is what I'm explaining. Where Pradeep Gupta is different from this poll is that Pradeep Gupta is putting up a dead heat between Mr. M.K. Stalin and Vijay there at 35-35. Whereas these guys are saying 30% vote share for TVK, a 9% more vote share for the DMK plus alliance, and a 27% for the AIDMK. So pretty much saying that those two are in the same range. The DMK is cut above the rest in terms of vote share.
So Veera, that means that TVK has cut into only AIDMK votes. The number one is clear in this case. If you go by
if these polls, if we take it seriously, but I think this would be something that the DMK in alignment with, because to be honest, Shiv, I think a lot of DMK leaders who've been speaking have been repeatedly using this one word to me, which is tough battle. It's not an easy fight. DMK, top leadership, they've been saying it's a tough battle. So they do expect that it's going to be a close contest, it's going to be a fight, and they would expect their numbers
a lot of DMK leaders are also saying that their own allies have not really done well in terms of VCK. VCK's votes have also gone to. So in constituencies where it's a fight between a DMK ally and a TVK person, people have voted either for the TVK or for somebody else.
We've got a slice of caste. I'm going to come to that in just a bit. Before we put that on our screen, I want to get a quick round of comments from here as well. Shankar, quick word on what today's Chanakya is showing us.
The numbers, the math doesn't gel for me. In the sense you have a 39%, which has got 120 plus seats. You got a 30, which is 63. And then you got a 27.
So the math gels because it's regional disparity.
No,
in some regions,
that's what Ramaswamy and I were discussing. That if the spread had been even, then the math gels. It doesn't gel when it is geographical.
See, so coming there, North Tamil Nadu, generally DMK allies are much stronger. So if they're going to poll their higher vote percentage, that's going to be there. And then their votes are going to drop, especially in West and South. With the
Sir, but you are making an assumption here. All I'm trying to say is that at 39%, the DMK could be polling across the board votes, whereas the TVK could be getting its votes from concentrated pockets, which is what we've been talking about. AIDMK has been a concentrated
Then there's a folly with the number, because then with that 30%, they should be getting 50% seats in North Tamil Nadu. Sorry, 50% votes in North Tamil Nadu, which means that DMK's votes will drop and DMK will lose seats.
I am not.
Let's look. Okay.
The imbalance in this is there, na?
We'll get into that. We'll get into that a little bit more. Let's look at the caste breakup of the today's Chanakya projections that have been put up. Veera, Vasudha, feel free to pitch in over here. Help me decode this for everyone. We saw, Axis MyIndia slice from yesterday as well. That threw up quite a bit. What stands out to you in this?
I think, Vasudha, that 49-34 on the Christian vote between the DMK plus and the TVK would mean a split in that minority vote core. And of course, on this, look at the Muslim vote as well, 64-25, which means that the TVK did gain that bit. So,
and Veera, this SC vote, which was quite high and interesting in yesterday's exit polls, DMK retaining about 43%.
I think the beauty of this numbers, if it holds,
this was the opposite yesterday.
Yes, it was the opposite.
Today's Chanakya. So I think
these
numbers.
The numbers would indicate that whether it's SC, whether it is Christian or Muslim, there is an age demographic that's at play.
Absolutely.
If you have the age numbers, that will be great.
Shankar, you have something to say about this? The community-wise, caste-wise breakup. Have you seen these numbers?
Okay.
Join me over here. Let's put that back up. Let's put back the community and caste-wise breakup of the today's Chanakya numbers. Here. The Dalit SC has flipped between the DMK and the TVK. This was just the opposite in Axis MyIndia's figures.
So traditionally, the MBC vote, the percentage should have been higher for ADMK. And then the distillation of SC and Muslim votes between TVK and DMK seems a little awry. I can understand the 49 for Christians.
This was the same as Axis MyIndia, Veera?
No, I think it's a little different. I'll have to
check. It's a little different. We're getting a comparison made on this.
Actually, there's more of Muslim consolidation for DMK, which is a similar factor that we saw yesterday as well. So there's one community that's standing with the DMK. It's the Muslims.
But the caste breakup doesn't sort of gel for me.
Why?
Why?
No, because the MBC BC should have. Traditionally, AI
Axis, look, that's
this is Axis. This is Axis. Yesterday's figures.
See there, ADMK is very close to DMK there, in the OBC MBC category.
Even in the next one, it was right.
See that SC population 40-45, which means this is a fight for.
This is Axis.
Yeah, I think too many numbers before us.
No, don't worry about that.
Here there is also a problem.
No, but I think the beauty of this number was that in the earlier graph you had the Christian numbers that was there, which also similarly indicated the same trend as this Chanakya poll.
That's what I was saying. It's the same.
Right.
It was the same trend.
Others is that.
Yeah. No, this is today's Chanakya. This 49-34 is the same trend.
It was
as
very
what
similar to what
MyIndia was as far as
53-31 or something like that.
The Christian vote is
that was 53-31.
There, Veera, I expect the BC MBC to flip to ADMK. That is where it should be.
Let's compare Axis MyIndia's seat share with today's Chanakya's. We've got that comparison now. Let's put that. Shankar, stay with me. Shankar, Padmaja, why don't you also join us over here? Come. Let's do this.
This is Axis.
This is the Axis MyIndia. Total seats is 234. This is Axis MyIndia. This is the big Damal that exploded yesterday, right? DMK plus 92 to 110. TVK. This was of course the most shocking projection that was put out.
Shock apart shift there. Here the vote share explains it.
Yeah.
No, see, even here I have a confusion. Just a moment. They claim that the one-year vote substantially with them. And the PMK contesting with them, the AMMK contesting with them, and the BJP having strong one-year leaders, and the ADMK having strong one-year leaders in CV Shanmugam. That alone is for about 11 to 16 seats. And now you claim that you have over 47% going there. You only get 23 seats.
Pradeep explained this, and I'll just put this explanation across to you as well before we get further. He was saying, Chennai city, he says, is a sweep for the TVK. In North Tamil Nadu, he says they will do good and there will be a fight. In South Tamil Nadu, TVK will do good and there will be a fight with the DMK. He says Western Tamil Nadu is a three-way fight and Central Tamil Nadu is a DMK bastion. This is his takeaway from it for his explanation for the numbers.
Okay.
So now, just going back.
We'll look at both now. They're going to flip. No, go ahead.
See, going to that numbers, then if DMK is so dominant in North Tamil Nadu and the vote percentage for TVK increases there, then what is happening to their vote percentage in remaining parts of Tamil Nadu?
But the point is,
let's flip and show the today's Chanakya also
margin there is what he was saying.
Let's look at the today's Chanakya.
I don't know.
This is actually Padmaja. Feel free to jump in.
It was a very interesting point that Shankar Iyer and earlier Mr. Madhavan Narayanan had made about the kind of votes that the Congress is polling. And it's quite eerie that in the last 3 states that we have seen, and most likely it will also show up in West Bengal, the Muslim votes are consolidating entirely behind the Congress or whoever the Congress is with.
Yeah.
So you've seen it in
DMK
Kerala,
plus.
you've seen it in Assam, you're seeing it here, DMK plus, and I suspect there'll be a lot of seats where the Congress would have pulled the Muslim.
Let's
when you say consolidation,
let's put the community-wise breakup of today's Chanakya.
Just to put perspective to this consolidation talk, is that any consolidation, you see, in any community, irrespective of what it is.
This is what Padmaja is talking about.
Yeah. So you see, this Padmaja, it used to be traditionally it's been the DMK's bastion. The TMK has always been the custodian of the minority vote in Tamil Nadu. AIDMK started breaching better in Christian vote, but has always been weaker with the Muslims.
During Jayalalitha's time, it was more even Stevens.
Correct. So the you're right. The point I'm trying to say is that when you talk,
DMK on its own gets the Muslims.
Yeah.
So does the Congress.
Don't say DMK on its own. Let's not forget that there is an IUML as well, which is part of the DMK alliance.
Limited point. Does the Muslim in any seat where the Congress is contesting and there is a Muslim vote, does it go to the Congress? Yes,
it does. It does.
Simple. So wherever the Congress is in play, it gets the Muslims to vote.
There's a distinction in Tamil Nadu. If the Congress is so supportive of Muslims, how many candidates have they fielded in the last few elections that are Muslims? But they have not. So the Muslims there squarely may not ally with the Congress. Their numbers may come because of the DMK or the IUML, but that number will reduce, and I think the 25 will increase for the TVK in places where the Congress is.
But because this time, if I feel if there's one party that will really sort of have to have an introspection of its performance, it would be the Congress party, because the Congress rallies that I attended, even Rahul Gandhi just attended, he participated in just 2-day campaign, right? So there was complete disarray.
Classic story, which we were, I really wish we can play this out now. You have a day when the polling has just ended for the entire election cycle. 3 days you are going to hear the results. All the candidates are on tenterhooks. Ghulam Ahmad Mir is in charge of the Congress in West Bengal. And today he gives a statement saying TMC is going to win because Congress has no base in West Bengal. You're the election in charge for the party in West Bengal and you're saying my party has no base.
And just as a...
What is your cadre and your candidate supposed to feel? You fought on all 294 seats and you're saying, I'm sorry, we basically have no legs to stand on. Then why did you...
No, and I also want to just... Just before you, one small programming note. Today's Chanakya has come out with Tamil Nadu, Kerala and Assam so far. 6:30. In about 20 minutes from now, the Bengal figures will drop. So you've had Axis MyIndia that have aborted plans to put out their Bengal figures. But today's Chanakya will be releasing the Bengal figures in about 20 minutes.
So going back, Masuda, I'm sorry, before you go, just to add to the point that you were making, I must add this point. When the Congress alliance with the DMK was in trouble at that time when they were talking, there was a genuine effort by the DMK to bring the Congress back, because whether you like it or not, the Congress does have that optics that it comes across to consolidate the minority vote. Had the Congress gone with the TVK, and the fear was that had the Congress gone with the TVK, the minority vote could have broken in time.
Absolutely. That's also because there would have been
the point that you were making in the beginning, that the Congress is the party of choice for minorities now across.
Right. I have a point. A lot of people
about the
yes.
So the cuisine, political cuisine.
As you can see, everyone wants to talk about this chart right now. Yeah. Have at it.
The DMK's
and the Congress.
The DMK's recipe is always with additional ingredients, and it cannot stand on its own, so it's a perfect avial.
A lot of
it has
people
never on its own got a majority.
A lot of people on social media have been telling us that we are, not just us, the media is undermining or underestimating the AIDMK, especially its power in the MBCs and BC population. And this, they say, has been going around during Jai Jalita's time. Is that something that is happening, Veera?
No.
Underestimating.
Yes.
Underestimating.
No. I'll tell you what. The AIDMK has been, AIDMK has always had an...
Because there's one more point. Because, the the criticism of the DMK by the TVK is DMK gives a lot of tickets to Telugu OBCs, and AIDMK has been reduced to a Tamil OBC party. But the fact that we underestimating the AIDMK's power?
No, AIDMK, you see,
put that back here. Veera wants the community map.
We all want the community map.
No, and I just tell you, the reason why is that the DMK is sort of widespread when it comes to, when you come to the community map, AIDMK has a stronghold amongst the OBC, we call it MBC and BC here, but you see the MBC comes under the one year, this one, BC, Gounder, Kongu Vellalar, Gounder would come. AIDMK has a stronghold in the western region. It's a concentrated stronghold that the DMK has not been able to break for the last 6 decades.
Edapadi stronghold.
It's not just Edapadi, it's the party stronghold. It's not, Edapadi is a consequence of the...
All the way to
and sorry, let me just add.
The 1 year is also add in Salem, Krishnagiri and all that.
No, so hang on. This is the point I was trying to make. Very, very briefly, and I'll finish that. Apart from the Kongu Vellalar stronghold, the AIDMK also had a stronghold in the OBC Thevar community in the south. So these two come under the MBC.
Why don't you move back a step? I don't think our viewers can see.
But ultimately, the point
and the Thevar community was nurtured
year,
by MGR himself, right? So it's the Thevar community
it was historic forward block, Muthuramalinga Thevar versus the Dravidian movement.
In the rest of the country, when you have a broad political map and who enjoys which communities support, one understands that you would have the western area, which we've spoken of earlier also, which is the
Edapadi, Salem, Erode,
Exactly. Coimbatore, and you had V. Senthil Balaji being sent over there.
Yes.
Traditionally, this BC vote of that area, did the AIDMK get a majority of it? And now that you have the DMK getting the maximum votes, does it mean that they have managed to cut into that western?
No. If you flip this data, there was another chart which gave you exact communities, Kongu Vellalars, etc. You will see that the AIDMK continues to have its consolidation in western Tamil Nadu and southern Tamil Nadu.
That hold is continued.
So what's the BJP's contribution here?
The BJP's contribution is to bring the vote down, some would say, after delimitation.
But also, in another factor, BJP
has had presence in Coimbatore for a long time, since, the blast.
So, and now the vice president, having been a candidate formerly in Coimbatore, and then you have Vanati Srinivasan from the community.
And L. Murugan himself.
Contesting there. And from the Thevar community, the BJP's leader today, Nainar Nagendran, is from the Thevar community. And you having brought AMMK back into the fold. Someone that you thought the ADMK is broken and is a faction that is gone. He's come back and he's also shown candidates across the state.
Absolutely.
So all this basically adds value. So that's the reason.
So that's why BC-MBC number may be understated.
Yes, that will still be a little bit higher because for them it will be concentrated also in west and south.
Okay.
It may not come through in the northern part of the state.
So bottom line is from all these numbers, and we can go on. I think everyone loves this chart the most. Is that the Axis MyIndia has given the edge to Vijay, and today's Chanakya is giving the edge to the DMK.
Who do you find more believable?
Right?
Let's do
That's
it
what's happening
over
right
here.
now.
Who do you find more believable? Axis MyIndia or these numbers?
So we've got two polls going head to head.
So I think that the breakup here in Axis, I mean, I can have an argument whether the 92-110 is ADMK or DMK. Okay, but this aligns with the vote share breakup.
This number, the TVK 98.
This is Axis MyIndia.
Axis MyIndia aligns with
numbers.
Yeah, because that vote share is some 30 plus and
35.
Yeah, so it is neat.
Shankar is going to come so front that he's going to cover the graphic.
Tell me quick.
So you say you find it believable that TVK Vijay will get 98 to 120?
Very possible, given the demography, given the urban cohort and everything. Whether his organization harvested or not, that's a separate.
Shankar, I'm going to put you on a spot. 35%, Axis MyIndia is spread.
Step back a little.
This is today's Chanakya now.
So, okay.
Today's.
In the earlier one, 35. Vote shares for TVK, DMK plus seats, they are saying 98 to 120. How is it that aligns and this doesn't?
Let's talk about Vijay for a moment. I want to talk about Vijay. I'm going to bring the conversation now to Vijay. Let's talk about Vijay for a moment. Vasudha, this is what Axis MyIndia gives it. It was yesterday's big stunner, shocker, headline, all that. 63, a much more measured kind of projection from today's Chanakya. What is your reading of that?
So I was majorly in the city. So what Axis said, I think that's where it is. But you know, I also know that I didn't travel to a large part of the states. So this, the exit poll that we got today of Chanakya, today's Chanakya, actually sounds more realistic because you know, young people saying that we want to vote for Vijay, we always have a tendency to little disbelieve them, right? So in my head, I'm trying to be realistic, but what Axis said is something that I saw in Chennai.
You know, you missed out the best part of what Vasudha said at the beginning.
I like how Vasudha has given like thumbs up to both the polls.
I know.
Subtle both polls. Very well done.
Where is this coming from? Because when we were beginning our exit poll coverage, she said, I've spoken to all the parties. AIDMK is upset, they think they're being underestimated. DMK is upset because they're being shown as going out of power. And even TVK is upset because they feel they should have been shown getting an absolute majority. Even with this, TVK is upset. So Vijay is like,
after yesterday's numbers, TVK would be upset with this,
No, but I'm going to stick my neck out. I think...
No, TVK is upset with these numbers, 98 to 120.
The Axis MyIndia numbers.
Yes.
So they were upset yesterday also.
Yes.
Oh, very
They're
nice.
saying that, why didn't you give us brute majority? That's what we're getting. So,
I'm going to...
Why leave a question
They
mark?
are like, bhai, aaj swearing in karao to. Don't leave anything to
Forget all the protocol. Yeah.
No, I'm going to stick my neck out. I think these numbers are more in line with the general trend that I've been noticing, that the DMK is clearly the number one party, but short of the halfway mark. It needs allies to make the government. The TVK is going to be emerging as the force of the future, definitely with a very strong vote share. And the AIDMK is
in that scenario, what happens then? If someone is like the single largest party,
120
short of it,
I think the DMK should be.
What does Vijay do in that scenario?
Vijay, you know, at 63, his supporters and others may say something different, Shiv. He has stood by Karur, he stood against the state, he stood against the centre, and he's got a 63.
Peter, one short question. If he's getting 60 by this survey, what stops him from getting 90? If there is,
because
if he's
his
getting
sweep
60,
is going to be concentrated in certain regions. Where I think
if it's a wave or a sweep, it's never like that.
No,
right?
Tamil Nadu has always been regional waves. Tamil Nadu has always been. Last time, AIDMK swept western Tamil Nadu. DMK swept north, central, and in south it became.
So he will be restricted by demographic.
I think he will be restricted by both the age demographic and the urban demographic.
But Veera, I have one question on this. If he has the mind space of the young and the women, as they are saying, the 30-40 and the younger people who are crazy about films and stuff, that is not blockaded by any geography. I mean, this is not the Strait of Hormuz that, at this end, he ends. I have a feeling either he is Harsh par ya Farsh par.
No, you're right that Harsh par or Farsh par, and when you see the results, you will realize this, that look, there is an urban phenomenon in terms of sweeps. and Tamil Nadu historically has been sweeps built on electoral arithmetic.
See, Veera, this is a very interesting 68 first-time voter.
I like this
is Access My India, though.
Absolutely in opposite directions, these two lines.
This one.
This one and this one.
See, but then the 18 to 19...
But Shiv, this is Access My India, yesterday.
This is yesterday's.
Yes.
Yeah, good clarification. This is yesterday's Access My India figures. Yeah.
See, but then the 18 to 19 is only about 17 lakh people. So you're looking at about 1 crore and odd that are there in the 20 to 29 that's going to go out and
I will tell you my very final take on the question that you've asked, and very simple. I mean, I could be completely wrong. I know Padmaja is already smiling, saying don't speak too much. I will stop here. I will tell you what. Where Vijay had good candidates, he was able to build on his 25-30% and turn it into seats. Where he didn't have great candidates, they would remain at a great 25-26% vote share level. And in Tamil Nadu, if he gets 30% vote share in his first election, he's gone. Frankly, he is.
How many seats do you think he had winnable and good candidates?
I don't want to. I think 25, 30 seats.
Veera, you must hear the math part of it.
But I'm with you at 30. You talked about how regionally Tamil Nadu is spread. So therefore, when he gets that 30% and he's concentrated, if in North Tamil Nadu and in South Tamil Nadu or along the coast, then he should be getting much bigger numbers. Then the numbers that we are seeing, that 63 will not stop there. It could easily go to what happened in my axis.
One small point divided among cities and villages. I think he will do very well in urban clusters. Rural is what I'm not really sure.
I'm going to just ask our producers to pull out the brief conversation we had with Pradeep Gupta a short while
I was just coming to that.
Where I asked him about how confident he is about his numbers. He said something very telling, which by the way is going viral right now. I'm going to pull that out and play it, but please continue.
So this conversation with Pradeep Gupta, some friends of mine, they called up and they said, with this kind of number, has Pradeep Gupta actually named seats? Because you're talking about 120 seats, and in many places, and that's why I asked you that question, many places people didn't even know who the candidates were. So he was like, tell us the seats where you think, at least name 5 or 6 seats where TVK has the likelihood to win.
From the conversations I've had with him, he knows the seats. He doesn't want to say it.
But doesn't want to say it.
He doesn't want to say it.
I asked him this.
Yeah, okay. And Shiv, in Tamil Nadu, it's always the symbol that matters.
Seats that Vijay himself is contesting. He said Perambur is going to win, Trichy is a fight.
Pradeep Gupta is not naming the seats because there are some high and mighty who are in trouble, particularly in Chennai.
That's what he said it on.
That's right. He said it yesterday on that bit. And I think there's going to be a Chennai sweep. I think the numbers will come back to you, just putting that bit, where Vijay, look at, let's not forget, last time vote share for the DMK was 42%, right? So in Tamil Nadu, if you're converting seats to votes, after 30%, you still have to have a long way to go. So where Vijay is doing well, he might do extremely well, and this is why I say, where there are good candidates.
But last time there were 2 cornered, now it's 3 cornered. The thing changes.
That works, okay. But when you talk about North Tamil Nadu and Chennai...
I want you all to hear what Pradeep Gupta said to us. We had him through in our newsroom. All of us threw questions at him based on what he projected yesterday, and right after he announced on NDTV that he was holding back his Bengal numbers. This is about Vijay. Listen to this.
NDTV's managing editor Shiv Arur has the next question for you, Shiv. The good thing that Pradeep has done is he's just ratcheted up the amount of interest in NDTV's coverage of the Tamil Nadu elections, because everyone down south is now plugged in fully.
Pradeep ji, welcome. Just to share with you and all of our viewers that the most viral clip from yesterday's coverage was when Pradeep Gupta said that a couple of VIP seats are also uncertain in Chennai. Now, I know you are not talking seat by seat, but that is the biggest curiosity factor. So I'm going to push you a little bit again, Pradeep ji, and ask you, who is losing? Who are these VIPs who are losing in Chennai, according to your poll survey?
It is difficult for me to reveal all these things, which is not fair also. So let it be like this. Still, I am telling and maintaining that some of the stalwart is likely to find the tough this time. I'm not saying they are losing or winning. I am saying it is tough.
I understand what you're saying. Between yesterday and today, are you even more committed to the kind of outlier projection you've given on Vijay? 24 hours is a long time. You've seen all the other polls as well. I'm sure you've gotten hundreds of messages from the ground as well. Has anything shifted? Rahul did ask you that, but I'm asking, any pressure, any hesitation, or are you fully behind your numbers?
I am fully behind my number and my conviction about my vote share for sure, which is 30%, definitely he's unlikely to reduce from 30% for Vijay. Less than that.
I must tell you this.
I just had one.
Yes, go on.
Just one small last one, because this is something that, again, one bit that's like sort of lit up yesterday. When we said Gen Z yesterday, it's the Gen Z vote in Tamil Nadu. Pradeep ji corrected us and said it's not Gen Z, it's the youth, which is a very important distinction, because up until the age of 40, you saw that huge spike. Pradeep ji, my question is this then. Is the youth factor enough to turn the tide in Tamil Nadu in Vijay's favor? The youth factor alone?
Yes, absolutely yes. Absolutely yes. Youth meaning 18 year to 39 of year of age group.
Here's what we know, Veera. If he gets this right...
42% voting population. 42% this age.
Incredible. Shiv and Veera, here's what we know. If he gets this right, when he goes to Chennai next, he'll have a hero's welcome, almost as big as the kind of welcome that Vijay will get. If he gets it wrong, then Stalin will have his sword unsheathed and is coming for Pradeep's head.
Oh, absolutely. And I just, very quickly, Pradeep ji, as somebody who's known you for many years, I think the biggest question here is not about your assessment of what's happening in Chennai. The question that's being raised is your assessment of what's happening in South TN, where you said that the TVK is sweeping in South Tamil Nadu. Given the kind of biases that's there in terms of caste, and also the fact that that's an extremely strong caste region, would you concede that if you go wrong, it will be because of South TN over-assessment for Vijay?
Hey, at this point of time, difficult for me to comment where I will go wrong, but I can tell you I didn't say the sweeping. I said he's doing good. And he's doing good, again, I am repeating this thing. He's doing good in southern Tamil Nadu. He's doing extremely good in Chennai city. He's doing extremely good in Chennai city. May not be that good in northern surrounding area of except the, Chennai city. But he's doing extraordinarily good in Chennai city.
So you just saw Pradeep Gupta radiating confidence and saying not only is he not stepping back from his numbers, but he's even more confident about them. Now the studio is filling up because at 7 p.m. we're beginning our big Bengal numbers. Today's Chanakya numbers from Bengal will be coming in. Axis MyIndia has pulled the plug on its Bengal plans. No projections will come from there. So all of our incredible expert panel of guests will be there live with us. Let's just revive and show you what today's Chanakya has just dropped on Tamil Nadu, and then I'll show you the poll of polls. Just a quick reminder, DMK plus 125 plus minus 11. They've been given the edge by today's Chanakya. 45 plus minus 11 to the ADMK. 63 to the TVK is what today's Chanakya is projecting in their exit poll that's just dropped. And let's show you the poll of polls right now, starting with Axis MyIndia, which gives the TVK the edge in the numbers that they put out yesterday. We've got the JVC, Kamakya Analytics and Matrice. So it's pretty much a mixed bag right now. Vasudha, very quick take on the multiple exit poll numbers and data that have come out. What are you hearing from the ground? Do people have favorites? I'm sure each party has favorites, etc. What are people looking at?
I was listening to Pradeep Gupta say that people in Bengal did not speak. And let me tell you, in Tamil Nadu, we faced a similar problem, except the Vijay supporters who kept saying that we're going to vote for him. And, I would just be walking on the road and a street vendor would call and say that I'm going to vote for Vijay. So that's also the extent of probably the want to vote for him. It may not be really necessarily anger with the government. But of course, what I think is that realistically, Kamakya and a couple of other, pollsters which have said that Vijay could be in a 30% vote share would be realistic enough. We don't know how much seat conversion is possible, because I believe if he's at 60, he could also be at 70 or 75.
Praja has a very interesting question here. He has a very interesting question. It's an interstate conversation that is happening here between Bengal and what, like he said, Madras.
As a Bengali, I have a question on this.
Kanchanda has decided to jump in before 7 p.m., which was the demarcated time. But that's fine.
I'm very...
delimitation hua, we cannot say no. Please, sir.
I'm actually very intrigued. Now, supposing neither DMK or ADMK gets a majority, and TVK is not anywhere near a majority mark, who forms the government?
That's what I asked.
I will tell you. I will tell you this. I mean, and this is for the AIDMK, and you infer the answer out of this. For the AIDMK, TVK is an existential threat.
Also for the DMK?
No. wait, for the AIDMK, TVK is an existential threat at this stage. For the DMK, the TVK is a threat for the future.
No, but don't today's
5 years
figures throw up precisely that?
I will not. If it comes to a desperate situation of that nature, and Tamil Nadu has not seen one of this nature, I would not. I still believe that the ADMK and DMK would like to keep the TVK out of.
Let me ask you again. Are you saying the DMK ADMK will
may not be an overt alliance? May not possible. No, an overt alliance.
Asking this question based on what today's Chanakya has projected right now. One of the possibilities in this range is nobody has a majority.
Even yesterday's forecast, if you look at it, it doesn't give him a full majority.
I do see the TVK and AIDMK coming together. Of course, not with the BJP. But on a lighter note, I tweeted this saying that if the DMK and TVK get together, will they have a Congress chief minister? Because that's one thing that they could agree upon. But then, of course,
no. This is a very what Vasudha has said is the most commonsensical, conventional argument that the ADMK and TVK could come together to take over. But remember, Vasudha, the question will be. What kept them away from an alliance was who will be chief minister.
Why would the
party cannot
align with the TVK and sign away with its own future?
I think Vijay at any cost will not ally with the DMK.
Why should he? I mean, look at Stalin. I mean, his son, what happens to him?
Who would he? No, guys, I want to talk for a national audience here. Who would Vijay be okay to ally with? Who would he be least resistant to ally with?
AIDMK except the BJP. AIDMK except the BJP.
And if it accepts him as the chief minister.
That's the same.
Yes, and
when he started his party. So Vijay, when he started his party, he called the DMK as his political enemy and BJP as his ideological enemy. He went on to call both of them fascists pretty much. So now to ally with them would mean that he's questioning his voters as to what his future is. So
okay, sorry to interrupt. The numbers are in for West Bengal.
Okay, Bengal numbers
at 6:30, and the numbers have popped up for West Bengal.
Let's put that breaking on the screen.
Today's Chanakya has given 192. That's the big breaking news on NDTV. 192 plus minus 11 to the BJP.
Huge.
And the vote share is an exact flip from what we had seen in the last election in 2021. 48% for the BJP, 38% for the Trinamool Congress, 192 for the BJP, and 100 for the Trinamool Congress, with all others drawing pretty much a blank. Maximum 2 to the parties like the Congress, the ISF, and a vote share of 14%, subject to a correction of plus minus 3%. First thoughts, 192. Mawa, you go first. 192.
Almost 200 seats. Wow.
Plausible? Not plausible?
Difficult to imagine.
Difficult to imagine? Kanchan Gupta?
No, it's quite possible, because yesterday also we were discussing that if the voters decide to vote out a government wholesale, then a sweep election is very much in the domain of.
So you're saying this is a wave election? If these numbers hold, it's a wave election.
It's a wave election.
Did you see a wave?
Even otherwise, it's a wave election, but it's just a question of the margins. So if the margins keep on crumbling, then you're looking at 180, 190, 192. Don't forget, again I come back, in 2011, the TMC came to power with 184 seats on a 39% vote. So the TMC didn't come to power with some huge majority.
Let's ask Tausif quickly, because he's suddenly looking very pensive. He just come in looking cheerful, looking at Vijay's fortunes soaring, and suddenly he has the TMC numbers here. Tausif,
to imagine, if I have to imagine BJP with 192 from 77, then it would mean that Muslims have voted for BJP. Can you imagine that? I don't think so.
No, actually, it could be very plausible that you have a complete polarization where it is a 70%, 30% election. You have a complete polarization of the Muslim vote in favor of the Trinamool Congress. Everyone else is, swept out of the competition. You get the Congress drawing a blank, you get the ISF, AIMIM, Humayun Kabir, everyone draws a blank. And of the remaining 70% vote, you've got
on the ground,
80%
on the ground, you have never seen that.
possible. I don't know if it is plausible. Just because you said that Muslims will vote for the BJP, not necessarily.
Tawfiq,
these numbers don't.
The laboratory to look at it will be Western UP, where a similar equation exists between Hindu and Muslim populations, where the BJP swept in 2014 and in 2019, and in the state assembly election. It is not impossible, but whether it can happen across the state where 33% of the population is Muslim begs the question whether that kind of sweep is there, unless people have decided.
That kind of wave will be visible on ground.
Not necessarily.
This was missing in this election.
No, not necessarily.
Right now, Padmaja
it was not visible in Odisha.
Yeah. Just stop you. The quick numbers, please. Let's quickly take a look at these.
It's a massive saffron sweep that today's Chanakya is projecting for the BJP in West Bengal. This is a huge number that they've put out, Padmaja.
Yeah.
The Trinamool is 100. They put them on 100. 192 to the BJP. Brute majority, a saffron wave is what they are projecting right now. First takes on this, Padmaja. You're just back from Bengal. We've heard, we'll go to our experts also in just a minute. Rahul Kaval joins us in the studio in a few minutes from now. Padmaja.
This is a big wave for the BJP if these numbers hold true. And like I said, the biggest takeaway from these figures is it's that you flipped the vote share of the TMC and the BJP. So far, the exit polls that we have seen have shown a gain of about 6% for the BJP and the Trinamool losing out by just about 3 to 4%. But here you are saying that there is going to be a 10% gain. Yeah. Let's take a look at that vote share I'm talking about.
We've got the vote share right
where
now.
48%. 48% is what is being projected for the BJP and 38%
for the TMC.
The Trinamool Congress. Others are middling somewhere at around 14%. Let's also bring up the caste and community-wise breakup, because that is where the story, what Tausif was saying earlier, who is voting for who. And yes, you're absolutely right. The Muslims, 71%, what we said earlier, 71% Nilanjan Mukhopadhyay
are still with the TMC.
Are with the TMC, solidly behind the TMC. In fact, this is an increase. Last time you had, I think, about a 65%. There were some other also who had taken some vote. Here,
increased consolidation obviously expected.
But in every other belt, barring tribals, and again there is a story here which is not surprising at all. This figure is not surprising. BJP still in the tribal areas has a lead of about 13% over the TMC, where you have TMC at 40 and the BJP at 53%. Among Dalits, among OBCs, the BJP a clear winner.
SC/ST, this figure cannot be possible. I mean, you cannot imagine this, because then you will have to think. Then you will have to think that entire Jungle Mahal area, entire SC/OBC population, they are happy that their names were deleted in SIR. They are happy that they were suffered under SIR, and therefore they will happily vote for BJP. That is one really big question.
Let me bring Kanchanda
which does
also.
not allow me to imagine that BJP can come
or
with
maybe,
this kind of number.
Or
this
maybe
kind
they
of
have
number.
other reasons that they are unhappy with, or there is a greater grouse that they have against the Trinamool Congress. The reasons, the issues, that is something I think the Matrice poll has put out. We will also refer to that in a second. Here the reasons and the big issues are not listed. But if you see the tribals, Tausif, are not only in one area of Jungle Mahal. You've got a tribal population, again in the area of Siliguri, in Darjeeling, in Cooch Behar. You've got a tribal population there as well.
Unless you count in the Matua community, the Jungle Mahal area, you cannot come to this kind of number.
No, so the Matua community is very
about
much
40,
behind
about
the BJP.
40 seats.
Yes, and in a lot of places,
they are one of the people who have suffered under SIR, whose names have been deleted.
Sure,
a large share of that has gone to Matua.
You're absolutely right there, but, and I will get in Kanchan Gupta on this as well, the Matuas are also deeply religious community. And you've had the CA being done for them. Amit Shah travelled to this area in Nadia. You had Thakur Nagar. The Prime Minister went, to Thakur Nagar. So a lot of Matuas that I spoke to and asked them specifically about SIR, they said, "हाँ मैम, थोड़ा सा हमें problem हुआ है, लेकिन हम एक Hindu Rashtra के लिए vote करेंगे." I'll be very honest with you. This is what they have told me on camera.
I will just have a Veera. Yeah, come.
Sorry. Relate to the state.
Yeah, the graphic. Yes, go ahead.
I will just point out over here. See, look at the OBC numbers. This is in perfect harmony to the Prime Minister's own outreach to the OBC community nationally. If you look at the ST numbers, it's not that the BJP has got all 100%. It's 53-40.
Yeah.
Now, finally, it may come down to 45 for the BJP and whatever. But
There's
they
a
have
fraction of 3%. So it will even be like 50-43.
50-40, 43, whatever. So it's a half and half split.
Yes.
Look at the scheduled caste thing. Now, again, this is in conformity with the national average sway of the SC towards BJP. We should stop looking at West Bengal in isolation.
Yes.
And the percolation of the national outreach of the BJP, of the Prime Minister, is now being seen in West Bengal.
Okay, I want to bring the seat share graphic.
And lastly, I will also tell you the scheduled caste area, the scheduled tribe areas of West Bengal, they were the worst off in terms of development, in terms of infrastructure, in terms of industry, in terms of jobs. Saurav Ganguly, who's considered very close to Mamata Banerjee, had promised to set up a steel factory in the heart of tribal land. That factory never came up. So they heard stories which never translated into reality.
Okay.
And that's showing over.
I think Nilanjan Mukhopadhyay wants to make a point before you, Shankar. If you could just quick word, yes.
Figures are correct, then it means that Bengal is continuing with the trend since 1977 of giving a sweep to one party.
Yes. Let's quickly revisit the seats once before I come back to Shankar Iyer. The seats here really is the big story, 192. This is a massive number, and it is a clear brute majority for the BJP and the Trinamool Congress finding itself swept out of power. There are, in fact, many pollsters that I've been listening to who are predicting that there are going to be upsets, big upsets, just like what is being predicted in Chennai, in Tamil Nadu for the incumbent. Here also some big upsets are being predicted. Shankar Iyer.
I would like to invite Mahua. Mahua had a very classic line now.
We were waiting for Mahua to come.
No, there's a classic line which she said in Bengal.
Why don't you come this side? Otherwise, you will get lost.
The format is please join us when you feel like it.
Yes.
That is the format.
So
everyone is free to come here.
The classic line.
Mahua, come here.
And this will sort of excite you. This classic line.
Yes.
Mahua said, "देख क्या है कि इलेक्शन में खेला होबे बोला. अब एग्जिट पोल 4 दिन खेला होबे होगा. Last election, all the exit polls were wrong. Then the real khela hobe will happen."
No, but I don't want to be rude to any pollster, but there are certain former pollsters who have been so breathtakingly wrong about things like Maharashtra and especially Haryana. And they have the gall to put out on social media, but see how this happened, see what pollsters did the last time in Bengal.
Since we're discussing pollsters and their polls, let's not, because
the reason I'm making it a point to mention this, and Padmaja knows this as well, is that there's a lot of snark and a lot of disrespect that is shown to the media as far as exit polls are concerned, okay? And journalists are doing their job by reflecting what pollsters are putting out. There's a lot of snark. There is one famous pollster who routinely tries to deride and denigrate journalists as well as other pollsters, saying, look at how stupid they are.
7 polls wrong on the trot.
He has the
tsunami, has seen a wave,
highest strike rate for failure.
Highest
strike rate for failure. I would say
there wasn't even a ripple. So.
Okay.
But Bengal is a special case
because
it is an unprecedented situation.
Posters to share. I did an AI generated query. My question was, what percentage of exit polls in India on state elections have been correct? Starts with measuring the accuracy of exit polls in India is more of an art than a science because correctness,
this is capitalist AI bot, sir.
Can be defined in 2 ways. Predicting the winner, the direction of the trend, or predicting the exact seat share. So essentially, like the one on Kerala that we were, Kerala, it was actually a very safe poll. It couldn't really...
But this is not a safe poll. Look at this is the vote share of today's Chanakya in Bengal.
Whatever is the result,
this is sticking his neck out.
Yeah, this is sticking his neck out.
Yes, and can I make an intervention since we are talking about exit polls? I think to give the devil his due, this whole manner of exit poll has also become extremely difficult because essentially you are going to an individual and hoping that he or she gives you what they are really thinking. Now the voter or the person being polled has become very clever. There are many things. I'll give you a
Also
small
because of
example.
fear.
Yeah. Sometimes it's not even the fear. Sometimes they're just having fun. So even the person you're sampling is watching TV, and sometimes they're just out of fun. Like I've had people walk up to me unsolicited and say things like, हम तो मोदी जी को ही वोट दे रहे हैं. Like I had this person who in Gazipur came and he said, हम तो मोदी जी को वोट दे रहे हैं. I said, आपका नाम क्या है? He said, I am Karim Khan and I am voting for Modi. I was like, yes, Karim ji, मुझे बिल्कुल पता है आप.
I just want to quote. Just one second. Just give me a second. I just want to quote what Pradeep Gupta said in his press release when he said that he's not putting out his Bengal data, since we're talking about Bengal. He said, the field, and this comes to your point a little bit, the field work in West Bengal presented an atypical and statistically significant challenge. We observed an exceptionally high non-response rate, with approximately 70% of approached voters declining to participate in the survey. While some degree of respondent hesitancy is factored into our sampling models, a refusal rate of this magnitude materially exceeds historical norms and introduces a high degree of non-response bias. Exceeds historical norms, Padmaja, which means what you saw and what you're talking about on the ground has existed before, but it was much more than normal.
And
Padmaja, even in 2021,
coming back,
that's had it with exit poll methodology. It's like talk about these amazing numbers.
And I interrupted Tausif also. My apologies. We're coming to right after this.
If you look at 100, Tausif, this 100 would definitely include the 70 odd seats where Tausif's theory works, that there's total Muslim consolidation.
Yes.
And in this 65 to 70 seats, it's the Muslim vote which carries the result.
And in the second phase, there were 56 such seats where you've got a 30% and above Muslim population, and which have been unwinnable for the BJP, and one suspects they would have remained unwinnable.
Total state, if you take it in the entire state,
it's about 90 seats.
In the entire state?
No,
I was talking about the second phase.
Second phase. No, on the entire state, it's about
anybody's guess, but statistically it's between 65 and 70 seats where Muslims actually come out and they vote in a manner that it defeats.
Tausif.
What I feel
just one is that we are going to pull up the matrice data now.
What this means?
Let's pull up the matrice data. Yes.
What this really means is that Mamta, the level of anti-incumbency was so high that everywhere else it just coalesced into a vote against Mamta Banerjee, a vote against TMC.
So
I go back to the 70-30 I go back.
No, it's not 70-30 polarization. You see,
very quickly, matrice numbers slightly safer.
Different from
TMC 125 to 140, where earlier you had
it's an edge and edge.
Yes.
Edge to the BJP.
Yes, earlier you had 100 and close to 200 seats being.
This is a Kerala poll.
It is side by side. It's got 125 to 140.
Matrice is the today's Chanakya of Kerala.
Is this more realistic?
Safe.
146 to 160.
I don't know.
And others get 6 to 10. Please
you talk to people, they will, throughout the polling time, if you have spoken to people, most of them would say, we don't know what is going to happen. It has always been a situation of 50-50. And why the 70-30 theory does not work? Because 27 lakh voters that were deleted are actually 27 lakh families. So that multiplies.
Yes.
These are people who have suffered. 5 members in a family, one will not be able to vote because his name has been deleted. And he's a genuine voter. His name will definitely be included after the poll. And that assurity is being given by him, by everyone, by BJP, by Trinamool, by all other parties. They are saying,
but at least in today's
election,
Chanakya, the highest gain seems to have been made, at least in the SC/ST sections, which means the Namashudras, the Matwas, and the tribals of Jhargram, where the TMC was hoping to at least retain the 4 seats that it won last time. They seem to have voted.
This SIR thing is a totally air-conditioned studio debate. People on the ground. Have you seen any widespread demonstrations, Bengalis?
But there is no air-conditioned studio here.
On the ground, there has been.
wrong.
Kalpajan Vasu have been on the ground throughout this election.
All over the place. Everybody is talking about for the last 6 months of only SIR.
Well, let me qualify that. No. So let me.
It's almost time for a break, guys. Very quick last comment.
Which way that goes is
Okay, so if
the only
conversation
is SIR.
Let me qualify that. Yes, there have been protests, including the one that took place in Motabadi. But here is where you get the trend. The protests have happened in the place.
Protesting in Motabadi?
The Muslims were Exactly. So that is the point I was trying to make. That yes, there have been protests, but they have been in areas where largely the Muslim population is settled and which anyway votes for the TMC. So if to the BJP's fortunes has made any material difference, doesn't seem like it, because yes, Matwas were also deleted, 65% Hindus were also deleted, but they had other reasons. One assumes from this number to continue backing the BJP.
Before the first round of deletions with the second round of deletions. That is why you are all of you are getting your numbers wrong. The first round of deletions was of people of phantom voters.
Yeah, the 91.
Okay, from this
voters whose votes were used.
Kanchanda, from this air-conditioned studio, I need to take a very short break. Two big polls have come out. They're going to continue talking even after I take this break, I know, and fight. And I'm going to request most of them to try and go and take their seats right now. Rahul Kanwal comes up on the other side. We've got two big polls. We've got today's Chanakya. We've got Matries. Today's Chanakya, brute force majority for the BJP. The Matries poll is a little safer, but with an edge to the BJP in Bengal. Axis MyIndia has aborted plans of releasing its Bengal data, adding a layer of intrigue and suspense over what is really cooking in West Bengal. Much more data, big analysis. Rahul Kanwal on the other side.
अत्याधुनिक फीचर्स से लैस गंगा एक्सप्रेसवे मेरठ से प्रयागराज की दूरी 6 से 8 घंटों में समेटता है। 120 किलोमीटर प्रति घंटे की स्पीड से डिजाइन 6 लेन वाला गंगा एक्सप्रेसवे भविष्य में 8 लेन में विस्तारणीय है। प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी के मार्गदर्शन एवं मुख्यमंत्री योगी आदित्यनाथ जी के संकल्पों से मूर्त रूप लेने वाले एक्सप्रेसवे पर हापुड़ में गंगा नदी पर 960 मीटर एवं बदायूं में राम गंगा नदी पर 720 मीटर का दीर्घ सेतु है। 2 मुख्य टोल प्लाजा एवं 21 रैंप इंटरचेंज हैं। एडवांस ट्रैफिक मैनेजमेंट सिस्टम से लैस पूर्णतः प्रवेश नियंत्रित ग्रीनफील्ड एक्सप्रेसवे यूपी की सामर्थ्य बताता है। लड़ाकू विमानों की आपात लैंडिंग एवं टेक ऑफ के लिए बनी 3.5 किलोमीटर की हवाई पट्टी से देश की सामरिक शक्ति का जय घोष होता है।
With AI-powered systems like the DSU AI Factory, threats can be detected and countered in real time, protecting lives. Artificial intelligence is transforming industry and shaping the future. Behind every breakthrough lies one essential force: compute power. Dayananda Sagar University, we are building a next-generation AI ecosystem where powerful infrastructure meets bold ideas, shaping tomorrow's intelligence.
Bhaskar, our first order. Help us build the chutney business from label to website.
Everyuth Naturals tan removal face wash, antioxidant chocolate and brightening cherry के गुणों के साथ ये tan घटाए और स्किन को ब्राइट बनाए। Everyuth Naturals.
The 28-kilometer-long green corridor being developed along the banks of the Gomti River is a milestone in the development of the capital of Uttar Pradesh.
1618 करोड़ रुपए की लागत के इस पूरे प्रोजेक्ट को अपने हाथ में लेकर के लखनऊ की कनेक्टिविटी को बेहतर बनाने का काम किया है।
Out of the 4 phases of the green corridor, 2 have already been completed and the 3rd phase has begun. Due to the green corridor, not only is the traffic system becoming remains smoother, but the distance between old and new Lucknow is also being reduced.
ये लखनऊ के भविष्य के विस्तार के साथ साथ विकास का भी एक प्रतीक बन रहा है, जो हमने उत्तर प्रदेश को 2029-30 में $1 ट्रिलियन की इकोनॉमी बनाने का लक्ष्य रखा है.
The Green Corridor, which provides relief from traffic congestion, is a priceless gift for Lucknow. Special horticulture and beautification works are being carried out along its sides, which will enhance the greenery of the city.
This is a skid. I want this. Actually, I want rain. What is going on? It's the bloody tires. They're too precise.
Seat tires, built for grip. With AI-powered systems like the DSU AI Factory, threats can be detected and countered in real time, protecting lives. Artificial intelligence is transforming industry and shaping the future. Behind every breakthrough lies one essential force: compute power. Dayananda Sagar University, we are building a next-generation AI ecosystem where powerful infrastructure meets bold ideas, shaping tomorrow's intelligence.
एक नए भारत की शुरुआत.
A healthy nation, a healthy India.
Possible with one simple habit: hygiene. Dettol बनेगा स्वस्थ India, unites us all.
लेकिन ये जिम्मेदारी किसी अकेले की नहीं, हम सब की है.
क्योंकि जब हाइजीन बनेगी हर घर की पहचान,
तभी तो होगा एक स्वस्थ और विकसित भारत का निर्माण.
I am the change.
I am the change.
I am the change.
I am the change.
Welcome to Candia, sir. How can I help you?
Had an argument with the wife. Show me something impressive.
Just a minute. Sir, try this tennis bracelet.
But she doesn't play tennis.
Sir, it's for everybody.
I know. I know. How charming.
Sir, it is called a charm bracelet. If you lose an argument, its charm can save you.
That's the problem. I didn't lose. I won.
Then nothing less than solitaire will do.
That works. Candia. Lifestyle jewelry.
This is NDTV. And you're watching NDTV 24/7.
Watching NDTV's coverage of the exit polls. We are focusing now on West Bengal, where multiple new polls have come out, starting with today's Chanakya. I'll show you the today's Chanakya poll, which came out just a short while before now. And today's Chanakya is very clearly predicting that the Bharatiya Janata Party is likely to romp home in style in Kolkata. Out of the total 294 seats, today's Chanakya, Vijay Bajaj predicts that the BJP could get up to 192 plus or minus 11. The Trinamool at 100 plus or minus 11, which essentially, when looked at in terms of seats, suggests that the reverse of what happened, the opposite of what happened in the last elections might happen now, according to today's Chanakya. They're saying that the BJP could jump up from 38 to 48% vote share. The TMC could come down from 48% to 38% vote share, because typically since 1977, whoever has won West Bengal has tended to go big. I'll show you data going back all the way to the first assembly election soon after independence in 1952. And if you look at that data, you'll get a sense of how, except for 1972, except for one election after 1977, whoever has won big in West Bengal. There's only one election, 1971, where there's a 5% gap between the party that won and the party that came second. Apart from that, in all elections, whichever party wins, what you're seeing here is the percentage of seats won by the leading party. 76%, 77.6% in 1977. 73.1% for the Trinamool in 2021. The runner-up got only 26.2% of the seats of the state. The same was the case in 2011, where the Trinamool won for the first time 77% of the seats. At that time, the left front had 20% of the seats. So whichever party wins in West Bengal has typically tended to win big. Even going back to 1952, that's the way when the Congress won, they were winning big. So there's essentially just one exception, which is this 1971 poll, very famous poll, where the Indian Army was also involved in security arrangements, where the gap was about 5% between the party that came first and the party that came second. In other elections, it's big. So you've got this one poll, today's Chanakya poll saying the BJP is winning. There's the People's Pulse poll. People's Pulse, conversely, is saying that Trinamool is likely to romp home in style. People's Pulse is saying that it's actually the Trinamool that is winning. This is today's Chanakya. People's Pulse is saying the Trinamool is likely to get many more seats. That's also shared by Janmat. Here is People's Pulse, 177 to 187, 95 to 110 for the BJP, Congress and its allies between 1 and 3. And you've got other pollsters like Poll Diary, Praja Poll, somewhere in the middle. So you've got two extremes, People's Pulse on the one side predicting a sweep for the Trinamool, and you've got today's Chanakya predicting a sweep for the BJP, and you've got Pradeep Gupta keeping his prediction in his pocket saying it's way too complicated, there's no way I can tell you who's winning. I want to introduce you to our guest joining us for this special broadcast. Veer Sanghvi is back with us. Veer, have you ever seen this happen where you've got a leading pollster basically coming out and saying, I just can't tell you who's winning?
But I mean, isn't that honest and wise rather than taking these bets? Because we know that polling is not an exact science. All it can show us is the direction. But it can't show you two completely directions. One person shows you a wipeout, another person shows you victory. And what's very odd is that many news organizations in their Bengali channels are running polls which say that Mamata is winning. Yeah. In the Hindi channels are running polls. Yes. Well, two which I won't name, but two, yes. Which have Bengali channels, they predicted Mamata victory in Bengali channels.
Kanchan Gupta, today's Chanakya giving the BJP hope 192 and a 10% surge in vote share. But it's just that the other pollsters like People's Pulse were saying the opposite.
No, I don't want to comment on what other pollsters are saying. But if we are looking at the today's Chanakya poll, it is, I mean, the closest to it is the Matrix poll, or one of the polls which showed the TMC not performing well enough. Now, I personally feel today's poll is closer to what's actually happened in West Bengal. The numbers may or may not hold, that's a different thing. But if you look at the caste-wise breakup, if you look at the SC/ST breakup, if you look at the OBC breakup, I would suggest that the Bengal voter is now realigning himself or herself with the national voter. So there's a realignment of caste votes, community votes happening in Bengal, and that is why you find such a...
So Bengal joining the national mainstream.
Yeah, so that's why you find such a huge support among the OBCs, among the tribals, and the SC vote is I think it's a very realistic assessment over here. It's a near 50-50 split given Mamata Banerjee's own entrenched support among
Jayanto Ghoshal, you've been working the phone, speaking to senior leaders in the Trinamool Congress. Are they on the back foot? Are they concerned, or are they projecting a lot of aggression and confidence?
You see, this exit poll, this pluralism of exit poll results, this is also affecting the TMC leaders also. They are human beings. Sometimes they are happy, sometimes they are sad. So now seeing this poll, BJP will be happy, TMC will be unhappy. But one thing from the ground zero, I am telling you, since yesterday, TMC at today's morning, I mean, there is a change of mood.
In what way?
They are now, last night, Abhishek Banerjee held a video conferencing with all the district presidents, and that said that election is not over. Actually, we are confident. Go to all the villages, the strong room. Protection is our duty. And if this survey is correct, then it can be 250, 260 of BJP also. Yeah. Because Muslim vote, I don't think that Muslim vote will be splitted, women vote completely away from Mamata, Because it is very difficult.
Maua, this is your home state, so a lot of prestige riding on what you say. That being said, the fact that you've got pollsters swinging in different directions, even in Tamil Nadu, everybody is saying, okay, Vijay is doing well. The question is how well. That's the question. Nobody's swinging from one end of the spectrum to the other like they are in West Bengal.
See, that itself is a bit suspect, Rahul. Because...
Suspect why?
In the sense that if you are doing a poll on taking the same, timeline of just when the elections got over yesterday to now, maybe 24 hours, whatever it is, you use the same timeline, that same band of time, and then somebody is finding out that BJP is actually sweeping West Bengal, and the other person finds out that
Trinamool is sweeping.
Trinamool is sweeping. I mean, who's speaking the truth in that case? I mean, not the pollsters. I am saying that means the respondents must be misleading the pollsters.
And Pradeepji is saying that they are not talking to them.
And yeah, that's true.
So much.
Shankar, have you seen something like this ever? You've been involved with lots of research for a long time.
No, I've never seen a pollster coming back and saying that the respondents didn't speak.
Pradeep did it once before also, when you were with previous
That's
channel.
fine.
So there too he had said that it's too close to call and therefore I shall not call it.
No, but
So
here he's saying it's not too close to
not
call.
getting data. That's different. So I have one statistical question here.
Right.
If all the elections where regime change has happened in Bengal were happened with a sweep.
Yeah.
But that's not true.
Konchan, amage bole do.
Rahul,
If all the elections, the regime change happened with a sweep, and we assume that there is a sweep, maybe this will happen, maybe there is a statistical possibility, maybe all the Muslim consolidation happened and the Hindu consolidation in the Western UP mold, the Meerut mold might have happened, all of that is there. But if it is not, then the middle of the road polls all have to go home, because then that doesn't sit tight. That means Mamata will be at 150, 160, whatever, and the BJP is back.
So let me show that to our viewers. I looked back at electoral data with the NDTV Data File team going back to 1951. We looked at all polls. We said how many assembly elections have seen voting in excess of 90%. So there aren't too many. West Bengal has recorded the highest polling India has seen. That's a record in its assembly history. In Nagaland and in Tripura have been polls where the polling percentage has been more than 90%. In most instances, it's the incumbent government that won, not the challenger, the incumbent government. The incumbent government won in most of those instances. Only in two instances, once in Tripura when the BJP won the first time, the voting percentage was more than 90%, and that is when the incumbent was voted out. Jaimrig, the fact that there are very few instances of polling more than 90%, very few instances where the incumbent's been voted out. In the large part of these cases, largely in the northeast, the incumbents actually benefited.
Yeah, now see, this also indicates a model where a party tends to entrench itself into the state apparatus very deeply. So it actually becomes easier for a ruling party to command a higher turnout, beat anti-incumbents and come again to power. See, this was the model of the left in Bengal. I'm not amused. We saw a mirror image of that in Tripura. They were there for a long time.
Vasudha? But
one more point there. Incumbent winning has another thing. In the last six or seven elections, if you look at it, wherever there has been a direct benefit transfer to the women, the incumbent which had instituted the direct benefit transfer has won, which is Maharashtra, Madhya Pradesh, Jharkhand, which was supposed to lose the Bihar.
But DPTs
everywhere.
are a more recent phenomenon.
No,
Let
I'm
me
saying
show
in
that.
the limited.
Let me show that data to our viewers on your screen right now. The query was, going back to 51, how many polls have shown more than 90%? Very few, largely in the northeast. Tripura in 1993,
in
the CPM won.
Higher promise.
Nagaland 1998, there was no change. Tripura 2008, no change. The incumbent won. Nagaland 2013, no change. Tripura 2013, no change. So essentially just the first time the CPM won in Tripura in 1993, and when the BJP won in 2018, those are the two instances where the incumbent changed. In the other instances, Tripura and Nagaland, again Tripura and Nagaland, where there was polling more than 90%, the incumbent won again. It was different parties, NPF in one case, CPM in the other, Congress in the other. This is a very interesting data set because it makes the point, Nilanjan Mukhopadhyay, that in instances where there has been more than 90% voting, it's the incumbent that's traditionally, it could change of course, but in the past it's the incumbent who's benefited.
In the past, wherever these data is coming from, the incumbent has also been in charge of the security apparatus. Here the incumbent government has not been.
Very well said.
So there is a possibility that the verdict may flip, despite the fact that the incumbent government at least has a state police, but the state police had played in this elections a secondary role compared to the CAPFs.
Let's get a sense of the mood in the different formations. Padmaja, you've been speaking to lots of people across West Bengal. What's the mood in both political sides according to you at this moment?
Rahul, there was a very interesting picture yesterday, and after polling, it was a very high voltage election for both Mamata Banerjee and her challenger Shubhendu Adhikari. They are both against each other in Bhawanipur. Now, a lot of people who were watching the visuals come in on TV yesterday did remark that it was very unusual for Mamata Banerjee to be up and about, and maybe Jayantoda can correct me if I'm wrong, for her to be up and about going from booth to booth at 8:30 in the morning. Usually she is known to get out around noon and she goes and polls around, casts her vote around 3 or 4 in the afternoon. So she voted at around 4, but she went across the city. She went to Bhawanipur, went to 2-3 booths over there, and there was a little bit of an altercation also. On the other hand, yes, you had a Shubhendu Adhikari who's been very aggressive. In Bhawanipur, he was jeered again and again, booed by TMC workers. There was this Joy Bangla versus Jai Shri Ram face-off. But after that, he made it a point to, have that image of him. He went to a TMC booth, by the way, picked up their bottle of Coke and drank from it. Then, he said, ki, theek hai, chunav ke baad hum sabko miljul kar hi to rehna hai. So he's trying to give that impression that, I am very calm at this point. Whereas Mamata Banerjee is more rattled. And I think the focus in all of this is the seat of Bhawanipur, which at this time, everyone seems to think is not going to be a cakewalk.
Vasudha, you've been speaking to the top BJP strategists. Do they think they have this in the bag or are they nervous?
Well, Rahul, I agree with Pradeep Gupta when he says that Bengal, it's very difficult to get Bengalis to vote because even in 2021, I came back home thinking that the BJP is winning. But, it didn't happen. So there were administrative conditionalities. There are also, the sentiment gets misread because I had to spend double the time that I would spend otherwise in other states to sit with women and understand, because they would continue saying that we will vote for Bhajpa party, we'll vote, and then they'll say at some later point in life, right? So it was very difficult for me to get that thing right. And when I speak to strategists now, there's always a little less confidence that they have in Bengal as compared to other states. They say that jab tak wo vote jaake, register na ho jaye, Bengal ke baare mein kuch nahi bol sakte.
Can I just add to this? When Pradeep Gupta says that this time he found fewer people willing to speak to him, respectfully, I find that a little difficult to believe, because if there's one thing that I found almost, remember we were speaking about it, that it was almost alarming how much people wanted to speak up this time. It's almost as if there was some pent-up emotion and they finally felt they had the confidence to speak. In fact, in this experience of how earlier you had to sit with people and, get them confident enough to open up to you, this time, and a lot of parties also sent their people out to gauge the mood. So there is a sentiment also among people कि ये party के लोग हैं. So I spoke to one woman in Darjeeling and she told me, दीदी मेरे को देती है लखीर भंडार तो दीदी को वोट दूंगी. Then the camera shut. Then I was getting into my car and she walked up and the person who I was translating for us, he said ये कुछ बोलना चाहती है. She said कि मुझे लगा कि आप TMC पार्टी के हो तो मैंने दीदी बोल दिया, but मुझे बोलना नहीं था. मुझे लगा पार्टी के आदमी हो. So this also happens, which to be fair to the pollsters.
Some of these people also thought, I must tell our viewers, that Padmaja is from the United States. They thought, ये अमेरिकी मैडम आ गई यहाँ पे. Hey, Padmaja, tell us about that. What was that?
That did happen.
Yeah.
So it has happened, and funnily it has happened multiple times. It happened once to me in Kashmir, but anyway, that's a different story. In Bengal, so I was standing in a crowded place, and one person in Hindi asked my camera person, गोरी है अमेरिका से आई है and I was like भैया मुझे सब समझ में आ रहा है आप क्या बोल रहे हो. So that happens. So often people think that you have some motive in asking this question, so they will mask their opinion.
What she said is of profound importance.
Yes.
Because
अमेरिका से आई है कि नहीं आई है? नहीं अमेरिका से नहीं आई है.
No, I realized during the 1993 elections in Himachal that when people are in a certain fear psychosis mood, they try to throw red herrings at you or they are surveying you while you are surveying them.
Interesting.
And I think Pradeep Gupta's interviewing style should not be confused with any other pollster. He has his own intuitive approach.
And the problem she's saying is real. People first, if they know you come on a formal official probe, they will simply refuse to tell you the truth. I mean, this is a problem.
Let me draw your attention.
It's poker. It's poker.
Wait a second. Because Jay said something. You know, what Pradeep said yesterday is that during the first phase, people were reluctant to speak to him. Now, I understand that because in the first phase, the fear factor would have still been there. People were not too sure how much the central forces would be in command, whether the party strongmen would be out in large numbers, whether they would be allowed to vote. So there were various questions. But because the first phase went so well, the second phase, people would have been less reluctant to speak because the fear factor would have dissipated. This is my understanding.
Did you find this, Mahua, when you were traveling across West Bengal, the reluctance of voters to speak? Padmaja says when she was traveling, people were more than forthcoming wanting to come and speak. Even when I traveled in the bit that I did, I saw people wanting to come out and speak. It wasn't as if they were running away, not wanting to talk. 1 second, Mahua.
I'll say that because it didn't happen with me, because first I was not traveling anywhere with any cameraman. I was traveling as if I was just an ordinary person.
No, but Axis is not traveling with cameras either.
No, I am saying.
I'm
saying, and then because I know the place and I know the language and the nuances, I kind of try to blend in. So I face this a little less than usually the probing questions that will come from somebody who's not locally connected. So that bit of difference is there, and the fact that nowadays everybody wants to speak because everybody has a phone, everybody's on video format on something or the other, so they are very upcoming. I think Veer will be able to tell us about this much better. 30 years ago, people would shy of speaking.
But you see that change, Veer?
No, in fact, I found that this time, at least in Calcutta, the problem was not getting people to talk. The problem was shutting them up. All I wanted to do was talk.
May I add my experience? One sentence, Rahul.
Yes, Jen.
My experience traveling the districts. BJP supporters were vocal this time. They are balle mood. TMC supporters, they are silent.
Yeah, but the key point remains that if a pollster's job is to read the silence, not the speeches.
That's true.
And that's why Pradeep Gupta is keeping quiet. Because you have to interpret the silences through systematic questioning and with a sense of intuition. I say that again. EQ is as important to an exit pollster as an IQ.
No, so I have this one other data I want to show. This is about the two tsunamis. We'll do a heat map analysis of West Bengal, and it shows a very interesting trend. The trend that it shows is that the maximum concentration of voting happened either deep south in West Bengal or it happened up north. And while there was extremely high polling across the entire state, but essentially the maximum concentration is deep south and up north. So here you see on your screen now, in the darkest shade of purple are seats where the voting percentage was more than 95%. There were 67 such seats, largely concentrated in the south and also in the north, along largely the districts bordering Bangladesh. 190 seats where the voting was between 90 and 95, those were spread across, but the maximum concentration in the south and up north, leaving the question to be asked, whether there are two tsunamis blowing in West Bengal at this moment, a southern tsunami blowing this way and a northern tsunami coming down, and do those two tsunamis have two different outcomes and two different verdicts?
No, if there are two tsunamis, they are going to point in the same direction.
You think they'll point in the same direction?
Same direction, given the state's tendency to only go for decisive mandates. So I think they'll point in the same direction. I also believe that both the northern and the southern corners giving the same high turnout is actually a manifestation of a one-way will. Now we don't know what that will is.
Nilanjan Mukhopadhyay, your reading of the Datafy heat map analysis of voting patterns, southern excessive extreme voting, northern excessive extreme voting, and that by itself is very revealing.
Yeah, that is there, you know, but when we actually say 92, 95 and 95 and above, you know, we are really, it can also be 94 and 96, they are in separate categories, but they are virtually within handshaking distance in terms of turnout. So I really do not know whether we should have such minor different sections. Anything which is above 90%, I think we should treat it as one single block. That's the way I would like to look at it. Yeah.
No, but it does make a point.
There's just one little point which I wanted to add about the previous debate over Pradeep Gupta's thing. I've had the fortune of being a pollster at one point in my career, along with the CSDS team, way back in '98. You know, so I was there in Etawah for a by-election with the team which I went along. So I just kind of tagged along that. What do you people do? Next day during the polling, they were doing an opinion poll, a standard kind of a format, which they used to do. The next day during polling, I was there and I found that the people were speaking to me much more freely because we were not a bunch of 3 or 4 people with filling up forms. Nowadays, you're not filling up forms, you're filling up, punching now data into mobile.
Or an iPad kind device.
Or an iPad kind. The moment they see that, the people start getting worried.
Padmaja has a question, yes.
Yes, I wanted to, actually point out, this is a very interesting heat map that you've shown. And this one seat in particular, this Canning Purb, which has seen the highest polling, it has 97.7. It comes in the Jayanagar seat. It's a reserved SC seat. You have a very high population of Dalits here and a very high population of Muslims. So there is a message here that both the TMC and the BJP have managed to mobilize and polarize their voters. And the perfect example of that is here in Canning Purb. Now also if you see this heat map, these 190 seats with 90 to 95%, large number of them are here in South 24 Parganas and many of them the citadel seats of the Trinamool Congress. So that's one half of the story. And conversely, the other seats which have the highest 95% voting is in the north of Bengal, which is your Darjeeling, Siliguri, Cooch Behar, which traditionally are very strong BJP seats. So you've got the largest amount of voting happening in the areas which are the strongest for the BJP and the strongest for the Trinamool.
That's an important
high voter turnout can be explained by how both parties have mobilized and got their voters.
The point I want to impress upon the voters and the viewers watching at this time is that we're not seeing Veer Sang, we are normal election. I just call up that visualization which makes the point that since 1951, there have been a handful of elections. We could find 6 where the voting percentage was more than 90, largely in states like Nagaland, Tripura, not in a big state like West Bengal, never before, which basically means we're seeing history unfold before our eyes. We're confused about which way the history goes, but we're seeing history before our eyes.
Absolutely. Because if you look at West Bengal, the reason Mamata has won it, the crude way of putting it is a mixture of religion and regionalism. She has a block of minority votes, Bengalis don't like outsiders, and she's capitalized on it. If you are going to trump her, which the BJP may well have, judging by some polls, you can only do it by another kind of religious mobilization. And perhaps they've done that. Certainly in Calcutta, all the Hindus you talk to are very vocal about appeasement or the traditional Muslim, anti-Muslim stuff. Maybe that's what's working here.
This is when pollsters are confused. Pandits doing panditry on different kinds of polls and finding reasons why each of those could be true based on what they'd like to be true. What I'd like to do at this juncture is call in the NDTV Chai Stop. So this is basically just a political adda. That's all we can do till the 4th of May. Because unlike Kerala and Assam, Jemrik, which are pointing in one direction, in West Bengal and in Tamil Nadu, you are even confused about what the polls are saying because they are swinging in so many different ways.
Yeah, it's an examination for the cephalologists of the first past the post model, the Westminster model that we follow. It's a perfect university examination.
But there's another fact.
Which is?
The Bay of Bengal.
What about it?
Common to both Tamil Nadu and West Bengal.
Yeah, the Coromandel coast. The Coromandel coast.
So if you have
the Coromandel Express from Chennai to Kolkata.
It is the Bay of Bengal tsunami, which is
okay, Kolkata to Chennai.
But Bay of Bengal is usually not known for tsunamis, and thank God for that.
Thank God for that, but we are talking of metaphorically.
Okay, the metaphorical tsunami. But the real chai stop is here. This time they've got food from West Bengal. Can we bring the chai stop in, please? Can it roll in? I want we to come in and take a look at what we have. It's always good to have India's top food critic, ace political analyst, try and make sense of the food that's coming. This I'm told Veer is from Chittaranjan Park. So yesterday was Kerala and Tamil Nadu. Veera loves his food. Veera, you want to join us? We are like, I've already had some of this. Okay, so yes, come this way.
Come for everybody.
Yeah. Okay.
I think everybody should join you.
Come. So, do you want to tell us what this is? Can I have a mic? Please? Oh, so I see jhalmuri. I think by the time this election is done, I'll be done with jhalmuri for a long time. Wherever we are going, the moment anyone's discussing anything, there's jhalmuri. What else? I see some mishti doi and some sandesh as well.
We'll go to the chai shop. Forget about all this.
What shops?
So where are you guys from and what do you have for us?
We have mishti doi.
Mishti doi?
Mochar chop.
Okay.
You're hungry, I'm hungry.
Fish fingers.
Shondesh, gured shondesh, jhalmuri, cha.
Nice. Veer, what will it be?
Probably the jhalmuri.
You're being cautious, I see.
Yeah, no, I actually like jhalmuri, but not as much as most people because jhalmuri, I'm from Bombay. Jhalmuri is basically bhelpuri made by somebody who doesn't know how to make chutney.
Ouch! Ouch! Why would you say that? That could hurt a lot of sentiments.
Yeah. I think I've offended everybody in Calcutta already. So it doesn't matter.
Is it true that jhalmuri has mustard oil in it?
Yeah, that's the point. That makes the difference.
The classic taste is the mustard oil. The other stuff is merely for texture. If you don't make it with good mustard oil, it doesn't work.
So Madam, banao, sab baat kar rahe hain. Let's see you work your magic.
What is this? Mochar chop?
No, but Kanchan Da yesterday, I must tell our viewers, was refusing to eat the sandesh. Maybe you want to try some of the mishti doi. No, he's saying he's saying forget the sweet. Till the time the BJP wins, I'm touching nothing sweet. He said I could jinx it. So till
happen if the BJP doesn't win?
So if
you swear off sweets forever.
No, then he'll eat other stuff. He'll have the fish fingers and the
BJP doesn't win, he'll remain healthy.
What is a mochar chop? Is it a fish cut? What is mochar?
No, the next one is the fish. So if you just look towards the camera. Shankar, what will it be for you?
I'm going to have mishti doi.
Mishti doi.
This is the banana flower.
Mishti doi was really good.
This is the cover.
Now that Jay has sort of endorsed it.
It's not very sweet.
No, also, Veera, we'll be confused for the 4th of May which way to go because a small thela and you got like 5 states.
Yeah, she's missing the medu vada today.
You just serve everything, we'll eat everything. We'll mix it all in one plate and go ahead.
The outside part.
During the elections, jhalmuri and fish became a key part of the campaign in different ways.
And political narration.
Who do you think won the food wars?
They're both vegetarians.
Outreach of, jhalmuri outreach of...
But it's not sufficiently dark.
How does...
But a lot of people are saying...
But you know, jhalmuri is a bohiragoto.
No. But you know, we are...
What's that?
It's not from Bengal. It's not indigenous to Bengal.
Don't start with...
Yeah, that's what Veer is saying. I thought you'd be offended.
Modi also mentioned the other dish, the bhapri.
No. You know how it began.
You cannot say this. This Danish people they brought this, no?
No, Veer, is it true that Kolkata street food is better? How does Kolkata street food, in your view, compare with street food elsewhere?
Well, I think Calcutta street food is actually very good. I also think that the greatest dish in Calcutta and in much of Bengal, which is so universally adored that nobody even uses it for politics, is biryani. Biryani.
But that's not Bengali.
Well, nothing is Bengali. You think the kati roll is Bengali? It's not Bengali. You think a puchka is Bengali? Nothing on the streets is Bengali. It's usually people from the cow belt, often impoverished Biharis who come and make this on the street, and Bengalis enjoy it.
Even Rasgulla, there's a war between Odia and Odisha and Bengal.
But there I think Bengal's in the right.
In favor of
No, both have their own separate geographical
they have their own. There's some Rasgulla which is very peculiar.
Yeah, one is called Odia Rasgulla. One is Bengali Rasgulla. They are like CPI and CPM.
There should be a what is the BJP then? Rasmalai, pinch of saffron there. Oh, bundi ka laddu. Motichur ka laddu.
Which is CPI, which is CPI.
Another dispute will start.
But this Mahua became a key campaign point. The fish fingers, where which you're having on the chai stop. Padmaja, the camera's behind you. The fish fingers. The fact that the BJP would not let you eat the fish, that was the charge at the Trinamool level. Do you think the Prime Minister was able to counter that completely with the Jhalmuri, the whole Jhalmuri reel?
To some extent, yes, but that's because it was Prime Minister and he was having Jhalmuri, so the focus was on him for a little while. But then things went back to the fish, because every press conference for the BJP in Calcutta or elsewhere around, people are asking questions about whether will you serve fish when it is, if you win, are you going to eat fish?
Who was asking? I'm very curious to know.
The reporter.
No, which reporter? I mean, that reporter has to be genuinely dumb to ask this question.
No, it's a very entertaining reply. It's a very entertaining issue. So the television channels will run it.
Can I ask you the question? It's Jhalmuri versus fish. You're a bomb. If I asked you to give up one for the rest of your life,
Jhalmuri, of course.
My point exactly.
She's happy. Can you put on this? She's happy to give up on the Jhalmuri, but not the fish. Do you think
in Tripura? I am just giving a very quick small anecdote. In Tripura election, before Tripura election, the RSS and BJP leaders, they served fish in all the conferences in Tripura, and that was the first, I think, convocation of RSS. Fish was served, and they said that we don't have any taboo. Mohan Bhagwat said that in his family also they were fish eaters.
Atal Bihari Vajpayee was a big connoisseur of fish.
Even Advani ji, this is a very wrong perception that they adapted vegetarianism, but Advani ji's daughter, they are non-vegetarians.
You know how things differ state to state?
It's silly actually.
In 52, the Jansang had its
I told Rahul that it is silly, but Rahul said that it may be silly, but it has become election issue.
True.
You cannot ignore.
But how things differ, perceptions differ state to state. So in the course of this entire narrative or counter narrative that the BJP was doing by eating fish, all their leaders were posting pictures of fish, etc. So one leader who had come to Kolkata, he did like this little thing and he was eating fish. And then suddenly that video was picked up by the RJD in Bihar. And they said when during Navratri, Tejasvi Yadav posed with a fish that he had eaten, you went after him during the Bihar elections. Now this leader is eating fish on a Tuesday. And how are you going to be okay with this when during Savan or during Navratri you're not okay?
Let Kanchan Gupta respond to this. Kanchan Gupta, respond to Padmaja's point. That like on Navratri, Ram Navami, the fact that in other states BJP's made it a point that why are these people eating non-veg? In Uttar Pradesh, Bihar, fish markets.
It has not been. It's just that
No. So during the Bihar elections, what happened? I'll just give the context.
That you don't put it on display, which I think is perfectly okay.
No, but here also, one BJP leader, he was eating fish and there was a video that was posted of it and it happened to be a Tuesday. I think it may have slipped
Who
his
made
mind.
it into an issue? The TMC was the first to issue
RJD made it into an issue
No. TMC was the first to make an issue of it. Mongolbar mach khaচ্ছে. I follow Bengal quite closely. So they have a problem if you don't eat fish. If you are eating fish, they look at the day and they say that
No,
you have
Kanjan, the RJD had a problem because you went after Tejasvi. No, Tejasvi was eating it during Savan. And you said, oh, he is, posing with the son of Malla. And, both of you are eating fish. And it happens to be the month of Savan. But on a Tuesday, your leaders are eating. So RJD is like, well, what a sauce for the goose is sauce on Tuesday.
Kanchanda saying that do you want Howrah to become Haridwar? Because, Haridwar, you have those specific days where non-veg is not sold. So they said, do you want Howrah to become Haridwar? It's not sold at all. So that's what they said.
Yes. You take beef, for instance, in Kerala became the similar talking point in terms of beef as well in Kerala. I think this is more about the insider-outsider that we are seeing in 3 states which are going to vote. Kerala, Tamil Nadu and West Bengal.
Has the BJP been able to address this concern that Veera raises adequately, you think, in the eyes of the Bengali voter?
Never an issue for the voters. Every family in Bengal today has people working out of the state, somewhere earning a living, because there are no jobs in Bengal. And that person knows that there is no pabandi on fish and meat and eggs if the BJP is in power. So how does it become an issue?
No, Kanchan.
See, listen, I will tell you something now that the elections are over. What Mamata Banerjee was saying without being explicit is that the BJP will put restrictions on beef.
Yeah.
That was her intended messenge.
No, Kanchan, I'll ask you this question.
So the larger question is on beef. Like,
no, hang on. Should we head back? I'll ask you.
Trump talking about Springfield, people eating
cats.
It's emotive.
No. Hang on. Let's not talk just about the dish, right? I'm not talking of the fish or the beef. I'm talking of a deeper narrative here. And the deeper narrative, whether it is in Kerala, Tamil Nadu and West Bengal, 3 non-Hindi speaking states, is that the BJP is an outsider. It will change the way we live our lives here. Now that's the core narrative. Forget the beef, forget the fish. Has the BJP, and what is it that's stopping? And I'll just ask you this question.
What is the way of life in Bengal?
No, hang on. I'll just ask you.
What is my counter question to that? What is the way of life in Bengal?
We don't mind what is happening in Bengal.
No, the culture of Bengal or that of Tamil Nadu or of West Kerala does not align with the vision of the BJP as what is culture and what is not.
Yeah,
that's the
it's
core
like
narrative.
Hindi imposition. They see it as food imposition.
And I'll also ask you this quick question. Is it also the inability to, let's say, have a leader like Yediyurappa in Karnataka who's seen as a homegrown face in, let's say, a Tamil Nadu, Kerala, West Bengal, obviously you have one now, but is the core ideological base which grows with a regional local leader, one who has always been with the BJP from the start?
No, it happens and it will happen over a period of time. Now, when you say way of life or lifestyle, today if that poll is correct of TVK being sort of sweeping the polls with the help of young voters, the young voter today in Tamil Nadu does not identify himself as a mundu-wearing, totally steeped in Tamil
but
Dravidian
he has also
culture.
not really moved away from the Dravidian pantheon, right?
He has gone out of Tamil Nadu to study in Karnataka or somewhere else.
I think he hasn't moved out of the Dravidian
pantheon that he has are all.
That Annamalai finds himself more difficult to find traction in Tamil Nadu, whereas a Vijay can, is the question. And does the BJP then have a barrier which has still not been able to break? What is it that the barrier is?
There are other related issues. And I don't think it's essentially about not being Tamil enough. Annamalai is very much a Tamil. So there are other related issues which really...
Okay, let's head back to because this chai stop is so fascinating. The conversation, Veer, is always most heated next to the hot chai.
National identity versus a regional
identity.
Veer was focusing on the Jalmu.
That's what I'm saying. That's where the...
In Delhi, they never do
It's the way you want it.
Veer thinks there isn't enough mustard oil. Producers, please take note for the 4th of May. It needs to be more authentic.
We need mustard oil, basically.
No, but this guy is from CR Paki. Better have done a good job. I don't know why he hasn't done a good enough job. He's failed weed steps.
They Delhiized the word. Unfortunately.
Add one thing.
Yes.
That, generally speaking, sure, I mean, there is an ongoing debate, but a very logical counter that a lot of people would have to that is that Goa is eating everything. It has a BJP government. Assam, right next door. Himanta Biswa Sarma came and said, boss, you come and eat whatever you want. You eat it in my house. Come, there's a challenge. Eat whatever you want. Assam, there is no prohibition on any kind of...
Arunachal.
Arunachal, Tripura, all of these places. Maharashtra.
Veera aise chabi kar raha hai. No, but where have they changed?
Hang on.
Modi,
I'll tell you what the
it's
debate
targeting
is.
Modi and Shah as Gujarati vegetarian.
But they are not the only BJP.
That's not the core of
It's
the
okay
argument.
to
The core
be
of the
vegetarian.
argument is regional identity,
vegetarian.
which is used by a regional party to project a sense of identity, just as the BJP uses national identity as it's equal to that. Look at the corollary. India is equal to BJP and nationalism. That's largely the core. Similarly, DMK DMK equals to Tamil pride, and we are against
USP.
Delhi. Now the problem is that wherever there is a regional party, regional parties have realized that identity politics is the only way they can survive. That's the core
Let me tell you, West Bengal is the only state in the country which has 110 varieties of saag. So Bengalis eat anything which looks green and grows. They will go and grab it and eat it.
But how are you?
Okay, on that happy note, let's head back.
That this is not the case in Tamil Nadu.
No one's leaving the chai stop. The chai stop is so delicious.
Against all this beef.
That's why he's voting.
In which you like the green.
This is a good conversation.
He's so charged up that no one's leaving the chai stop, but hopefully we can. And Veera, don't miss Veera. He's going back. He's going back at it again and again and again.
I am not going for the kapi. I'm going for the chai.
That's because that's what there is. Maybe in Kerala and in Tamil Nadu we'll get some authentic.
No, it was out of our request that said, please don't bring only kapi, bring chai as well. That they brought chai today.
So everybody has his own request. Everyone has his own poll. Everyone has his own request. What's at stake in national politics? Veer Sanghvi, when you look at these 5 states, and as we now wait for counting day, the 4th of May, what, according to you, is at stake from a national political perspective?
I think BJP versus the rest. If you look at Tamil Nadu, the BJP made, I think, the wrong alliance, if these polls are correct. If you look at Kerala, there is a minor impact, but not the huge one that all of them were talking about. The big one, therefore, is going to be Bengal. If they can polish off Mamata, then I think the BJP is going to look unstoppable, and that's the national plan.
So we looked at the today's Chanakya data for West Bengal. I want to show you what today's Chanakya, because their polls have come out today. Let's also take a look at what today's Chanakya's data is saying for the other states. In Assam, they're actually projecting a bigger victory for the BJP than the other polls were saying. So a bigger victory in favor of the BJP in Assam. So all polls largely indicating a BJP victory. Either you can say a 100+ victory like today's Chanakya is saying, or a less than that, but everyone suggesting that the BJP will win in Assam. And in Kerala, they're saying it's a tighter fight. So there are outliers in both cases, but tighter fight in Kerala and a bigger BJP victory. So here is Vijay Bajaj and today's Chanakya. Let's show our viewers what their poll is saying. I'll start with Assam. So this is Kerala. Okay, so Kerala. Today's Chanakya is saying it's a tighter fight than some of the other pollsters are saying. So he's saying 69 for UDF versus 64 for the LDF. +9, -9 means they're in a range where it's a really exciting and tight fight. Anybody could essentially win. They're saying the BJP could be at 7. This is the Keralam today's Chanakya poll. 69 lead for the UDF, but a lesser lead than the other pollsters are predicting. In Assam, Vijay Bajaj in today's Chanakya are saying that actually you've got a situation where Himanta could get up to 100+. There are a total of 126, 100+ for the BJP. Congress could be down to as much as 23. This is today's Chanakya's prediction for Assam. In Tamil Nadu, and you remember that poll which was put out by Access MyIndia, which projected that the TVK would win and could be the #1 party. He's saying that the TVK could be the #2 party. That by itself is a big thing. 63 for the TVK, up or -11. The DMK likely to come #1 according to today's Chanakya at 125, the ADMK at 45. Veera, so 2 polls saying the TVK doing very well. In Access MyIndia saying they'll win. Today's Chanakya saying they'll come second.
So directionally, both the polls are right. I mean, in the same direction, right? But the intensity of Pradeep Gupta's assessment is much, much more than the intensity here. And when you see the vote shares, you'll realize the difference. Here, the vote share projection is 30% vote for TVK and 39% for DMK plus. Whereas in Pradeep Gupta's poll, it's a 35-35 dead heat. But remember, Rahul, the big takeaway is that DMK plus, and I'm talking 20-party alliance here, more than 20-party alliance, at 125 means the large possibility of the DMK itself being below the halfway mark. So I think directionally, the fact that the DMK is below the halfway mark, that the TVK is the #2 party, and that the AIDMK has gone to the #3 position is directionally same between Pradeep Gupta and this.
Vasudha, you've been speaking to people in the TVK. What are they making of these numbers? Because even today's Chanakya has them at 633. That would be a phenomenal start for a debutant party.
Well, TVK believes that this time the election has gone beyond demography, caste and community. They feel that, it's entirely because of gender and the youngsters, and they believe anyone who's who's below the age of 45 has voted for Vijay. So, they're not even considering these constructs. They do believe one thing, that they believe that the Axis MyIndia could have underestimated AIDMK a little bit, because even the TVK believes that the PMK could have done a little better. But in this survey, this result, exit polls also probably shows that 30% vote share is very good for a debutant, and I think TVK should be very...
I went back in history with the NDTV Datafy team and looked at the only similar instance. This is N.T. Ramarao in his first election riding that Vijay Ratham, sweeping to power, and the Congress at that time crashing. I'll show you the election preceding the NTR election and the election that followed. So here it is on your screen now. The Congress in 1978 won 175 seats in United Andhra Pradesh. The JNP had 60. Come 1983, the Telugu Desam swept to power. The Congress crashed from 175 to 60. The TDP won 201. Even in the election that happened in 1985, the TDP held on. The Congress fell further from 60 to 50. This gem rig is the only other instance where we can come up with data which shows a debutant party led by a superstar storming to power in their first election, gem rig.
Yeah, within a year of the formation.
Yes.
The TDP is formed in 1982. And within a year of the formation, in 83, they come up with almost a 2/3 majority. This is perhaps the only instance. He also retained his charisma. A decade later, 1994 elections also, the TDP completely thrashed the Congress in Andhra.
There's also one other commonality in this. Both are based on a welfare model. N.T. Ramarao 2 rupees rice, and this guy's whole manifesto.
No, I think one important
2 rupees
point,
rice and even women. N.T. Ramarao started women police stations.
Jai,
not only that, one important point is...
There are two differences here between Vijay and NTR. First is the point that Jai made. Just going behind that, 1982, NTR is ushered in to make his party, form his party, because there is an enormous anti-Congress sentiment and there is a Kamma consolidation against the Congress that happens in Andhra Pradesh. So NTR was just a symptom of what was a deeper issue. So NTR becomes the consequence and the face for anti-Congressism to consolidate in Andhra Pradesh, and he wins that election in 83. The difference with Vijay is, Vijay has come into an era where two regional parties are dominating the space in Tamil Nadu, whereas NTR came as just the alternate pole to the Congress.
I think I want to make two important points here. One is that we forgot that NTR also had this Telugu Pride platform built around Rajiv Gandhi's behavior at the Hyderabad airport with the Anjaya. So he invoked a major regional feeling, he consolidated it. With the Chaitanya Ratham, which was the original Rath, with his own playing Krishna and all that, everything fell together like the sun, moon and the stars lined up. In Vijay's case, the same thing is happening through a generation model rather than the cultural model, because the ADMK is imploding. Now it has got, although Edapadi Palaniswamy is leading one of the main groups, you have the Sashikala factor, the Dinakaran factor, and then there is a sense of chaos that the young people of Tamil Nadu are seeing, because the PMK is also split between father and son. Now you look at the data, I'll throw some data at you. 43% is the women's worker participation rate in Tamil Nadu. The higher education enrollment levels is 40%. Both are 10 percentage points above national average. So there is an aspirational psychology of a new generation. In fact, I was joking about the fact that probably I think Vijay modeled for Pepsi. There is this whole choice of the new generation kind of a thing that Vijay has subliminally communicated with the Tamil youth. And the data that Jayam Rug and Pradeep Gupta pointed out, 21% of the voters are below the certain age of 40. There is also a very important gender angle in which Vijay is seen as much more equality prone than a patriarchal, patronizing figure.
Vasudha wants to make a point.
TVK's own assessment, Rahul, is that he has already done an MGR, but he is, they're waiting to see if he has done an NTR. So I was speaking to them yesterday, and they're very clear by 3 p.m. on polling day, he had done an MGR. That's their own assessment. It could be wrong, but that's what they also know the distinctions between
and what they mean by that is that he is good enough to form a government if he had a strong ally like the Congress that MGR did. Is he capable of doing an NTR which is to come on his own is really the question that's there. And also beyond all that data, and I think we've discussed this bit of youth vote and women vote, I think there is a regional difference in Tamil Nadu. Ultimately, we will discuss that regional difference when the final votes come.
Urban versus non.
Urban, yes. Yeah, I think that's what's going to be a key factor.
But it's only an exit poll. But if you were to take Pradeep Gupta's poll at face value and ascribe the reasons behind this, I would see that Vijay is seen as an X-factor alternative in a chaotic alternative.
It also shows fatigue with the two existing Dravidian
Exactly, that's what, and plus the chaos of the breakdown of ADMK as well as PMK. You know, the youngsters say, what's this? They're all fighting over. Let me choose someone new, give him a chance.
Let me place one aspect here. Andhra Pradesh has as many regions as Tamil Nadu. That did not stop NTR from sweeping.
Sure.
So if the sweep has to happen, if this man or young guy has the mind space of X, I mean, it's unbelievable. The entire campaign in Tamil Nadu was about this guy, and even though the two large parties pretended as if he didn't exist, never mentioned him. And then whatever he's doing. And he has cultivated a kind of image through his movies and through his dialogues. And one of the films he says that only when you get hit that you get the urge
Give us
to
the
win.
dialogue in Tamil. You can't do this. Come on, Shankar.
Either way.
Shankar.
Wait.
Shankar, give it a shot.
Queuing a performance.
No.
Queuing the performance.
Action.
I have to read, otherwise this.
No, it's a homework for the 4th of May.
No, he's got it. He's seen them all.
I was going to save it up for the 4th of May. He's making it. He's leaking it.
If you have a dialogue, please go for it.
No, I have to.
No, I'll have to come back to it. But another thing that I wanted to say, that NTR thing, that he built his campaign against the hegemony of the center. And this is something that we should not miss, and this is the fact that both the Dravidian parties are struggling with. If the AIDMK does badly, it will be because it carried the wrong alliance.
And also, Veer, the fact that both the DMK and the ADMK spent so much of the campaign just pretending that there was no TVK. That why meet him, why have chai with him, it doesn't matter, he's inconsequential.
Yeah, but I also think one important difference in Tamil Nadu from NTR and all of those was NTR in some ways was like Mamata. He was taking regional pride against a national party. Right. In this case, it's all South Indian parties fighting each other. Part of the reason is, as you correctly said, and everyone has said, it's the youth factor. Part of the reason is fatigue with those parties. And part of the reason is the collapse of the ADMK. I mean, post-Jai...
Will it hold, Veera? Will the ADMK hold or will it just splinter?
No, I think as a third force, if it has 40 seats, it may reduce itself to being a caste party in Western Tamil Nadu. But I think the two-leaf symbol, Rahul, is an extremely emotional symbol in Tamil Nadu. And the loyalty to two leaves is extraordinary. I just want to say one thing, that most people in Tamil Nadu are asking me this one question, which I think Vasudha also posed. They are saying that if there is a sweep for Vijay, he will be at 180. Or he will be at 40-50 at this one, and their only conclusion is either way, all your exit polls are wrong.
Rahul, I
okay.
I think
got the dialogue.
Okay, dialogue time. We end with a dialogue.
I'll give you one.
Okay, now we're warming up.
I know most of Vijay's dialogues.
So 1996. Your turn too. This is a 1996 movie, Manavan. So he says that Oruvati Totandan Tokar the Valiterium Valichadan Jaikra Very Varo. It's only if you lose once that you feel the hurt of losing, and that gives you the
not bad.
very, which is that urge, the havas to win.
Good, interesting.
I've got one from Tirumalai. where he says, Varka or Vatanda.
Do it properly, yeah? Don't just read it out.
He's doing it.
No, it's difficult because
he's doing a good job.
I'm not that much, unlike Rajnikant, I had to do some homework for Vijay.
Yes.
Signs of aging. You know, it says life is a, let me put it in English.
No, Tamil.
Oh, Varka or Vatanda, inge Jaikaravan Topan, Tokaravan Jaipan. It means life is a circle. Sometimes the winner loses and sometimes the loser wins. So there is this whole underdog sentiment that you can do it. That is part of Vijay's thing. Except that, unlike the MGR and Karunanidhi movie, Vijay's ideology is not explicitly political, but it shows a certain can-do spirit, which is part of this whole Gen Z thing. You know, I think Veera was mentioning Nepal yesterday as a parallel.
Yeah, no, in the sense that people ask me this question when I say why Vijay, when we kept asking, hey, what is this big deal? How can Vijay change the old arithmetic overnight? People keep asking me the same question in Tamil Nadu, sir. Yes, sir, Nepal. I mean, it hasn't happened in Sri Lanka. It didn't happen in Nepal. Why can it not happen in Tamil Nadu within a democratic framework? You know, we want to be within the democratic framework and we'll do it.
So I'm out of time just on this show. We have a lot more for you coming up in the build-up to Result Day, the 4th of May. We've looked at the data. We've been to the chai stall. We've eaten and had as much chai as we possibly could. And hopefully the political adda was fun as well. My colleagues will keep the bandwagon going. When we return on the other side of a very quick break, you're watching Battleground. Our coverage here on NDTV continues on the other side of a quick break. Stay with us.
Brought to you by Skoda. Let's explore.
Bhaskar, our first order. Help us build the chutney business from label to website.
No matter what your day throws at you, stay in the spa state of mind with the coolest spa at home.
Ankit Singh started a gym. For this, last year he took an interest-free loan of 5 lakh rupees under CM Yuva scheme.
मैंने मुख्यमंत्री युवा रोजगार योजना के तहत मैंने 5 लाख का स्टार्टअप लिया है, लोन लिया है. उसी स्टार्टअप के थ्रू मैंने ये जिम डाला.
Rajkishore Kesharwani's shop was not doing well. Then he took a loan under the CM Yuva scheme and strengthened his business.
सरकार ये स्कीम दे रही है वो तो हम जैसे युवाओं के लिए सबसे बढ़िया ऑफर एक प्रकार से.
Around 1.5 lakh youth in Uttar Pradesh, like Ankit and Rajkishore, have benefited from this scheme so far.
CM युवा स्कीम के माध्यम से गारंटी मुक्त युवाओं को स्वतः रोजगार के साथ अपना कारोबार आगे बढ़ाने के लिए प्रारंभ किया है.
Under the leadership of Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath, this initiative is not only making youth self-reliant, but is also building a strong foundation toward making Uttar Pradesh an employment-generating state.
Crompton, shaping a bold new language of design, chiseled to perfection, seamless, flawless. Introducing Crompton Fluido BLDC fans with fine-tuning of speed. Sculpted, not made.
17 years of experience, largest database of elite profiles, or 100% confidentiality. Elite Matrimony, India's most successful matchmaking service for the elite.
साथी हाथ बढ़ाना साथी रे, जिंदल साथी सील साथी रे, हर टोली डिस्की फील है, जिंदल साथी सील है, दोस्त की स्टील है, क्वालिटी में दम है साथी रे, बिजनेस करेगा ग्रो साथी रे, टाइमलेस इसका लुक है साथी रे, और जिंदल साथी सील साथी रे.
जिंदल साथी सील है
तो असली स्टेनलेस स्टील है।
तो जब भी आप स्टेनलेस स्टील पाइप्स एंड ट्यूब्स खरीदें, जिंदल साथी सील जरूर चेक करें।
जिंदल स्टेनलेस, इंडियाज लीडिंग प्रोड्यूसर ऑफ स्टेनलेस स्टील।
Thanks very much for joining us here on NDTV. Election season, numbers and number crunching. You hear it best right here on the OG of elections. The latest exit poll from today's Chanakya. And we are going to keep the focus squarely on West Bengal because this, like I said, is the one state that perhaps even people in Kerala and Tamil Nadu are talking more about than what is happening in their own elections. So let's get you started now, and then we'll come to our panel of guests, analysts, number crunchers, and of course my colleague Vasudha Venugopal, who is going to help us really make sense of the bigger picture as well. The today's Chanakya West Bengal election results, or the projection rather, they're showing TMC at 100 seats, subject to a correction of plus minus 11. So it could go as high as 111, or it could go even lower to 89, but nowhere close to the majority mark. And BJP is being shown at a brute majority of 192, but still less than what Mamata Banerjee managed to get in 2021. She was at 215. BJP, though, from 3 to 77 and now to 192, according to today's Chanakya, subject to a correction of plus minus 11. But it's the vote share, really, which is the really interesting story of these numbers. Because according to today's Chanakya, the BJP now comes with a 48% vote share, and it could go as high as 51% or go to 45%. And the TMC is at 38%. What this essentially means is that the situation of the BJP and the TMC are exactly reversed. 38 is what the BJP was at in 2021, and the TMC was at 48%. It's also important that though others have been shown at 14% vote share, they aren't really converting it into seats. So one could presume that the likes of the Congress, which really did try and put up a fight this time around, the ISF, the AIMIM was contesting, the CPM, they managed to dent the TMC in some seats, but they did not get any seats at all. Now let's tell you what the poll of polls for West Bengal, because some people have said that it's going to be close. Some have predicted a very comfortable majority, and at least two polls have shown the numbers in favor of the Trinamool Congress. Let's also show you today's Chanakya caste-wise vote share, and this in itself will be a story we will dwell on in detail. Muslims very comfortably behind the Trinamool Congress, 71%. SC, 67% with the BJP. 22% only with the TMC, tribals 53% with the BJP, 40% with the TMC, and OBCs are at 61 with the BJP and 27. Now this is important because, mind you, Dalits in West Bengal form almost 1/4 of the electorate. They are at 23%. So when this huge chunk of 23% voters, 67% are with one party, there are belts of about, I think, 50 seats where the BJP would be very comfortable if this number does come true. Poll of polls, a final look at the poll of polls, and then we will do a more intricate breakdown. I will also get to you in just a few minutes from now the Matriz data deep dive, where they are looking at the issues, they are looking at the caste breakup, they're looking at the regions. All of that will be analyzed by Jemrug. But the poll of polls, here is that number. TMC is at 195 according to Janmat. They've given the BJP 80. Congress has also been given some space with 1 to 3 seats and left just about at 1. JVC's poll keeps it very neck and neck. He's given 131 to 152, quite a large margin, a margin of 21 in fact, a margin of 21. TMC has been given 131 to 152, which means they could get a majority. BJP again could get a majority because you have a large margin of 21 here, 138 to 159, very neck and neck. Matrice and P-Mark, Matrice is also giving it neck and neck to TMC and BJP, and similarly P-Mark is giving 118 to 138 to the TMC and a comfortable majority to the BJP. So you've got two polls which are showing the TMC and BJP quite close. People's Pulse, on the other hand, is showing a clear majority for the TMC, but all others here are showing. Poll Diary and Praja Poll are giving a clean majority to the BJP. So two polls, Praja Poll and the latest numbers that we have got today are giving a clear majority somewhere close to 200 to the BJP. First word I want from you, Vasudha. What do you make of these numbers?
Padmaja, when I spoke to the BJP guys, they said that sentiment is, much stronger in their favor this time. The administrative constructs and conditionalities that existed last time is not there because SIR has happened.
Why are they more confident this time?
They are confident for four reasons.
2021.
Four reasons. One is the BJP's welfare they think has worked with people. Second is, of course, the SIR exercise, the deletions that have happened. Third is the 7th pay commission. And fourth is the general anti-incumbency against people. But let me tell you, because last time all the exit polls got it wrong, and in my head also I think that there is a certain sense of incivility when it comes to Mamata Banerjee, because there is an entrenched system that TMC has when it comes to West Bengal, and that cannot be defeated by the BJP. It's a huge challenge for the party, and they can go up to say 120, but crossing that simple majority is a challenge for them.
And this argument is what I want to bring Kanchan Gupta and Jayantuda both in on, but I think Madhavan Narayan wants to make a point. Yes.
I just was keen to know what were your questions.
Okay. I thought you suddenly had a Bengali dialogue as well.
No. There is something I was discussing with Mahua. We should come to that later.
We will definitely come to that. But this argument, which one hears very frequently, Jayantuda, that the TMC has a strong cadre. They have good booth level management. The BJP isn't quite there. They will get to 120 like Vasudha said, but can they get to 148? Do they have the cadre and the booth management for that?
A very quick point, and then Jayantu can add on to it. 2011 when TMC won, it didn't have the kind of extensive political bureaucracy it has today. So to say that unless you have that kind of a cadre deployment, you cannot win an election is not true. In Tripura, when the BJP dethroned the CPM, I mean, no cadre mobilization can be stronger than the CPM, and we know, we are from Bengal, we know how strong that can be. And yet the CPM got thrown out of Tripura and it has never been able to rise again. So this whole argument is fallacious because when people have decided that we want change, so whether you have your own cadre manning booths, whether you don't have,
Sir,
if you noticed yesterday, or the 29th voting in Falta, which is the guard of Trinumur in Diamond Harbour, voters came out and said they have pasted tape on the machine. We will stop the voting unless.
That is correct. So it is also being suggested that this is an election that is being fought by the voter. The BJP happens to gain because there is a movement of sorts against Mamata Banerjee. But again, I come to the question.
But generally, that is the case with all sweeps, Padmaja. 1977, this Janta Party Khichdi had a slogan. अब अंधेरे में एक प्रकाश जय प्रकाश that is all, and then Haldar Kisan whatever. They didn't have organized
in Bengal now. Who is Jai Prakash in Bengal now? Do you have any Jai Prakash?
Yeah, so let me flesh out that question. People spoke of the Nirbhaya agitation in Delhi because of which Sheila Dikshit went out of power. People speak of 2011, but there was a Shingur Nandigram before.
Yeah.
What is that moment? What is that?
Congressism was
in West Bengal is what I want to know. What has led to this Andolan?
I will give you one inflection point, and I'm not being facetious. When 27,000 teachers lose their jobs in a state like Bengal, where every Bengali, irrespective of caste, creed, color, whatever, religion, values education and the whole idea of schools, colleges, to see 27,000 teachers lose their jobs because the chief minister took cut money from them.
But even then, is there that level of discontent where you would say, Singhasan khali karo, janta aati hai?
You don't understand. See, if you are looking at Bengaliness, either you agree to the idea that there is something called Bengaliness, or you reject it wholesale.
But what does it have to do with Bengaliness?
Yeah, of course, as I explained to you, in Bengal, a teacher is a big thing.
But people are not on the streets in the manner they were, say, after the Delhi gang.
Let's talk about RG Car.
When you say people were not out on the streets.
All right, so you're saying
for days on ends, people were out on the streets over the teachers' issue.
Okay, so this is sum of parts where you've got an RG car, you have got a Partha Chatterjee scam, you've got a teacher's
After the arrest of Partha Chatterjee, one election took place. What Bengalis did?
Lok Sabha.
You have forgotten the Bengal election. After that education scam, Bengalis are. I am not getting any opportunity to speak actually. Bengalis are very bad consumer. If I buy one Bata shoe, I keep it for 30 years. I will go to the repair shop. It's not a throwaway society. Alvin Toffler's book, Future Shock. This is their lights. They throw away, they go to Khan Market, buy a new shoe. So we will criticize Mamta. I am not saying for myself. It's an average Bengalis. But she is daughter of Bengal. Give more time. And we will throw it out. Who are you from Delhi? You will dictate us.
May I ask two questions on your behalf, Padma?
Please.
Because these two people are
I
very
want to come
important.
back to your question.
One is...
But I am just giving you a narrative, that is also should
I
be
accept.
discussed.
I like that.
Otherwise, it will be a monolithic.
I like the
discussion.
banter.
Yes. No, let's explore this further. Let's explore this further. Is Mamta Banerjee the Bata shoe of this election, where people are angry, but they will take it to the closest mochi and say, "Sir, isko jhaad puch ke wapas de do."
Something in troll.
Does the Bata shoe have a hole called RG car, or is the Ghuspetia issue? See, I'm asking as an outsider because you people are traveled.
RG and Sandesh Khali.
Infiltrator.
Election took place.
Yeah, infiltrator, RG car.
I am not supporting RG.
No.
But I am talking about.
To take the analogy further, does this Bata shoe not just have a little frayed edge? Has the sole come off this Bata shoe?
Padmaja.
That it's beyond repair.
And that time, whether it has come or not, according to one exit poll, it has come. So it will be throwaway. We will connect with the mainstream. We will not. Bengal chauvinism is over.
What do you think? Has
I think
Fevikwik se चिपक जाएगा. Fevikwik से चिपकेगा नहीं चिपकेगा?
मुझे लगता है, देखिए, ये मेरा पर्सनल ओपिनियन है. I am subject to correction. That there is a very what I can say, that there is a possibility to go to the repair shop.
Okay, so there is a nostalgia.
Let me get a bit specific.
There is
a caveat. See, Mike, I accept your analogy of the Bata shoe. But what you're basically saying in a different way is that Bengalis vote as Bengalis and they stick with their own. Even when they were allegedly voting for the CPM, they were voting for Jyoti Basu, a regional party. So my question is, are you sure this time when they've gone to the booth, they voted as Bengalis and not as Hindus? Because if they have voted as Hindus, if there is Hindu consolidation, then Mamta is in trouble.
And before you answer that, let me show you some very important visuals, and we will see this happening until the 4th of May. TMC cadre led by Kunal Ghosh and Shashi Panja are sitting on dharna outside a strong room where the EVMs have been kept. Now, basically, both sides have decided that we are going to guard these strong rooms like our life depended on it. The Election Commission, by the way, and I think this is also a very important piece of breaking news, they have actually restricted access to these strong rooms. A QR code has been given to ensure that only those authorized by the Election Commission. What were the complaints in 2021? That not only did rigging, chapa happen at the level of polling, but subsequently when counting was happening, a lot of, correct me if I'm wrong,
absolutely,
that when counting was happening, a lot of ghalmail, as you say it in Bengal, a lot of ghalmail also happened at that point. So, Shashi Panja, Kunal Ghosh sitting there. Golmaal, sorry, Golmaal. I think Kunal Ghosh speaking. Let's listen in.
আমরা আমাদের পার্টিকে আমরা ডিটেইলটা জানাবো আমাদের ক্ষোভটা যে ন্যায্য সেটা ওরা এগ্রি করেছেন যে ট্রান্সপারেন্সির অভাব নিয়ে যে সব শুরু হচ্ছিল সেগুলো বন্ধ করার একটা চাপ দেওয়া হয়েছে
चिल्ला रहे आप मना क्यों नहीं करते आप ये चिल्लाने का जगह है
আমরা যা দেখেছি সেটা আমরা আমাদের পার্টিকে জানাবো
नहीं जो खामियत थी उन सब विषय को लेके डीओ नॉर्थ आके समझा दिए और हम लोग भी कुछ सुझाव दिए हैं जिससे कि ये परिस्थिति ना खड़े हो। यही बात है। डिटेल्स हम लोग अपने पार्टी को बताएंगे। आप जानते हैं कि अंदर में कुछ काम हो रहा था। हमारे कैमरा में शामपुकुर हम लोग जो कैमरा व्यू करते उसमें एक एक्टिविटी आ रही थी, तब पता चला वो पोस्टल बैलेट का। ये सब ट्रांसपेरेंसी रहना चाहिए, यही बात है। और इसलिए सब पार्टियों को बुलाया गया और ये आके चिल्ला रहे हैं यहाँ पे।
Okay, so Shashi Panja sitting there on Dharna, Kunal Ghosh, plenty of others from the Trinamool Congress. Tanushka is right there at the scene of all the action. Tanushka, how long do they plan to be there and what are their demands?
And that's why we wanted to know. Right, at this point what we've understood as per sources as well is that allegedly there was segregation of postal ballots that was happening here, which is what Kunal Panja, TMC leader, and TMC minister Shashi Panja came to take note of, because they said that they would just send this over email and they were not sent, given official information about this sort of postal ballot segregation that is happening. And they also said that how is it that the strong room was being opened in this manner after, hours?
Okay, I'll have to pause you for a second. I think Saurabh Gupta is speaking to Shashi Panja right now.
That is what we are looking at.
Thank you so much.
Look at the cameras.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for speaking to NDTV. That's of course Shashi Panja from the Shampur constituency, and also she is someone who is of course a candidate, but not only a candidate, she's been a minister in the Trinamool government as well, and she of course here is complaining about the lack of transparency over segregation of postal ballots that was going on allegedly here at this whole at this place. So that's what's happened here, and that's why this melee and this chaos at the strong room here. You can see, of course, there's a scuffle here, almost some aggression here. So I'll just cut. I'll give you. Okay, there are you can see the situation getting quite aggressive here at this place. With people of two parties, BJP and and there's someone here. So some aggression here. The police also now taking steps here, and aggression taking place here at this place.
यहाँ पर TMC unnecessary झमेला कर रहा है, TMC unnecessary झमेला पैदा कर रहा है।
So lots of chaos here. बहुत हंगामा हो रहा है. कुणाल घोष जो लोग हैं.
All right, let's try and cut across to Tanushka for just a second, and then we'll try and make sense of what is happening. Tanushka, over to you. I think you have Shashi Panja speaking to you right now.
I have TMC Minister Shashi Panja with me. Ma'am, if you could walk us through what exactly happened, what triggered your coming here?
There are certain cameras which are placed beyond the strong room, which are within visual access of representatives of the political parties whose, the ballots, since the ballots are inside the strong room and you have access to it. So in that camera, one of the cameras, we noticed an unusual movement. Right. And we saw people inside. So that is why we came here, and we wanted to see and wanted to speak about it. Now what there are people inside and there's some work with the postal ballots which is happening. But this should have been more convincing, it should have been more transparent, and all political parties should have been given more information. So the DO North also came and she understood our queries. More CCTV will be placed. And these issues were discussed. Further, we will raise it to our political party.
Suspicious other than this, all right. So that was TMC Minister Shashi Panja speaking to NDTV exclusively right after this happened right here at the Netaji Indoor Stadium.
Now that the Chief Minister herself is headed to Netaji Bose Indoor Stadium, the Chief Minister herself is headed your way. This is not going to get over in a hurry.
Precisely, yes. At this point, this is, definitely boiling up here with respect to the elections over and counting ahead now. Political stakes are at an all-time high, and the TMC is right now alleging that postal ballot segregation is being tampered with. That is the allegation that right now TMC Minister Shashi Panja has also made, asking that why is it that these strong rooms were suddenly opened up in the lack of anyone's presence. She said that until 4 p.m. everyone was present here. Why did this not happen at that time round?
All right, Saurabh also there with us, and then I want to bring in our guests over here. Very interesting strategy being adopted by the Chief Minister herself, by the entire party, saying that there is a case being made for rigging, that alterations are being done to the postal ballots that are contained in the EVMs here. Let's cut across to Saurabh. What is the strategy now, Saurabh? Is this going to continue till the 4th of May?
There's chaos outside. Well, you can see there's still some chaos happening here. We'll try and figure out what's going on, but there's a lot of chaos outside with, some BJP supporters and some Trinamool, supporters as well. Kunal Ghosh, who's also a candidate here, and then there are others. So a little bit of a scuffle outside the counting center here. These are live visuals that we are bringing to you here. But the scuffle here, you can see this group here. I'll ask my camera person Sandesh to go in and zoom and show them what's happening here. This is exactly what's happening. As you can see here, two groups scuffling here, and this is of course seeing Shashi Panja here. Ma'am. Ma'am, what's happening actually?
Is this what we are going to see over the next 3 days now? Both parties saying you're trying to rig the election, you're trying to alter the results.
No, Padmaja, what I was thinking of while looking at this chaos is that why has this become a new trend? All the elections have come to an end yesterday. Why are we waiting for 5 days for the counting to happen? It is all EVMs. It should happen the next day. The next day. And there are people, just a minute, Kanchan, there are states, 5 other, if we include Puducherry, who have finished their polling 2 weeks ago, 3 weeks ago.
Because some 77 seats have also asked for a repolling because there was a tape on their button and all of that. So that repolling has to happen.
No, Padmaja, every election sees repolling. Every eletion, there's some booths, some seats. Even when it's a Lok Sabha election, across states,
cannot determine the course of the whole thing.
They are held later.
They have nothing to be avoided if this unnecessary delay wasn't there?
No, I don't think it's unnecessary delay. Look at the technicality of it. 29th was the last day of voting. 30th and 1st are for complaints to come in. And 2nd is the day for repolling. And 4th is the day of counting.
Repolling did not happen now.
No, repolling has been sought.
Why?
Kanchanda has a point.
No, 1 second. Why repolling need not happen? 23 booths you stuck tape on the EVM.
That can be added on later.
Why later? Number one. Number two, I have a different take on what we are saying.
No, but is there a precedent for something like this where the counting takes place immediately after polling and then the repolling happens afterwards?
No, it has never happened.
ये पहले होता था, बहुत पहले जब पेपर बैलेट होता था.
पेपर बैलेट में तो यही होता था.
But after the coming of EVM machines, what Kanchanda is saying is right. There's a schedule to accommodate repolling.
Systematic change, but it used to happen. So which means that as if You can't do that. Is there? Was never there.
Were in one constituency.
He is the most
No.
77.
No, so what has happened is, we'll just pull up that number, please. There are a total of 77 complaints that have been made across 4 different constituencies. Bajbaj, I think, has got about 4 to 5 complaints. Maximum have happened in Falta, which is where the maximum skirmishes also took place. People went at each other. So 4 different seats and total 77. And the Election Commission now has to order for a repolling. They have to take a
4 seats
decision
you
on that.
withhold?
4 seats, yes.
You withhold?
Rest can come.
Now
Then you will be influencing elections in those 4 seats.
No,
Which anyway happens in
elections
Punjab.
have already happened.
5 elections they held like that.
No, but I have a different take on what we are seeing, and it's very important. Mamata Banerjee heading for Netaji Indoor Stadium, which is the main strong room. Correct me if I am wrong.
No. I'm also giving you small information. You are correct. They are said that why Mamata is going to Netaji.
Just 1 second.
Yeah.
Let me complete and then you can add on. I think she is building up a case that when she loses, she will come out and say that they fixed it, they rigged it, and this is how they did it. We got to know, that's why we went there, and this is the evidence we have. So she is building up a case to defend her defeat, number 1. Number 2, this is also to beat up temperature, the political temperature of Bengal. I suspect and I apprehend that on the 4th, if she loses, as she is widely believed to be losing, she will unleash the full might of her Gunda Bahini to create such a scale of chaos and violence that will become the story.
But that can't happen. You've got, 60 companies which are being kept back, or 40 companies of the CRPF which are being kept back?
70
companies.
But you have no idea her ability to get people to run riot on the streets. She has done it time and again, and she will be donning her...
What's Joyanto's reason?
Reminds me of UP in 1992.
What were you saying?
I got some information that why Mamata is going.
Yeah, please.
I am not giving any. I am not political astrologer. Neither.
It'll be nice.
I am not predicting whether she will be defeated or not. But this is going to say that attempts are being made by BJP and ECI officials to open ballot boxes without the presence of relevant party stakeholders. We want to know from them, from the EC, that why it happened. And since the very first day, we are saying that it's EC has become BJP's B team, that. So this is the strategy, and what Kanchan is saying, that can be...
She is building up a narrative.
He is more futuristic political.
See, both parties are building up narratives. Both BJP and TMC are building
So we
up
agree
narratives.
this is largely a narrative, because just to be clear on the method, nobody can open the EVM before the day of counting.
As
that EVM has been sealed.
बोलने में क्या जाता है?
So that EVM has been sealed and it has been signed off on by the polling agents of all the parties who were present in that booth. So
that's why they're going with postal ballot. That's why they're going with postal ballot.
They've gone with postal ballot.
Vijay gets around that.
I'm sorry to sort of disappoint Kanchan, that this doesn't happen only in Bengal. It happened in Maharashtra also, where Solapur, Baramati, everywhere people went around
I'm a good
chasing.
Bengali. I'm not bothered about Maharashtra. I'm bothered about Bengal.
No, and by the way, yesterday there were BJP cadre who followed a vehicle which was carrying the EVM because they apprehended that it could be stopped by people. So there are these fears on both sides.
This is far less in Tamil Nadu and Kerala. It's for the viewers to guess why.
All right, sir, we'll give you that. Maybe now that Vijay is there with the TVK factor, who knows, it's going to get even more heated in Tamil Nadu.
We can wrap this up with a nice old saying from dialogue from to the बड़े बड़े शहरों में छोटी छोटी बातें होती रहती.
Wow. Let's just hope कि छोटी ही बात ये रही and it doesn't get any bigger or any more heated or any, God forbid, violent at all, more than what we are seeing. But like I said, this time around, both parties are going to be keeping an eye like a hawk on these EVMs, the postal ballots, because there are fears on both sides. The BJP is also saying that we will ensure that in front of us, the last vote is counted. There should not be any effort to try and change or manipulate the results. And likewise for the TMC. So you've got the Chief Minister telling her cadre, leading from the front, going to that stadium and saying, I'm going to sit here. But I just wonder, are they going to sit here for the next 3 days? What's the strategy?
It is quite possible. With Mamata, she's done a 26th day. What are you saying?
They'll do relay dharna.
Relay dharna, passing the baton, passing the chadar that they are sleeping on.
I think you'll have to go back to Bengal.
I would love that. Honestly, I would love
from
it.
there.
Dharna is a natural habitat.
That is
very well. Very nicely.
But you had an anecdote you said you wanted to share.
Yeah, a small one, which I thought when these extreme results for West Bengal's being shown on the exit polls, it just came to my mind. Before I went off to Calcutta, I had gone over to Gurgaon, where all the domestic help from Bengal or all other people working in shops and etc. Yeah, so they had all gone off, or they were all preparing to go off to their villages to vote. So I happened to be in my cousin's place, where there were these 3 maids who were all packing off, and so I was there just as a guest, and they know me, so I just started chatting, and I said, why are you going? You're taking your entire families, so much expenditure. One of them didn't even get reservation on the train. Then I quietly asked, are any parties kind of sponsoring your tickets and all? They said, no. How are you saying that? We are all going because of SIR. Our names are there. So we are going because if we feel that if we don't cast our vote this time, maybe in the next list we will be out. And not only that, our children who are in school right now, they are going to become voters in some years. If we are thrown out of the list, then they might not make it to
these
the
must
list.
be the really conscientious ones, but there are plenty whose tickets have been sent to them also by both parties, by the way. BJP
So there was a
lacked off a train from Gujarat.
So election.
So
on that,
Great to see.
one more thing happened, for which another friend's maid is an eyewitness. So at Chanakya, when all these people, this train full of people who landed there, who were told that they need not pay, there was a ticket checker standing there, took 2,000 rupees each from all of them. And this maid was also confronted, who went from here to Chittaranjan Park, and her employers bought her a 4,000 rupee worth ticket. So she was confronted, and she said, Ami Piddebona, I have a ticket, 4,000 bucks. And she called up her employer and narrated this incident. This was happening in Chanakya station.
Lovely sociology of every election, of all these mini stories.
I can get you.
Can you please? I will get that ticket collector. Identified.
Let me say, anecdotes are
This
not
has
data.
come out in papers.
No, but anecdotes are beautiful parts of this election, because that actually brings out what is happening. We are just looking at all of this figure of how people from outside, migrants are coming, etc. But all these little stories, who is bringing them in? Where are these trains moving from? Does it automatically follow if the TMC is sending me a paid ticket? Does it automatically follow that I will vote for TMC?
I will not mention the name of the
ticket checker.
No. I will not mention the name of the company which runs this chain of stores in the Gulf. But that company routinely charters flights to fly in expats from the Gulf to vote in Kerala.
Yeah.
I haven't said anything.
But I'd say, Padmaja, all this adds to the...
Did you cough?
I'll say all this adds to the huge number of voting that happened 100%. This time. There's all these 100%. People coming
some of them driven by fear, some of them driven by loyalty, some of them
mostly by fear.
They just got a 2,000 rupee ticket sent to them.
Junket.
Some of them by socialism, some of them by capitalism, and some of them by spiritualism.
Beautifully summed up. Better than any dialogue. But now let's come back to the numbers a little bit. We've shown you the poll of polls, but there is a important data set that now we want to get you. What Matrice has done, and Jay, if you could also come here, what Matrice has done is that in addition to the vote share and seat share, first we'll quickly show you the seat share, where they've shown the BJP comfortably just too short of the majority, 146 to 161. TMC at 125 to 140, which is just short of a majority, and others are actually being given quite generous numbers by Matrice at 6 to 10. Let's quickly go to the vote share and then we'll jump to the region-wise breakup as well. Can we pull up the vote share, please, for the Matrice West Bengal elections? In the vote share, they have shown BJP increasing its share to 42.5 and the TMC at 40.8. Others have been given 16 as opposed to the other polls which have shown about 14, 12, etc. Now, the third number that I want to show you is what they have said about North Bengal. If we show you the North Bengal area, that has a total of 54 seats. What is the breakup over there? This region includes Cooch Behar, Alipurdwar, Jalpaiguri, Kalimpong, Darjeeling, Uttar Dinajpur, Dakshin Dinajpur and Malda. So you've got the TMC at 15 to 18, BJP 30 to 33, others 4 to 7. And the important caveat here is that this anyway was the area that the BJP was strong in. But that was limited to the areas of Cooch Behar, Jalpaiguri,
Alipurdwar, Kalimpong, Darjeeling.
And Darjeeling.
Yeah.
But when it comes to Uttar Dinajpur, Dakshin Dinajpur and Malda, these were the areas of influence of the TMC. But this numbers goes to show that the BJP has made gains there as well.
Yeah, maybe there are some seats, as we said, Uttar and Dakshin Dinajpur. There are several seats where the Sir cutoff was more than the margin of victory, right? At least about dozen odd seats. So maybe some have benefited the BJP.
And an important statistic here, if Nilanjan Mukhopadhyay could comment on this, the fact that here you've got the others getting about 4 to 7 seats, and we are talking about Malda, Uttar Dakshin Dinajpur, and then of course that entire north area. If you have parties like the Congress, Humayun Kabir, he's fighting in Malda.
Yes.
If you have, or rather his party is fighting, he's fighting a Murshidabad seat. If you have Congress, Left and Humayun Kabir, Unnayan Party, taking away 4 to 7 seats, does this figure then explain this figure? That they end up denting the Trinamool Congress and the natural gainer there is the BJP.
Well, according to this figure, definitely that is the reason as to why the TMC votes are so much down. But even in 2021, maybe Jay would be able to point it out that the BJP did relatively better than the TMC in this region.
This is a better performance.
Was this the same kind of a...
No, it was, the performance was a little less than this.
Little less.
Yeah. Now the BJP is actually gained.
Essentially, this matters is talking about a wave kind of an election. If
and even the small technical outcomes of Sir maybe are helping the BJP here.
So you've got, if you can get the first comments on this, you know, we've got the Matrice breakup of the region, and if you see the numbers, Shankar Iyer, what it shows is that others have managed to cut into the vote share, or rather the seat share also, of the Trinamool Congress. And this is in the Muslim-dominated areas of Malda, Uttar Dinajpur, Dakshin Dinajpur, and the beneficiary is the Congress, perhaps because it's listed under others, but it is the place where the Trinamool Congress face the brunt of the others cutting into their votes.
You know, I'm deeply suspicious about an others figuring in the scorecard in such a tight, intense pressure cooker election. But having said that, who could the others be?
Congress.
So Congress is...
Congress, it has to be Congress. AIMIM,
no.
So
AIMIM has no traction.
No, Congress.
Congress. I'm wrong.
Not even nuisance value.
But Padmaja...
People are way too smart. I mean, even the Jantaya Unnayan Party, Humayun Kabir's party, I'll tell you a small story. So I went to the place where this man announced the building of the Babri Masjid.
Beldanga.
And without a Beldanga, and without a doubt, that masjid has resonance among people. There is a huge mound of bricks, mound upon mound of bricks, which people have physically brought to the spot. It's almost like a car seva. They brought it in their cars, they brought it in their bikes, and people are coming there just as tourists. They are visiting it, like the place is being built. So I asked people there who were visiting that आपको लगता है मस्जिद बननी चाहिए? जैसे बिल्कुल बननी चाहिए, मस्जिद क्यों नहीं बननी चाहिए? तो ऐसा तो हुमायूं कबीर को आप वोट देंगे? नहीं, उसको वोट क्यों देंगे? वैसे बट वो मस्जिद में वोट का क्या लेना देना है? मस्जिद तो बननी चाहिए, हमारे देश में अपने पैसे से बना रहे हैं, but उसके लिए वोट क्यों देंगे हम उसको? वोट तो हम दीदी को देंगे. So this kind of tokenism, while his gesture may be like great, you know, you are doing this for us.
No wonder 1,000 crore was in the fake picture.
So, and that damaged it further.
So the Congress number is also again the story that we heard in the afternoon about Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary and what's his name, who held a press conference, Ghulam Ahmad Mir, who said that we are losing, we have no base and all. Now that doesn't align with this scorecard.
So Ghulam Ahmad Mir, I don't know why he said that. I think more because he's a national leader, not so much a Bengal leader. But the Congress is really giving it a fight. And at least two candidates, you would agree, Mausam Noor and Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary himself, Behrampur and Maltipur.
Yeah.
Both in the...
Four actually.
One Malda, one Murshidabad.
Four
Seats. Which are the other 2 seats?
No, Mausam, Adhir Ranjan and 2 other seats in the same, around...
in Malda, Murshidabad.
So assuming that this happens, does that disturb the equation either ways? So if the sweep is not in favor of the BJP, it will have to be in favor of the TMC.
Right, our part.
So you're saying this has to be completely polarized?
Polarized, yeah.
I'm adding one point while supporting this thesis, that Abhishek Banerjee, in a public meeting, for the first time, he said in this election time, that everybody cannot be voter of TMC. But if you want to vote, not TMC, vote for non-TMC, non-BJP party like Congress or others, but don't vote for BJP. So this is the utterance I heard first time from TMC important leader.
So he
that
said
means
vote for the Congress but don't vote
for BJP. So no vote to BJP campaign actually done by TMC also. Why? That means there is a possibility of BJP's sudden upsurge.
But I have to say there's a little bit of mixed messaging there.
Gautam Dev of the CPM is believed to have said, and that's what I was told in Calcutta.
Agiram Porebam.
He is believed to have said in Calcutta that if you don't want to, if you don't want to vote for the CPM, don't vote CPM.
Vote BJP.
Vote BJP.
Okay.
That is the Age Ram Pore Bam theory.
No, this time.
No,
so
this was in any case played out in 2021.
So this whole thing of
the old
It's a perception of who they consider a lesser evil. For the CPM, the BJP is the lesser evil. For the TMC,
that is a communist
the Congress
permanent
is the lesser
but there is
evil.
also
greater enemy.
But having said that, I want to quickly say that there's a bit of a mixed messaging, because then the Chief Minister herself, when she was asked about Asaduddin Owaisi, she didn't take the name, but from at least one rally I heard her say that donkey has come. I think she was in Murshidabad and she said a donkey has come here asking for your votes. Don't waste your vote on donkeys. So it's not as if everyone is, it's not like they're exhorting people to say, if you don't want to vote for me, vote for Mr. Owaisi or vote for the Congress. I think there's a bit of a mixed messaging happening there. We've spoken of North Bengal. Now let's take a look at the South Bengal area and what are the areas which this includes. The rest of that middle belt, Murshidabad, Nadia, North 24 Parganas, South 24 Parganas, Kolkata, Howrah, Hooghly, Purb Midnipur, Paschim Midnipur and Jhargram. And it is here where the real khela has already happened. If these numbers, again the qualifier, are to be believed. Khela Hobe, 80 to 90 in this area is a place, by the way, where I think they had 18 in the second phase, but we have included a few regions of the first phase. So I think put together about you have 170 seats included, and half and half.
Now what's happening here is, if we track the total number of seats, where between 2021 and 2024, the margins of the BJP as a runner-up shrunk. Okay, the BJP is second to the Trinamool, but the margins are shrinking. There are about 71 such seats. Okay? 57 are in this zone.
In this zone?
Yeah.
Your Murshidabad, Nadia, North 24 Parganas.
So I keep, this
Give me an example of what you think are seats in this area they could have flipped.
You can take seats like Kagdweep, Raidighi. You can also take seats like in Purba Bardhaman, Upasthali.
Okay. Why? What is the reason?
See, in many of these places, like Purva Bardhaman was a former CPM stronghold. It's taken the BJP ages to replace that socio-political structure and put its own structure in place, where it now says we have enough workers to mobilize people on the ground.
Okay, so they were receptive to the BJP's ideology. They just didn't have enough boots on the ground to get the voters over. So Purva Bardhaman, you think, has been flipped by the...
So in fact, I'll mention those districts also. Purva Bardhaman, Howrah, Hooghly.
Howrah, you are saying the BJP is going to flip?
Not flip completely, but they are certainly going to narrow margins.
Howrah last time they were 0, right?
Zero.
They were 0.
Okay. Right? So they are going to narrow the margins.
How many seats in Howrah do you think they are going to be able to flip? A couple of seats there, by the way, in Howrah had been lost by just a margin of 5,000 to 6,000 votes.
Absolutely. So I would say 2 on 6.
Okay. 2 on 6 in Howrah. Okay. So
that's the sort of trend, even in South.
Just to give our viewers a little bit of background, when you talk about places like Howrah, it's got a mixed population. Bengali speaking, but a large number of Hindi speaking people as well. The non-Bengali speaking Bengalis. You've got workers, you've got people from Bihar, Jharkhand, Uttar Pradesh. It's actually known as a mini India because you've got people from all over who come and work there because you've got the big Howrah station, you've got loaders, workers, factories. That's as far as Howrah is concerned. South 24 Parganas, everyone knows, large Muslim population.
It's a Trinamool stronghold.
It's a Trinamool and it's an Abhishek Banerjee stronghold.
Abhishek Banerjee.
Not 24 Parganas.
Nadia. So this is where again you may expect some flips in favor of BJP.
Correct. North 24 and Nadia, both of them have a mixed population, and you have got people from the Matua community in both of these places. So these are the areas that gains can be made.
Even the labor strongholds of migrant workers from Bihar, from Arjun Singh, his son is and his
Barakpur
and Naupada and the others. Bhatpada, where his
Bhatpada usually is with Arjun Singh. This time he has given it to his son Pawan Singh, and he is gone to Noapada in the neighboring. So what about Purba Midnipur? Any changes that can happen there?
Purba Midnipur, not so many.
Why?
I believe this is still an area where the TMC has a massive rural penetration.
Okay.
So I'm not expecting big changes in Purba.
All right. So this is as far as South Bengal is concerned, and I think the real story, if it changes on the 4th of May, will be changed in this area. The place where the BJP was behind, now they have managed to inch up to the TMC's number, 88 to 98 and 80 to 90.
Hey, I want to mention, even in Kolkata North, seats like Kashipur, Maniktala, the BJP could be putting a fight.
Shampukur and Jorasanko.
Which already they led in.
Exactly. In 2024, they were already leading that. Kanchan Gupta, would you agree? The numbers of Matris are showing that in South Bengal, in places like Kolkata, Howrah, Hooghly, South 24 Parganas, North 24 Parganas, Murshidabad, Nadia, TMC and BJP are neck and neck. If they have given 88 to 98 to the TMC, they are giving 80 to 90 seats to the BJP as well.
But you are adding Murshidabad and all to
They have added to
Murshidabad is not South Bengal.
Correct. But for the purpose of this survey, they have added it to South Bengal.
But South Bengal was never an easy ride it was never meant to be an easy ride for BJP. Again, I say that when the counter consolidation crosses a certain threshold, so if the 70-30 thing which we talk about, so if the counter consolidation crosses a certain threshold, then the numbers start following. Look, I mean, again, I will repeat something which I have been saying from this studio. In this election, whether you were a CPM card-carrying CPM Hindu, whether you were a Congress Hindu, whether you were a TMC Hindu, across the Hindus community of West Bengal, there is this great sense that our space is being squeezed. We are fighting with our backs to the wall, and that this extraordinary communalization by the Chief Minister of politics, of policy, of program and of projects, that has now sort of recoiled. You can't have a government which allocates more money for something like madrasa education and about a quarter of that for technical education, you don't expect people to not to be alarmed.
So then if you're saying
the Hindu in Bengal today feels under siege. And there is good reason why the Hindu feels under siege. It is also, there has been a fallout of whatever has happened in Bangladesh that has had an impact on the Bengal voters' psyche.
Even in Kolkata?
Even in Kolkata.
Then that pretty much follows what you were saying, that if a voter, irrespective of you have riled up everyone
without any empirical data. You cannot make such sweeping statements.
It's a narrative. It's not empirical.
Tell us about.
Okay, we will ask Kanchan Gupta on what basis he is making this claim, and you can come up with some empirical data in his assessment. Maybe he has some anecdotal or some anecdotal evidence or some data point. But Veer Sangvi, can I please? Because I think it was he who had earlier said that it is important to understand whether that voter is voting as a woman or a Hindu, whether a voter is voting as a tribal or a Hindu. What do you
or a
make
Bengali or a Hindu.
Or Bengali or a Hindu.
Yeah, I don't think anybody can dispute what Kanchan is saying to the extent that in Calcutta.
No, but it is being disputed by a lot of people at this stage.
I think they're wrong. In Calcutta, in large sections of the Bengali middle class, there is a siege mentality. There is a sense, not that they feel they'll become extinct or whatever, that this government is favoring Muslims to the exclusion of everybody else. Now, whether that's enough for them to vote against them and for the BJP, we don't know yet. But to deny that this feeling exists is ridiculous.
There's no doubt.
The same areas which is lowest polling.
Yeah,
sorry, what?
The Calcutta
South, Kolkata South.
Those are the lowest polling areas.
You have seen 85 to 86.
The skew is less than 10%.
Skew of what?
The polling percentage is less than 10%.
Between Kolkata North and Kolkata South?
No, Kolkata North and the rest average of the state.
Okay. So you're saying it is not that bad as it is being made out to be.
I want. So this Amader question I want to address. This Amader question came up in Maharashtra also, where the same Hindu-aligned party and its allies actually increased the wages of all the madrasa teachers. That didn't stop anybody voting back the BJP or the Shiv Sena or Eknath Shinde's party back into power. So how do you align this?
But did they cut back on technical education?
Of course they cut back.
No, tell me the numbers. Give me the numbers.
I will give you the numbers. I will give you the numbers.
So you can't do.
They ran down a skill program and did
open the West Bengal budget.
How can you say everyone is so
I have a question to
Kanchan.
You predict 70% of Hindu. How much, what percentage BJP will get in this time?
70% of Hindu meaning?
I mean the 30% if Muslim, I mean in
total
Bengal,
population of Bengal.
The total population I'm saying, approximately.
Out of 70%
how
many will
Hindu,
BJP get?
No, not like that. You have to say in the Hindu universe of 100.
If Mamata doesn't get it,
how much comes to BJP?
Mamata will not get any Hindu vote this time.
No, nobody is saying that she won't get any Hindu.
No, because she is giving all money to madrasa, technical. So
you can reduce, like a good Bengali, you can reduce an argument to absurdities. But we are not doing that.
Okay, let me simplify this further. Out of 10 Hindu voters in a booth, how many will BJP get?
If there are 10 Hindu voters, I would hazard anything between 6 to 7.
All right. So you're saying 70% of the 70% Hindu vote is going to go to the BJP.
Then you're in.
Let me give a quick update to our viewers, and then I will give you the last region, which is the RAR region. Mamata Banerjee is expected any time now at the Netaji Stadium. Already her ministers, her spokespersons, her leaders are there, her cadre is there. The security, you can see the preparation has been done. I think this is going to be a long drawn situation. This is not going to be a couple of hours. In all likelihood, we could see Mamata Banerjee. We've seen pictures like that earlier, a chatai on the floor, with her in her white sari and her chappal sitting there saying that I will not let the people's mandate be tampered with. The CM is soon going to be at that strong room. And the final graphic, if we can pull that up as well, is the RAR region, which includes Purulia, Bankura, Purva Bardhaman, Paschim Bardhaman and Birbhum. The tribal areas, and again in these two areas, you've got TMC and BJP neck and neck. TMC has got 26 to 32 seats, according to the projection by Matrice, and the BJP gets 25 to 30. If we look at all of these region projections, what this poll seems to suggest is that across the board, Madhavan Narayanan, BJP has been accepted. It could be a tribal area, it could be a rural area, urban area, Kolkata, Muslim dominated, but even there in the Hindu pockets, one assumes, the BJP is shown to be...
Let's be very clear, Amit Shah's famous Panna Pramukh strategy has been well and truly implemented in Bengal. You know, I was joking with Shankar that, you know, it's like BJP, at the narrative level, BJP works like an air force. But it doesn't mean they don't have an infantry marching on the ground. And right now, it is the alternative party to TMC. There's no doubt about that.
But it's counter to what is being said. Everyone keeps saying BJP doesn't have booth level workers as many as the CPM.
No, I will not. Yeah, if you compare it with TMC, it's a different story.
Okay.
But you please understand that BJP has never been in power in Bengal.
Can I just qualify that a bit? What he was saying that about Panna Pramukh thing. When you keep on saying no booth level worker, this time what has happened is that only the person allowed by or approved by the RO had access to enter the booth. So you did not have anybody and everybody entering the booth or jamming the booth. 100 meters around the booth, the local police, what Mamata Banerjee says, Amader police, my police, was not allowed to enter the booths. You did not see TMC candidates with hordes of supporters swarming into booths or jamming the booths. So the EC structured it in a manner that what was supposed to be Mamata Banerjee's advantage, that she had muscle men all over the place, would help her out. It didn't quite happen that way.
All right. I really have to take a break at this point because I think the Chief Minister is expected any time now. We have to be back on air by that time. Thank you very much, gentlemen and viewers, for having joined us. We will continue with our exit poll coverage on the other side of a very quick break. Don't go anywhere.
Presented by RP Sanjeev Goenka Group, growing legacies over 200 years.
Bhaskar, our first order. Help us build the chutney business from label to website.
RP Sanjeev Goenka Group, growing legacies over 200 years.
No matter what your day throws at you, stay in the spa state of mind with the Kohler Spa at home.
अब आ गया न्यू योनो, जो देगा फिंगरप्रिंट या फिर फेस आईडी से लॉगिन करने का पावर। न्यू योनो देगा पावर टू एवरी इंडियन। Brought to you by SBI, the banker to every Indian.
RP Sanjeev Goenka Group, growing legacies over 200 years.
ओ सजनी तेरी तीखी अखियां सजनी रूठ के ना जा सजनी के चलने से चलती हवाएं सजनी।
New General in symmetric design with powerful long reach airflow. General, the extreme machine.
RP Sanjeev Goenka Group, growing legacies over 200 years.
This is a skid. I want this. Actually, I want rain. What is going on? It's the bloody tires. They're too precise.
Seat tires, built for grip.
AU सेविंग्स अकाउंट में मिलते हैं अमेजिंग बेनिफिट्स, पेपरलेस बैंकिंग एंड हायर इंटरेस्ट, वो भी हर महीने।
मनी 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 एवरी मंथ।
सोच बदलो और बैंक भी।
RP Sanjeev Goenka Group, growing legacies over 200 years.
The 28-kilometer-long green corridor being developed along the banks of the Gomti River is a milestone in the development of the capital of Uttar Pradesh.
1618 करोड़ रुपए की लागत के इस पूरे प्रोजेक्ट को अपने हाथ में लेकर के लखनऊ की कनेक्टिविटी को बेहतर बनाने का काम किया है।
Out of the 4 phases of the green corridor, 2 have already been completed and the 3rd phase has begun. Due to the green corridor, not only is the traffic system becoming smoother, but the distance between old and new Lucknow is also being reduced.
ये लखनऊ के भविष्य के विस्तार के साथ साथ विकास का भी एक प्रतीक बन रहा है, जो हमने उत्तर प्रदेश को 2029-30 में $1 ट्रिलियन की इकोनॉमी बनाने का लक्ष्य रखा है।
The green corridor, which provides relief from traffic congestion, is a priceless gift for Lucknow. Special horticulture and beautification works are being carried out along its sides, which will enhance the greenery of the city.
साथी हाथ बढ़ाना साथी रे, जिंदल साथी सील साथी रे, हर सॉलिड इसकी फील है, जिंदल साथी सील है, दोस्त की स्टेनलेस स्टील है, क्वालिटी में दम है साथी रे, बिजनेस करेगा ग्रो साथी रे, टाइमलेस इसका लुक है साथी रे, और जिंदल
जिंदल साथी सील है तो असली स्टेनलेस स्टील है।
तो जब भी आप स्टेनलेस स्टील पाइप्स एंड ट्यूब्स खरीदें, जिंदल साथी सील जरूर चेक करें।
जिंदल स्टेनलेस, इंडिया's leading producer of stainless steel.
RP Sanjeev Goenka Group, growing legacies over 200 years.
Ankit Singh started a gym. For this, last year he took an interest-free loan of 5 lakh rupees under CM Yuva scheme.
मैंने मुख्यमंत्री युवा रोजगार योजना के तहत मैंने 5 लाख का स्टार्टअप लिया है, लोन लिया है। उसी स्टार्टअप के थ्रू मैंने ये जिम डाला है।
Rajkishore Keshwani's shop was not doing well. Then he took a loan under the CM Yuva scheme and strengthened his business.
सरकार ये स्कीम दे रही है, वो तो हम जैसे युवाओं के लिए सबसे बढ़िया ऑफर एक प्रकार से।
Around 1.5 lakh youth in Uttar Pradesh, like Ankit and Rajkishore, have benefited from this scheme so far.
CM युवा स्कीम के माध्यम से गारंटी मुक्त युवाओं को स्वतः रोजगार के साथ अपना कारोबार आगे बढ़ाने के लिए प्रारंभ किया है।
Under the leadership of Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath, this initiative is not only making youth self-reliant, but is also building a strong foundation toward making Uttar Pradesh an employment-generating state.
Lovely,
No matter what your day throws at you, stay in the spa state of mind with the Kola Spa at home.
RP Sanjeev Goenka Group, growing legacies over 200 years.
Good evening and a very warm welcome. You're on India Matters at 9 p.m. with me, Shiv Arur. We're about to launch into a show on the exit polls, specifically on what they've said in Tamil Nadu and the big blockbuster over the Vijay poll projections. But there is breaking news coming in from Bengal right now in the strong room where the electronic voting machines in this assembly election in Bengal are currently contained and being securely stored. And as you can see, 2 senior leaders of the Trinamool Congress are there. The ruling Trinamool is upping the temperatures against the Election Commission. And we are told that adding to this drama now, Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee is likely to be there in a short while from now. It's going to take over prime time. A sitting Chief Minister, not someone who is a stranger to street fights. She's going to be there with her Trinamool leaders, protesting outside the strong room where the EVMs of the Bengal election are currently stored. It's the big developing story right now, and I assure you NDTV's reporters are on the ground. We've already got our camera trained on Shashi Panja and others who are outside that strong room. There is security being beefed up, as you can see in these new pictures that have just come in from Kolkata outside the strong room. So we're keeping an eye on that. More Trinamool cadres have collected there, obviously right ahead of the Chief Minister who will be arriving there in person. Now, all kinds of interpretations are being made of what this may actually signal, but we will get into that in just a bit. Let's go straight to the headlines at 9. Mamata Banerjee has rejected the exit poll predictions. She says the exit polls have been running by the BJP and that it's all rigged. It's a big showdown over EVM tampering. Mamata's mantris protest like you just saw in those pictures. She joins them very shortly. Stand by for that. A day after the big exit poll on NDTV, Axis MyIndia aborts the release of its hugely anticipated post-poll projections for West Bengal, claims there is an environment of fear, and adds 70 to 80% of people were not ready to talk. Meanwhile, another popular pollster, today's Chanakya, predicts a DMK and allies to retain Tamil Nadu by a narrow edge. Axis MyIndia gives a clear edge to Vijay's TVK. Will it be a second term for Stalin, or will the TVK be the disruptor-in-chief in the southern state? And Adani Enterprises Limited reports financial results for the fourth quarter of 2026. Revenue jumps 20.3%. Earnings before interest, taxes, depreciation and amortization remain steady at 16,464 crore rupees. I have a full report at the end of tonight's show. And we are staying with the dramatic scenes that we've just seen coming in from Kolkata, where Mamata Banerjee is all set to join her colleagues, including sitting Minister Shashi Panja and other senior leaders, outside the strong room, which is where the electronic voting machines in the Bengal election are currently stored. Remember, counting day is the 4th of May, and ahead of that, this evening, a day after the exit polls, a day when more exit polls have dropped, there's been a huge amount of intrigue and suspense over what those exit polls really mean. And just 3 hours after Mamata Banerjee has categorically rejected the exit polls, labeling them the work of the BJP, the Trinamool has upped the ante and begun a protest outside the strong room where the electronic voting machines are currently stored before counting days. Saurabh Gupta joins me live from the ground. Saurabh, Mamata Banerjee likely to arrive there, we are told. Shashi Panja and others already on the ground in protest for the last couple of hours. When is the Chief Minister arriving there?
Well, we're being given to understand that she's going to arrive shortly. The is here. The BJP is also, some BJP leaders are also here. West Bengal Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee is expected here, and of course, she will arrive any time, is what we are being told, that she will come here. There is already a bandobast in place. You can see, of course, the security bandobast that's there usually for the Chief Minister is already here. In fact, I'll just ask my camera person to show you these pictures. And of course, we have Taposh Rai also, who's from the BJP here. But these are, of course, the security arrangements that are usually in place for, the Chief Minister. And this is my camera person, Sandesh, who's, of course, giving you these pictures. But a short while ago, there was a lot of chaos, a lot of shouting at each other between supporters of the BJP and the Trinamool Congress over some alleged activity that was happening in the strong room. Apparently, according to the Trinamool Congress and Kunal Ghosh and Shashi Panja said it on camera. And of course, you can see the Taposh Rai, the BJP leader, coming here, and Trinamool leaders. Taposh supporters shouting slogans at each other. Again, this melee outside the counting center here with both Trinamool and BJP supporters, shouting slogans at each other, and the scuffle as they head into the strong room that side. That's the first. These are live pictures. These are scenes unfolding right outside the counting center, right here at, and of course you can see these pictures right outside the counting center. The BJP leader arrives. Mamata Banerjee is also expected here. A lot of security in place, and of course chaos. Quite unusual for a counting center or a strong room, I beg your pardon, where the EVMs and the postal ballots are stored, to see such chaos and such sloganeering. But this is a Bengal election that's being fought on very high rhetoric. It's a very, very hard-fought, charged election atmosphere, and that's what's unfolding right here. In fact, I'll ask my camera person to stay on the pictures right outside the strong room as the Trinamool leaders are shouting slogans from this side, and of course the BJP leaders the BJP supporters are shouting slogans from this side. So obviously a very chaotic scene unfolding here, and of course, so you can see, of course, both slogans, from the Trinamool and the BJP supporters, and all shouting at each other basically. But very chaotic scenes right here, as Mamata Banerjee is expected any time now. We can see that security arrangement here, but again, chaos unfolding now. Shashi Paja, who used to be in Mamata Banerjee's cabinet, and of course Kunal Ghosh, who's contesting from Beleghata, and Shashi Paja is contesting from Shampukur. Both of them here sitting, awaiting the Chief Minister's arrival. We are being given to understand that the Chief Minister has left, and of course very chaotic scenes unfolding here right at the Khudiram Anushilon Kendra, which is in the precincts of the...
Saurabh, see if you can get anywhere close to Minister Shashi Panja. Let's see if we can have a chat with her, if you can do that safely through that crowd.
Right, absolutely.
If you can, and if you can give her your earpiece, we'll have a chat with Minister Shashi Panja.
Just two questions. What happened actually, and if you could just narrate for our viewers what happened. And this is quite a chaotic scene outside a strong room.
See, post-afternoon, these are strong rooms which have the EVMs of the votes which were cast yesterday in the second phase. It is also Calcutta, North, and so our segment is also here. There are cameras much beyond these strong rooms for visual access of all political parties and agents to see. What our people saw was an unusual human activity inside a strong room which was sealed till early this morning. So sealed and stamped. Now if that has been done, how was the strong room open? Who are these people inside the strong room? What are those pink papers that we can see? What are those ballot papers? So this is unusual, suspicious activity which the political parties are not aware of. This was one. And then when we descended here, we are candidates, we started to speak. We are then apprised that these are postal ballots. Now, postal ballots or otherwise, this should have been informed to the political parties. The Election Commission is saying that at 3:20 p.m. they had sent an email. They had sent an email to the political party. Our agents are here. An email does not have to be sent. In their presence, the strong room could have been opened. But when you saw that none of the political parties were present, why did you open a strong room in the absence of the agents? This is where our second protest is. And we have escalated this to our leadership, also to the Election Commission. This entire process has to be more democratic, rather more transparent, and it has to be informed to all political parties. They cannot be in the dark. And I also have the videos.
Ma'am, Shiv is on the line. He just wants to ask a few questions. You can hear him.
Minister Shashi Panja, quick question to you, ma'am. We're coming to you from the studio here. what specific action are you asking for? You are alleging that things have not taken place fairly. What specific action are you asking for, ma'am?
Yes. Call disconnect.
Okay, I think in the middle of all that chaos, the phone has probably got disconnected. Saurabh, if you can still speak to Saurabh, can you hear me? Okay, I'll get to Saurabh in just a bit because obviously it's a little chaotic right now. We'll get back to Saurabh in a moment. Those pictures you see on your screen are live pictures coming in from the spot. Saurabh is there, Tanushka is there. Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee is going to be reaching in just a moment from now. Okay, Shashi Panja is live with us right now. Minister Panja, what specific action are you asking for at this time, ma'am? You're live on NDTV.
You see, yes, we saw unusual human activity inside the strong room. Those strong rooms which were sealed this early morning after all the EVMs within the ballot boxes were put inside the strong room. So if strong rooms were sealed, how then have people got access inside the strong room was our question. How did we notice that? We saw cameras, the cameras which have visual access to the political parties, which were much beyond the strong rooms. You can look at the cameras. There are multiple CCTV images which show you pictures of the strong rooms. That is where in camera number 17 this was spotted. And this is highly objectionable. The party is not aware. The parties are not aware who these people are inside the strong room. Then when we asked them, they said these were postal ballots which were being aggregated.
Minister Panja, this looks like a situation that is escalating. There's a lot of police and security deployment there. Is it safe? The Chief Minister is going to be arriving there shortly. Is it safe? There's a huge crowd that is already gathered over there. It looks like things are spiraling out of control. Is it safe there?
No, our question is that why is the process not transparent? Why are the political parties not apprised that there will be some work related to postal ballots there? Why were political parties not told to be present when the strong room was going to be opened for this activity? I think these are very valid questions.
Okay. Shashi Panja, thanks for speaking to us. Saurabh is still with us. As you look at those pictures, that's Saurabh right in the middle of an escalating situation, clearly. Okay, I'm going to get back to Saurabh. He can't hear me yet, but we'll get back to him. Many of our reporters are headed to the site where this is taking place. Tanushka Datta is also live with me. Tanushka, the Chief Minister is going to be there very shortly. Already, it's a hugely volatile situation. There are people from both sides of the political divide. A huge amount of security over there. Lots of shouting and screaming and shoving taking place there on camera. What are you hearing right now? When is Mamata Banerjee arriving? Okay, Tanushka is getting to the site. She can't hear me. Saurabh, very quickly, we saw you being shoved around. The crowds have swelled in that area. It's clearly a situation that is delicate right now because I imagine there are cadres from both sides arriving there and Mamata Banerjee also arriving there shortly. Saurabh, what's going on? I would be very surprised if Saurabh can actually hear what I'm saying because, his earpiece has been yanked out of his ear. It's a developing situation. You can see the number of police and security increasing there suddenly.
देखिए ये इसका चोरी का इरादा पकड़ा गया इसीलिए भाजपा आकर गोलमाल कर रहे हैं हम लोग ये जो वो लोग किया था,
हम लोग का शांतिपूर्ण धरना था। हम लोग का कुणाल घोष, शशि पांजा, हम लोग शांतिपूर्ण धरना में थे और भी AITC के पार्टी के इलेक्शन एजेंट्स थे और भी प्रार्थी आए। बीजेपी आके हंगामा किया यहाँ। हम लोग शांतिपूर्ण बैठे थे। আমরা তো শান্তিপূর্ণভাবে ছিলাম। আমরা তো শান্তিপূর্ণভাবে, ওরা এখানে চুরি করার ইরাদায়, ওরা এখানে কাউকে না জানিয়ে আমাদের লোক পৌঁছানোর আগে লুকিয়ে স্ট্রং রুম খুলে কাজ করছিল। ডক্টর পাঁজা, আমি এবং আমাদের টিম আসার পর আমরা এই বিষয়টা হস্তক্ষেপ করি এবং আমরা নজরে আনি। তারপরেও আমাদের ঢুকতে দেওয়া হয়নি। এরপরে আমরা যখন বসেছিলাম শান্তিপূর্ণভাবে আমাদের কাজ চলছে, কথা চলছে। বিজেপি এসে গন্ডগোল করেছে এবং বিজেপির কিসের চলন?
আপনাদের বের করে দেওয়া তাপসকার ভিতরে ঢুকে গেলেন, এটাকে কি বলবেন?
ওটা তো নিজেদের পার্টি অফিস, দালাল সেন্ট্রাল পুলিশ বিজেপি লোকদের নিয়ে, কলকাতার পুলিশের হাতে নয়। আর কলকাতা পুলিশের লোকরাও তো এখন সমস্ত ইলেকশন কমিশনের বসানো। ফলে আমাদের সামনেটা ছাড় না, একটু সামনেটা ছাড় না।
Can you hear me? I'm going to try and get through to Saurabh, my colleague, who's right there on the ground at the Netaji Indoor Stadium. Saurabh, very volatile, delicate situation. Huge amount of shoving and screaming and pushing happening there. And Mamata Banerjee is going to be arriving right in the middle of it. Saurabh.
Yes, absolutely. You know, in any moment now we are being told that, you know, can see the road. This is the arrival route. So obviously the route has been cleared for her arrival. She's the chief minister, so there's protocol involved. This area has been barricaded now, but the chaotic scene still unfolding here. In fact, while Shashi Paja was speaking to us, and of course, while she was speaking to us, this chaotic scene unfolded here. In fact, we'll try and, give you a visual of those scenes. And, you can see here, it's also raining. That's adding to the chaos, obviously. But very volatile scenes outside this Khudiram Onishilon Kendra, where all of this is taking place. As you were speaking to Shashi Paja, the chaos kind of escalated, and there were, people almost trampling over each other, falling over each other, which is why she had to move away. I'll try and see if I can get her back on the line with me, but that seems a little more difficult now. But obviously, chaotic scenes unfolding. Mamata Banerjee's convoy will arrive from this side any moment now. In fact, we'll try and get in an update of where the CM's convoy is, but this is where she will be arriving from. You can see this road has been cleared up for her to arrive. But chaotic scenes really unfolding here at the Khudiram Onishilon Kendra, where of course this is this evening you've seen this whole situation unfold as the whole chief minister's arrival is awaited here. But very chaotic scenes at the Khudiram Onishilon Kendra, where the chief minister of West Bengal, Mamata Banerjee, will arrive any minute now. What we are being given to understand that there may be a change of plans at this point, and there may be that movement may have been put on hold for a while. But obviously, this is something that, things are still actually changing as we speak. But what we're being given to understand, we've been informed by the Trinamool Congress is that she will arrive here. When, we don't know. In fact, I have, the former MLA of where Shreya Pandey is now contesting from. The former Trinamool leader Shadhun Pandey's wife. I'll try and see if we can get her on camera and ask her a few questions. Ma'am, you've obviously come in. Your daughter is contesting this time. But what happened here? Because I think this is also her counting center. If I'm not, the EVMs from her booth are also her constituency are also.
Yeah, because we have suspected the same. You know, because again and again our Chief Minister has warned us that this may happen. And today was my last assembly, so I came here, but found everything was in position. Suddenly I saw some people, as Kunal has reported to media, I have seen that some people are roaming about with who doesn't have any information from prior information. They have not given us any prior information that they will go inside the strong room. Now we are standing outside because I am not a candidate. My chief election is there. They are not allowing the chief election agent also go inside. Whereas the BJP candidate and his followers, they are inside. And suddenly there are a person who is contesting against my daughter came shouting with all the, hooligans. And he started shouting at the IPS and everything that why they're getting every advantage. But
is Shreya Pandey also expected here any time now?
No. Shreya has got deep fever because he's suffering from fever from the morning.
Thank you so much for speaking to NDTV, ma'am. This is, of course, Shadun Pandey's wife, who also was a very senior Trinamool leader, and his daughter, Shreya Pandey, is, of course, contesting from this place, that constituency. But obviously, chaotic scenes unfolding here, and this is a. And this and this is, of course, very, very chaotic even now. In fact,
Saurabh, we're going to stay on your camera. We're going to keep your camera open. I just want to get some voices in from here because we're looking closely at what's going on your camera. We've got two cameras on site there on the ground at the Netaji Indoor Stadium. One where Saurabh is on the outside where people are flooding in, and one on the inside. This dramatic picture where you can see people in riot gear, security agents in riot gear, police and others wearing cricket helmets, carrying those riot shields, etc. Right before that VIP movement takes place and Mamata Banerjee arrives. I just want to get some quick reactions from here in the studio. Veer Sanghvi, how are you reading what's happening right now? This is not something that's new to Mamata.
I was about to say that. Yeah. This is her natural milieu. Yeah, but listen, there's two ways of looking at it. One is that there really is something to get upset about, and they're right. The second is there's nothing to get upset about, but it still keeps with their narrative, which is she's fighting the Election Commission as much as she's fighting the BJP. If she loses, this is perfect. If she wins, it's an even greater victory because I defeated the Election Commission. So she has nothing to lose.
Yeah. Padmaja?
Well, the narrative, I think, has been very clearly put out now by the Trinamool Congress. They have said murder of democracy in broad daylight. CCTV footage has exposed how BJP, in active collusion with the Election Commission, is opening ballot boxes without the presence of any relevant party stakeholders. This is gross electoral fraud being committed openly with the full knowledge and protection of EC. They have tried every dirty trick, name deletion, voter intimidation, central force terror, cash flooding, and have failed miserably. Now, in desperation, they are stooping to tampering with EVMs. But Bengal is not Maharashtra, Delhi or Bihar. We will not sit and watch them loot our democracy. Basically saying, look, you brought in the Election Commission, the central forces, and now despite all of that, the mandate is in our favor. So you are opening these ballot boxes and tampering with the mandate. And this pretty much, if the results do not go their way, you will hear on the 4th of May as well. This is
Shankar, you had some additional questions as well, but what do you think about this? Because there's nothing new about these pictures. Like Veer said, this is Mamata in her element. She's going to be there very shortly, in a few minutes.
So Dharna is her Aadhaar address. Yeah. So let's leave it at that. But the question is, if this was a normal thing about reallocation or realignment of postal ballots or not, it couldn't have happened only here. It must have happened elsewhere too. Why aren't we hearing anything about any other such issue cropping up somewhere? Why here itself? Unless there is a sort of planned theatrics in this.
9 p.m.
I wonder, is this the strong room for where the Bhawanipur ballots would be put?
So indoor stadium.
That would be interesting.
Yeah.
You know, if
this is the Netaji Indoor Stadium right now.
Yeah, so if this is the stadium, I don't know the exact location. It would be a good question to ask Manogya and Saurabh. If this is relevant to her own seat, Bhawanipur, that could explain. Since you said that it could be happening elsewhere as well. Why?
No, postal ballots.
No, I don't think she's...
Also that and I was just posing it to Veer as well. If this is going to be what we are going to see at the end of polling, before counting, if the counting result goes different, how is it going to be in Kolkata? How is it going to be in West Bengal? Are you going to see?
Prima facie, the two big allegations that TMC is making.
Let's bring Manogya in. Let's bring Manogya in. Saurabh also back in. Okay, Manogya is not. I think Saurabh is still with us. Saurabh, I don't know if you were able to hear Padmaja's question about whether the location where this is taking place, is it sensitive to the Bhabanipur constituency itself?
No, as far as I know, Bhavanipur EVMs are kept at the Baliganj Science College. That's my assumption. That's what I know, but I could be wrong here, so I'll have to check that. But this is more of your North Calcutta seats, Shampukur, Beleghata, all of those seats. So there's also another counting center in Baliganj, where these EVMs and ballot boxes are stored, the postal ballots are stored. So as far as I know, Bhavanipur goes there, not here. But these are more, these are very hard-fought seats as well. There is, of course, a perception that the BJP may have an edge in these seats because of the demographics of these seats. So these are, hard-fought seats, obviously, and chaos still continuing.
Okay, stay with me, Saurabh. We're counting down to Mamta Banerjee arriving there at the Netaji Indoor Stadium, which is the strong room where the EVMs are being stored at this point of time. Taposh Roy, a four-time representative of the Trinamool who joined the BJP in 2024, is one of the senior leaders over there from the other side. Tanushka Datta just caught up with him right in the middle of that crowd. Take a look at this.
Earlier I was supposed to come, I couldn't come. So from tonight, I will deploy from my end 2% and Santosh Pathak, candidate of Chorongi, he will also deploy 2% to look after the strong room.
The TMC leaders here allege that there has been tampering in the strong room. The TMC leaders allege there has been tampering in the strong room.
This is the rumor, nothing else. This cannot be done. So, what for? They are actually making certain preparation because they are going to lose. That is why this type of rumor they are spreading.
The Chief Minister is expected to arrive anytime soon.
3 layer.
Okay, so he says that this is an indication that the Trinamool is going to lose, which is what the BJP's reaction to this entire dharna at the Netaji Indoor Stadium is. Vasudha, political editor, is also with us. Vasudha, that was Taposh Roy you just heard. I'm guessing there will be more leaders who will arrive there if the Chief Minister is also going to be there.
There are just 2 seats in North Kolkata where the BJP is hoping to make a mark. What is happening is the TMC has raised 2 big allegations. One, it is saying that the EVM boxes and the ballot boxes were opened without the presence of TMC workers. They're also saying this important thing that they were segregated based on their locations, and they are inferring that the BJP is trying to basically segregate boxes based on who has voted for the BJP and who's voted for the TMC. I don't think that is really possible. A lot of this could just be procedural, and political workers, political agents guarding strong rooms is part of election activity. So today Mamta Banerjee is trying to project herself as a normal karyakarta of the TMC, and that is probably the message that she's also trying to send out in North Kolkata, a place where she's actually apprehensive might actually go to the BJP.
I think that what must be happening is the postal ballots come consolidated, then they're allocated to different constituencies to be added to that constituency, which is what I think may have happened.
But that segregation is what they show in their CCTV.
Veera, then I'll go back to Saurabh. Yeah.
No, so the postal ballot is possibly in a close election would be extremely important. It's also the question of the whole optics of this whole thing is what I'm taking away, Shiv. I think the bigger optics is one, you've seen the SIR battles, you've seen the narrative set of in every state after state, this election commission machinery, central government versus this ruling opposition state government. Is it going to go how far? How far, not just tonight, but in the days ahead, irrespective of what the result's going to be. And I think that's...
This is like a cricket match in which they're demanding a replay. See, if the seats between BJP and TMC are so narrow in the final analysis, irrespective of what the exit polls say, then there will be a lot of margin issues in some constituencies, plus propriety issues based on postal ballots in others. And given the fact that ED has been deployed against IPAC, given the fact that central forces have been present on a large scale, this incident today gives Mamata a certain amount of ballast and a narrative power to say that there has been intimidation by the central government. And this is jockeying for position ultimately for the counting day. Yeah. This is the way I see it.
Okay, it's jockeying towards counting day and narrative management, piling the pressure, creating facts before what is going to be a very, very aggressive build-up to counting day. I want to take you back to Netaji Indoor Stadium right now, where NDTV's Saurabh Gupta was one of the first journalists on site, and he continues to be there. Saurabh, the Chief Minister of Bengal put out a video a short while ago where she completely rejected all of the exit polls. She said this is the work of the BJP. You know, that was only to be expected. The temperatures are rising. It's raining heavily where you are, ironically. While those temperatures are rising, the Chief Minister is about to arrive. Is there, we can see a huge amount of security, lots of riot gear as well. At a time when angers are flying and things are this tempestuous, how is this situation going to unfold?
Well, I mean, usually we see these things on election day. There's a lot of, sort of chaos. But you can see the police trying to also clear out the road because the Chief Minister, and if I can ask my camera person to pan and show you on the other side of the road, that's where, where we were earlier when the chaos was taking place. That's where Shoshi Paja was speaking to you from. Now, of course, we've all been moved out because of the Chief Minister's impending arrival. And, this road has been cleared out. So obviously she's going to come here. But there's much more than her visit here. This is, of course, like you were saying, that the Trinamool is a party that is, of course, very, very aggressive on the ground. It has an organization. It's a very aggressive political party on the ground. It's not one party to sit back and watch developments. And that's the kind of also advice that Mamata Banerjee gave when it came to,
Stay with me, Saurabh, for just a moment. I'm going across to Tanushka Datta as well, NDTV's young correspondent who is at a place where there seems to be something going on. Tanushka, take it away. We can hear you.
Right, so I'm standing right near the strong room here. This is the entry to the strong room, which is where we were also being removed from. We've been pushed further back. There's clearly high deployment here. The Chief Minister, Mamata Banerjee, is expected to arrive any time now. There was a scuffle that broke out between, the BJP workers, the TMC workers, the senior TMC leaders present here, Kunal Ghosh, Shashi Panja, even Tapas Roy from the BJP came here, spoke to us and said that the Trinamool Congress at this point is scared, which is why the spreading rumors about such tampering happening at the booths. So definitely high election drama here after the elections. We're looking forward to the polls at this point. And while we've always been talking about the political heat being high, it's pouring here right now. And while all of this drama unfolds here, the Chief Minister is expected to arrive any time right now, while the BJP and Trinamool Congress workers and leaders as well are waiting, standing in the rain as well outside there. So at this point, we're expecting anything.
Tanushka, just hold on for a moment with me. Sorry to interrupt you. I know you're outside. There's a statement that's just come in from the Election Commission that we're breaking. Just stay with me and just listen to this carefully. The Election Commission has just put out a statement saying there are 7 AC strong rooms inside the Kudigram Anushilan Kendra. They all have been duly closed and sealed in the presence of candidates, election agents and general observers after the completion of polls yesterday. The last strong room was closed in the morning around 5:15 a.m. All strong rooms containing polled electronic voting machines are safely secured and sealed. There is another strong room in the same premise for postal ballots, wherein we have kept AC-wise polled ballots as done by different polling personnel and ETBPS. We had notified all observers, ROs and requested ROs to inform their candidates and agents about this. Returning officers informed the political parties by mail. The segregation of the ballot was taking place in the corridor of strong rooms containing polled premise from 4 p.m. The main strong rooms are safely secured and locked. The same was duly shown to Mrs. Panja, that is Shashi Panja, the minister who we just spoke to, and Mr. Kunal Ghosh and Kali from the BJP. This is a statement from the Election Commission that's just come in. Saurabh and Tanushka continue to be with us. Tanushka, you've just heard that statement from the Election Commission where they've given a kind of point-wise reply to the specific charges that have been made by Shashi Panja and the Trinamool Congress.
So to this, you know, the Shashi Panja and Kunal Ghosh, TMC leaders, had said when they were speaking to us that this information was given to them over mail. Such an important information being given over mail is something what Mrs. Panja also said is unacceptable. Just randomly sending her an email about this at after 4 p.m. wherein that the fact that their agents were present here until 4 p.m. So she asked, why did this not happen until 4 p.m.? Why did this suddenly happen when their agents left? Is the question that Shashi Panja is posing at this point. And they did mention this email being sent to them. However, Trinamool Congress leaders say that an email does not suffice if someone is to open a sealed strong room.
Okay. So Saurabh, you've just heard the Election Commission's rebuttal, but Mamata Banerjee, okay. So, okay, there's movement where Saurabh is. Saurabh, go for it. We're following you. The camera can follow you, but take us through what's happening. I'm guessing Mamata Banerjee is about to arrive.
Well, yeah, what we are seeing is that there were a group of BJP supporters who were shouting slogans. So they are now being cleared out of the area, which is why you see this movement. On the other side, of course, you see the security preps that are there for the impending arrival of Mamata Banerjee. You know, the traffic on this side is being cleared up for, Mamata Banerjee to come. And of course, Kunal Ghosh is also here. Kunal Ghosh, who's now, conversing with the top police officers here to see what can be done. And of course, you can see Mr. Ghosh talking to senior police officers of the Kolkata police on trying to, I think, perhaps communicate something to do with the Chief Minister's arrival. And what we're being given to understand is that, there is, of course, that chaotic situation still here. But on the other side, where that actual chaos was taking place, things have calmed down. A lot of police presence, a lot of, also central forces present here, apart from the state police as well. So that's, of course, this part of the, road has been brought, the situation brought under control. But there's traffic here. So I presume that there may be a change in plans. And of course, there may be a change in plans, which is why the traffic has been opened up now, is what we are being given to understand. But again, cars are turning back, so we don't know exactly what's unfolding. Kunal Ghosh is leaving. Sir, is the CM coming, sir? That's, of course...
Saurabh, we've got an update on that.
He's just told me that when I asked him...
Saurabh, we've got an update from the Bureau saying that Didi is currently at the Lord Sinha strong room and that she will be arriving where you are very shortly, but has been delayed because of some bad weather. She's at the Lord Sinha strong room, and the Trinamool has also put out a video, by the way. They've put out a video claiming that it is proof of what they are alleging at this point of time. We'll play that out in just a short while from now once we've verified everything. But the Election Commission has put out this detailed statement. Mamata Banerjee will be headed there very shortly, Saurabh.
Yes, that's what we're being given to understand. She's gone to the, Lord Sinha Road storeroom is what we've just heard, like you said on air. But obviously, this is something that the Trinamool, of course, is billing it as something that's happened. This is, of course, Nayana Bandyopadhyay, who's also a candidate. We'll try and get in a word from her as well. Let's hear. What's happened here? You're here right now. This is your, your voting. Your votes are also here in this room.
Of course, yeah.
So, what are you hearing? Is the Chief Minister on her way?
No, I don't know about CM, madam. But the people went in. Who went in, we don't know. and they were just taking away the ballots and they're counting. So we thought, what is happening? So we all came here. More CCTVs to be put in by them. Let's see what happens.
The Election Commission has said that you were informed by an email about the segregation.
No, not at all, not at all.
You're saying no email was sent because Kunal Ghosh also said that there was an email.
162 Chodungia Assembly Constituency. I didn't get any such emails.
Are you absolutely sure about that? Because Kunal Ghosh also said that there was an email.
I didn't receive any email.
You didn't?
No.
All right, ma'am. What do you think was going on? Because it seems to have created quite a furor.
Well, imagine and you all can see. Last 6 months we are on the roads for the SIR, and you all can see what is happening. The tankers are going on around Kolkata and West Bengal. Can you just imagine? Are we on the war? Fighting with whom? We don't know. Bengal is a peaceful place.
Ma'am, do you think your votes are safe and secure?
I don't know. We have to see. We will monitor it.
Jai Bangla! So that's Noyona Bandopadhyay again, a candidate, from Chorongi. She is of course here, and she also speaking to NDTV. Now she is of course denying the receipt of an email, but Kunal Ghosh did mention that there was an email. She said, I didn't get it when I put that question to her, but obviously, we're still awaiting word from the police on the Chief Minister's arrival here. This is one of the main strong rooms as well. The Election Commission in a statement has said that they have sealed it, and of course they managed to sort of secure. Everything is secure. But again, these are, of course, very, very chaotic scenes unfolding outside that strong room. Not completely unexpected in West Bengal. We've seen a lot of chaos. We've seen a lot of, things happening. But this one, of course, this evening, creating quite a furor here at this counting centre. The security for the Chief Minister's arrival, by the way, is still in place.
Okay, so the Lord Sinha strong room where Mamata Banerjee currently is happens to be the strong room that that is linked to her constituency of Bhabanipur is what we are given to understand. Padmaja, that question you were asking earlier, that will add a bit of information to that. She is going to be headed to the Netaji Indoor Stadium strong room where all this, where these dramatic scenes are taking place at this point of time. The Trinamool has just put out, they've posted on their social media, a 46-second video which they say is proof of what they are alleging that rigging has taken place. Now, I'm going to put this video out in just a short while from now. It's been officially put out. They say it is CCTV video footage capturing what they say is BJP personnel inside the strong rooms with the ballot boxes in an unauthorized manner. This is that video. I want to put that video out. Full disclaimer, this has been put out by the Trinamool Congress amidst an escalating protest at that strong room. They've put out this video with the following text, and I want to read it verbatim. They say, CCTV footage has exposed how BJP, in active collusion with the Election Commission of India, is opening ballot boxes without the presence of any relevant party stakeholders. Exact caption that has been released with this video by the Trinamool Congress. No other information, nothing about where it's been obtained, but they say it is CCTV footage from inside the strong room. 46-second video that's just been put out. This is what's happening outside the strong room. Shashi Panja and the other leaders of the Trinamool waiting for their boss, Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee, as they continue to process. It's raining heavily in Kolkata at this point of time, right before the VIP movement and the Chief Minister arrives. We still have Tanushka Datta and Saurabh. Okay, we still have Saurabh and Tanushka with us right now. It's going to be, it looks like it's going to be a long night, Tanushka. The Election Commission has put out a pretty detailed, lengthy statement right now. Yeah.
Just put this whole thing in context, there are three things that the Election Commission has now sent. One is a message to explain what is happening. So the Election Commission is saying that there are 7 strong rooms inside the Khudigram Anushilan Kendra. They have all been duly closed and sealed in the presence of candidates, election agents and a general observer after the election was completed yesterday, after the polling was completed yesterday. The last strong room was closed in the morning around 5:15 a.m. all the strong rooms containing polled EVMs are safely secured and sealed. However, in the same premise, there is another strong room where the postal ballots have been kept assembly constituency wise, and the polling personnel have kept them constituency wise. EC says we had notified all observers, ROs, to inform their candidates and agents about this. ROs have informed the political parties by mail. And what is being seen, according to the EC, in this video is the segregation. Exactly what Shankar Iyer was mentioning, that all the postal ballots have been...
And they say it's in the corridor.
Correct. So there was all the postal ballots kept there. The segregation was taking place, which is what that CCTV is. And they have also shown an email that has gone out where Kunal Ghosh has been marked. So there is Sudeep Bandyopadhyay has been marked, and there's a very easy way of checking all of this because candidates of other parties have also been intimated by their ROs. And that name has been mentioned. There is Kunal Ghosh of AITC, Pramita Roy CPIM, Partha Chaudhary BJP, Shahina Javed, etc. So all of them have been sent mails individually for their constituency. And that email grab of the address has been also sent by the...
No, it's a very...
I have two questions.
Yes. For our reporters?
No, generally, but maybe a reporter. And maybe Padmaja can answer. What time was the mail sent is very important. Because if there is...
I don't think the ECI statement mentions that, does it?
Yeah.
There's a screenshot.
There's a screenshot there.
Then also because it's very unusual in standard operating procedure that such a hole is suddenly arbitrarily filled by an email. These are parts of well-scheduled...
part of a whole...
There has to be a full schedule done months in advance, even on when and where the postal ballots arrive. Why is it being suddenly treated like a novelty?
Padmaja, is that time there on the email?
Yeah, so no, the subject says, the subject line says, segregation of postal ballots at district strong room on the 30th of April 2026. So one assumes that this possibly was sent yesterday, but there is no timestamp of when and what time.
Doesn't have.
But tell me something. Is it normal?
No, 10:50, which is 0 minutes ago. We'll never be able to.
No, but
see, this is the thing.
From what I understood, from what I have known of this postal ballot thing, is that postal ballots come over a period of time. It doesn't come on a particular day.
Yes.
It comes over a period of time. It's aggregated. It's usually something that's done before the EVM process is even over. Postal ballots are the first to be opened in an election because they're the first to be polled. The whole logic of on counting day having postal ballots counted first is because postal ballots are the ones that are polled first and then the EVMs start, right?
See, in some ways, the ECI
is... That's a very important
ECI is rebutting this charge that EVMs were even opened, the ballot boxes were opened, right? That's one charge that they've completely rebutted. The second thing they're saying is TMC is alleging that the segregation happened without them being present.
So the focus should not be on EVMs at all. There is no
red herring.
The focus should be on postal ballots as to why why was it only scheduled yesterday? Because the normal operating procedure is that once the aggregation...
No, but these are all, very, very fair questions because right now we're seeing two things take place. You've got the Trinamool, which has put out a specific video with a specific allegation. You've got the Election Commission put out a detailed statement which Padmaja read out. Veer, I want to bring you quickly in on this. Is the Trinamool, is this really going to be about the technical aspects and the technical arguments that are being made right now? Or the Trinamool is trying to make a bigger message right now?
I don't think most people even understand the technical argument.
Correct.
The point that we have proof, we have a video, that's what's going to go around. And people are going to say on her side, see, we now have proof that they tried to rig the election and the nuances will get lost.
The nuances will get lost.
Again. So I think this video actually is available because all the candidates have access to visuals of the thing on some kind of phone app, I think. And that's what they have shared.
Okay.
So
can I just make one point?
Yes.
Assuming for the purpose of argument that these guys were rigging the postal ballots, I mean, they're not idiots. Would they do it on a CCTV that's accessible to everyone?
That is unfortunately a far too logical question to ask for a political party. I don't think any political statement is made on logic.
Just to add to the point that Veer is making, one is the optics aspect of it. Usually from a political party point of view, when you approach this issue, it is usually preemptive because you cannot find it. When they suspect that something's going to happen, when you create a ruckus, then there is enormous force to make sure that that process is thwarted. Shiv, every time I've noticed this post-poll before counting drama, it's preemptive.
Okay.
From a political party point of view.
So quick
I'm
point
going to bring our reporters in also.
Also, the ECI has also sent a mail with the 11 email, recipients
and that,
of
by the way, I think this is an what do you call it, attachment, which is sent by the EC, where all the candidates are mentioned. That is dated 29/4/2026, which means it was sent yesterday. And this mail says, in reference to the above memo number, you are requested to remain present and observe the entire process of the segregation of postal ballots.
Okay, there's been a setback to the Trinamool. Folks, there's been a setback to the Trinamool from the Calcutta High Court. That's the breaking story we're getting to you right now. They've just rejected the Trinamool's evening plea on counting duty. The state staff exclusion plea has been rejected. The High Court has refused to interfere in the counting plan, and counting will go ahead as scheduled. The Calcutta High Court has basically said, in response to the Trinamool's plea, prove bias through election petition. So they've rejected whatever plea the Trinamool has put forward, at least for the moment.
That plea was shift. They basically were saying that the Election Commission had put only central observers. And
no state staff.
Centers and no state staff.
Yeah.
So Kalyan Banerjee put in a petition today afternoon and said, why are the state staff being excluded? They should also be allowed to be present.
Okay.
And the Calcutta High Court has said there is no reason. This is entirely the decision of the Election Commission who they want to put there.
Prove bias through election petition. What does that mean? They'll have to file another petition or some other process then.
So they're basically saying that in separate cases, you have to go case by case. If you find there is some observer who's basically favoring the BJP,
then
in that case you file a petition.
You challenge the result of that election through an election
By the way,
petition.
the term central observer here is a misnomer. Election Commission observers cease to be central government employees when they are,
No, central observers are basically people who are not native to that state.
No, we are talking about counting supervisors.
But to tell you this very quickly,
because the central should not be confused
historically,
with
in any case, when it comes to something like this, Vasudha, it's always dealt in the courts by a case-by-case manner. You cannot judge an entire elections on the basis of one case. So usually when parties move, courts say bring us that evidence for that particular case and we'll do that.
Here is what the Calcutta High Court order says. It is the prerogative of the Office of the Election Commission of India to appoint the counting supervisor and counting assistant either from the state government or the central government. This court does not find any illegality for appointing counting supervisor and counting assistant from the central government, central PSU employee instead of a state government employee. This is the reasoning given by the Calcutta High Court. And just to complete the
central pool from the central pool and not from the state.
Because during the duration of the election duty, they are election officers.
You're right. But the only problem that happens is that then, for instance, if you're a state cadre IAS or IPS officer, your chief minister is still Mamata Banerjee.
Yeah, that's where the dotted line syndrome.
Yeah, so the same way you can always say that an IPS officer reports to the central government all the time.
But it only shows on every point they're trying to exert pressure.
Okay, I'm going to go across to our reporters now who are still on the ground right now. Okay, Saurabh continues to be with me from the Netaji Indoor Stadium strong room. Our other correspondent, Manogya Aloiwal, is on her way as we speak to the Lord Sinha counting room where Mamata Banerjee is currently. So we'll get you those pictures in just a moment from now. Saurabh, Shashi Panja and the others, are they still there? What's happening on the ground?
Ruined.
Well, as far as I know, I think they've gone towards the Lord Sinha counting station is what I've been given to understand, because the chief minister is there. Their agents are here. But just to add to the point that we were discussing, this has been a constant tussle between the Trinamool and the centre, where each officer, there's been a tussle over the whether if they're employed by the central government, then they claim that the bias is towards the central government, and vice versa. For the state officers, the BJP also claims that the bias is towards the state government. Now, this has been a constant tussle in West Bengal. Again, not something new, but very, very interesting observation, because the Calcutta High Court has made it clear where the law stands. And the law is that the Election Commission of India is responsible for choosing these officers and deploying them. And like it was clarified that they're employees and they work under the Election Commission at that point of time. However, what we also understand is that what Kalyan Banerjee was opposing is that, you know, if there is a process to choose from a pool of officers, central and state, why have you gone ahead and chosen only from the central pool and not from the state pool? Now, again, that can be argued on the basis of the historical sort of arguments we've been making, you know, that we've heard from both sides. But right now at this point, some amount of calm has returned to this particular polling center with a huge security contingent present here with top IPS officers right at the front of that contingent. Remember, the administration
Saurabh,
is
is Mamata Banerjee still coming there, or is that plan off?
This is the situation right now. Well, if she's at the Lord Sinha Road counting center, which is perhaps, you know, her counting center.
Yeah.
I mean, we'll have to, you know, just wait for the Trinamool to clarify on whether she's actually coming here or not, because I've seen Shashi Paja and Kunal Ghosh move out of here, so they, in all probability, could be headed there.
Okay.
Just want to point out that in Calcutta, you will find places like Lord Sinha counting room and Ho Chi Minh Sarani.
There are so many. There are so many.
Ho Chi Minh Sarani.
Shakespeare Sarani.
Ho Chi Minh Sarani, which houses the American consulate, which is what interested me.
No, but that was done by the CPM, basically to screw the Americans.
The consulate is located there.
Yeah, Saurabh, I'm going to give you a couple of minutes to catch a breath.
It was called Harrington Street before. It was.
No, there's no shortage of history in
It was called Harrington
the
Street
beautiful
before,
city of Kolkata, and we can talk about that endlessly. Saurabh, catch a breath. We're going to come back to you in 2 minutes. I'm taking a break. When we come back, Manogya would have reached the Lord Sinha, as Padmasha said, the Lord Sinha counting the strong room. And we will be live from there as well. We don't know if Mamata Banerjee is going to be coming to where this is, but like Saurabh said, things have kind of calmed down just a little bit, but you never know. It looks like it's going to be a long night. Back on the other side. Stay with us.
Quite a few phone calls.
No matter what your day throws at you, stay in the spa state of mind with the Kohler Spa at home.
अत्याधुनिक फीचर्स से लैस गंगा एक्सप्रेसवे मेरठ से प्रयागराज की दूरी 6 से 8 घंटों में समेटता है। 120 किलोमीटर प्रति घंटे की स्पीड से डिजाइन 6 लेन वाला गंगा एक्सप्रेसवे भविष्य में 8 लेन में विस्तारणीय है। प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी के मार्गदर्शन एवं मुख्यमंत्री योगी आदित्यनाथ जी के संकल्पों से मूर्त रूप लेने वाले एक्सप्रेसवे पर हापुड़ में गंगा नदी पर 960 मीटर एवं बदायूं में राम गंगा नदी पर 720 मीटर का दीर्घ सेतु है। 2 मुख्य टोल प्लाजा एवं 21 रैंप इंटरचेंज हैं। एडवांस ट्रैफिक मैनेजमेंट सिस्टम से लैस पूर्णतः प्रवेश नियंत्रित ग्रीनफील्ड एक्सप्रेसवे यूपी की सामर्थ्य बताता है। लड़ाकू विमानों की आपात लैंडिंग एवं टेक ऑफ के लिए बनी 3.5 किलोमीटर की हवाई पट्टी से देश की सामरिक शक्ति का जय घोष होता है।
Bhaskar, our first order. Help us build the chutney business from label to website.
This is a skid. I want this. Actually, I want rain. What is going on? It's the bloody tires. They're too precise.
Seat tires, built for grip.
17 years of experience, largest database of elite profiles, or 100% confidentiality. Elite Matrimony, India's most successful matchmaking service for the elite.
नए भारत का नया उत्तर प्रदेश पूरे देश में कनेक्टिविटी के क्षेत्र में रोल मॉडल बन गया है। विगत 9 वर्षों में रोड कनेक्टिविटी से लेकर एयर कनेक्टिविटी और मेट्रो से लेकर रेल कनेक्टिविटी में यूपी नंबर 1 है। प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी के मार्गदर्शन और माननीय मुख्यमंत्री योगी आदित्यनाथ के सतत प्रयासों से उत्तर प्रदेश विगत 9 वर्षों में सर्वाधिक एक्सप्रेसवे वाला प्रदेश बन गया है। सर्वाधिक अंतर्राष्ट्रीय एवं घरेलू एयरपोर्ट्स के साथ उड्डयन प्रदेश बन गया है। सर्वाधिक शहरों में मेट्रो यहाँ दौड़ती है। रैपिड रेल पहली बार यूपी में ही चली है। पहला इनलैंड वाटरवे वाराणसी से हल्दिया को जोड़ता है। स्वर्णिम संभावनाओं के खुले द्वार, समृद्धि की डबल इंजन रफ्तार।
साथी हाथ बढ़ाना साथी रे, जिंदल साथी सील साथी रे, हर सॉलिड इसकी फील है, जिंदल साथी सील है, दोस्त की स्टेनलेस स्टील है, क्वालिटी में दम है साथी रे, बिजनेस करेगा ग्रो साथी रे, टाइमलेस इसका लुक है साथी रे, और जिंदल साथी सील साथी रे।
जिंदल साथी सील है तो असली स्टेनलेस स्टील है।
तो जब भी आप स्टेनलेस स्टील पाइप्स एंड ट्यूब्स खरीदें, जिंदल साथी सील जरूर चेक करें।
जिंदल स्टेनलेस, इंडियाज लीडिंग प्रोड्यूसर ऑफ स्टेनलेस स्टील।
ओ सजनी तेरी तीखी अखियां, सजनी रूठ के ना जा, सजनी के चलने से चलती हवाएं, सजनी।
New General in symmetric design with powerful long reach airflow. General, the extreme machine.
Water overflowing, what could it be?
A night of drama in the city of Kolkata, West Bengal, 2 days into exit polls, 3 days before the big results day in the state. And this is what's happening at one particular strong room. I'm joined by Vasudha and Padmaja as we continue to wait for the twists and turns that this night brings. But one thing is clear. This is a temperature that is rising, Padmaja.
Absolutely. The show is called Left, Right and Centre, and the TMC, it seems, has started giving it to the BJP and the Election Commission. Left, Right and Centre. It all started in the evening, high drama, when you had Kunal Ghosh and Shashi Panja, one a sitting MLA and minister, one a candidate of the Trinamool Congress, sitting on dharna outside one of the places where multiple strong rooms are located. Now, just to put this in context for our viewers, what has happened? This is a strong room. There are multiple rooms there. In one of the rooms, you've got the postal ballots. In the other, you've got the EVMs, which have been sealed. They have been kept there. And the TMC alleges, and they've put out a CCTV footage, a CCTV clip, which we'll play in just a bit. And in that, some people can be seen moving around. Now, what does the TMC say? The TMC says that these people are tampering with the postal ballots. The Election Commission, though, has come out with a statement making it clear that this is only the segregation of postal ballots.
And where things stand right now, I beg your pardon, is that Mamata Banerjee is at a different strong room, not the one captured in this 45-second video. We don't know if she's going to be coming to where this is, where her ministers and others have collected and where all these dramatic scenes are happening, Vasudha. Your sources are telling you that she may stay at the Lords in our strong room, which happens to be her centre as well, her constituency centre.
Shiv, so all of this action is taking place in North Calcutta. It's happening at Subhash Bose Indoor Stadium, which is in Shampukur. That's why you had Shashi Panja, who's the WCD minister. She's also a TMC candidate from there. And Mamata Banerjee, the chief minister, is in South Bengal. She's at a strong room, which is very close to Rabindra Bhavan, which is the cultural center. That's quite a famous landmark. Like Padmaja was explaining, the whole fight is based on allegations that the TMC has raised, saying that the ballot boxes were opened, something that the ECI has completely rebutted. They've also said that they were segregated without them being present, And that the ECI has also rebutted, saying that an email was sent to them yesterday informing all the candidates to be present at 4 p.m. today, something that the TMC has not accepted.
Absolutely. And in fact, let's just again tell you exactly the sequence of events as has been put out by the Election Commission. And let's tell our viewers the reason why NDTV is live and on top of the story, because any moment now we are going to hear from the CEO, the Chief Electoral Officer of West Bengal, a press conference expected any time now. So stay right here. The Election Commission has said that there are 7 strong rooms inside the Kudigram Anushilan Kendra. They have all been duly closed and sealed in the presence of candidates and their election agents and the general observer. This was done at 5:15 a.m. today morning. All the strong rooms containing polled EVMs are safely sealed and secured. There is another strong room in the same premise for postal ballot, where we have kept assembly constituency wise polled ballots as done by different polling personnel. All observers, ROs and requested ROs to inform their candidates and agents about this. The candidates and political parties have been informed by mail. What you see in the video, in that CCTV video, is apparently the segregation of postal ballot. The EC also says that all of this has been duly shown to Shashi Panja, Kunal Ghosh, and a leader of the BJP also reached the spot. What is to be understood here is that the main strong room, which contains the signed and sealed EVMs, are still sealed and secured. So
it's not captured in this particular video.
No. So you first got the one room where you've got the postal ballots. There the segregation is taking place, what you see on the CCTV. And then there is another entirely different room where the EVMs have been kept, the EVMs are sealed, and then that other strong room
and this
is also separately sealed.
Manogya is live with us. Vasu, I'm just coming to you. Manogya is live with us from the Lord Sinha strong room where Mamata Banerjee, the Chief Minister, is. Manogya, the Chief Minister is still there. She was expected at the other strong room where all that chaos was taking place. What are you seeing around you, Manogya?
Well, I'm at the Lord Sinha Road, which is the Shekhawat Memorial Strong Room here, where Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee has been protesting here. And this is the same place where the Bhawanipur Assembly Constituency Strong Room is here. So if I could give you an idea on what's exactly happening, there are massive police deployment here. Of course, naturally, this is happening because of the strong room being here, but also the fact that the Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee is here. And this is also the same strong room for Bhawanipur Assembly Constituency where Mamata Banerjee has been challenged by Shubhendu Adhikari. But to give you an idea, it's raining heavily. And I have to tell you that it's raining cats and dogs in Calcutta. And so it is raining politics. If anyone thought that the political scenario in West Bengal would be calm and composed even after the voting, well, that's what Bengal is all about. And that's what changes in Bengal. If I could give you an idea on what's happening here, I'm at the Lord Sinha Road. Here is where Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee is here. These are the media cells, and this is the place where she's here inside. And different political party people here. Here on the
we're following you. Let's try and get as close as possible.
She's here inside Shekhawat Memorial Girls' School.
Manogya, we can see you, we can hear you. You're saying Mamata Banerjee is inside there behind you?
Yes, Mamata Banerjee is inside this Shekhawat Memorial Girls' School. If I could give you a view from here. Now, this is where only the agents are allowed inside and only the candidates are allowed inside. The certified ones are allowed inside. So only those who have been allowed inside. The fellow standing here seems to be an agent of a political party. He will have access because they have been given ID cards to be allowed inside. And with that, also to give you an idea on now the condition of the strong room. The strong room has multi-layered security. It has CCTV cameras on it, and it also has access given to the political parties. And that's the reason why Trinamool Congress claims that they've seen in the CCTV cameras that there was a human movement, and that itself speaks that it was maybe because of the reasons for them to not to trust the entire process of strong rooms being strong enough to keep the EVM safe. Now that's the reason why they are questioning it, that's the reason why they are protesting. And imagine the Chief Minister of the state sitting here inside the strong room, checking almost everything because she has official access as a candidate of Bhawanipur Assembly constituency. Just to clarify that she's inside as the candidate of the Bhawanipur Assembly constituency and not as the Chief Minister of West Bengal. These are two different positions that take place during election, and that's the reason why she can walk inside and sit there and of course question the entire process. But as far as the other strong rooms are concerned, she can be there, she can protest. As a party chief, she can question everything. She's also the Trinamool Congress Supremo. Remember, she's the biggest face in the party, and that's what